BUCS is back, and it's bigger than ever.
We've got a man in the corner, and it's caught!
Can he hold them off? The roof will be raised in front forward.
Like an enemy in the night, mission impossible for two.
Both teams hungry, desperate to win that title.
Welcome to 3 days of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2025. We are back here in Manchester, and it probably means we'll have sun, wind and rain all in one day, but the weather is good for now, so let's stay with that. And today is really about getting a glimpse of all of the heats, 100 to 1500 and some hurdles mixed in there as well, steeplechase 2 and plenty in the field. We'll start off by looking at the track. So 1500 meters starting off on the oval surface, and then 100, they'll have 2 rounds of that today with the finals first thing tomorrow. Bit of a change to the timetable of that. And then middle distance 400 meters, 800 meters, and as you can see there in the field, looking here at triple jump, just got underway. Javelin 2, that's the B final, A final, where the medals likely to be decided coming up later. And that's the case of both men's and women's Javelin B and A finals. So looking here at 2 groups of qualification for the triple jump. So it's 12 meters 30, making it through to the final. So we've got, just having a look here, 5 athletes who've registered a mark so far in Group B and 7 in Group A. Results on roster athletics. So back to that in a moment. Just let you know that Amy Ware has gone out to 12:42, which is the best mark so far and the only person over the auto qualifying mark. Looking here at the javelin, so as I say, this is a B final and appear to be 9 athletes involved in this. And many of these athletes are heptathletes, or those who are trying to score points by participating. So we're looking at throws here around the 30-meter mark. And in the A final, well, Becca Walton has thrown out closer to 60 over the last few years. Not here this year, so it's a bit of a wide open situation perhaps in the women's A final, but the throws will be more around 50 meters. But yeah, good opportunity to first of all get 6 throws, and this will obviously go into an aggregate result, so also means the throws come around more quickly, shorter rounds for the athletes, which is better. So they actually decided that everyone was out there and they were ready to go, so they went off earlier than planned for the start of the day. So as you can see here, we're in the 4th round now, and shorter rounds with just the 9 athletes. So Lucy Woodward, who's originally from Jersey, leading the way with 34.82. Looks like Tilly Taylor there of Brunel in this 4th round, so she's in 9th place. But Lucy Woodward leading, 34.82 came in the 1st round. So she represents Liverpool. This is her 3rd BUCS season, and she's one of those multi-eventers, heptathletes I was talking about. She was a finalist last year indoors in the shot put, for example. Personal best 35.50 from 2023. So in 2nd place at the moment is Isla Rayburn, who has achieved a personal best. Well, it's showing as a personal best on roster, but actually she has gone further than 31.10. She's previously thrown 32.81, so that was quite recently. So sometimes it's shown as a personal best, but it's could have been a best since they entered BUCS, so recent improvement there. And that was actually to come 3rd at the Scottish Students' Championships, which I'm sure we'll talk a lot about those, often a bit of a warm-up for those studying in Scotland in the build-up to this national BUCS event. So the timetable and all of the entries. You can find a lot of information on the BUCS website, or if you do a search for BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2025, it's all there. And indeed, you can go back and look at previous year's results by the same method. But live results, the way to find that is Roster Athletics, so that's either the app or the website, meets.rosterathletics.com. But if you've watched these streams before, then you'll know that already. So Lucy Woodward from Isla Rayburn, from Sophie Doherty, who's in third place, 29.45 for her in the third round. So that's Sasha Wilson of Coventry, I believe, who's in fifth place with 27.72. So we're midway through round number 4 here. One of the first events of 3 days of competition here at the Manchester Regional Arena, also known as Sports City. Wearing 1126 is Tamsin Elizabeth Digbal Race. She's in 4th position at the moment, so top 3, not necessarily medals, and it is expected that the medals would come from the A final, but we have seen in the past, particularly with the winner of the B final, it can be possible to get a medal, and in some unusual circumstances that has resulted in gold. I think it tends to be the case that the athlete hasn't done a performance in the particular event they enter for a while, and as a result their performance that leads to their ranking, so not the PB but sometimes called the BP, or best performance within the last couple of years, then that chooses whether an athlete is in the A or B final. Because if you have a personal best, let's say from 2017, it might not be as relevant, but obviously there are a few athletes where that's the case going that far back. But yeah, we do have quite a few masters students as well, and a real variety throughout the UK. Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, England represented, and all corners as well. So I think this is Isla Rayburn then. Wearing 7.55, so 31.10. Still in the 4th round for Rayburn. This is our leader in the B final then, Lucy Woodward of Liverpool. Just blocks before the line there, and the javelin going out into the field close to the 30-metre mark.
She took a bronze medal, and she is Barcelona Championships in 2024.
So into the 5th round we go. No improvement there for Lucy Woodward, 31.59 with that previous 4th round effort, but Sophie Doherty has improved. She's closed the gap between the top two, 31.99. This is Micah Deckert of Cambridge. See, it's a sign of how cold it is. Got a Nice woolly fleece on in between throws. It's fairly cool temperatures here. Around 12 degrees, but reasonable amount of wind. This is Rebecca Pratt of UWTSD Carmarthen. So Welsh representation as well, I mentioned throughout the UK. 25.36 for her so far, still Woodward, Doherty and Rayburn. In the women's triple jump, one notable change, that's the furthest effort so far. 12.63 from Latifa Agbaremi, our second athlete over the auto qualifying mark for the final of 12.30. Looking here at Digpal Race again of Newcastle. Quite a big gap between her and third place of 31.10. She has 28.78 so far. So 3 throws remaining in this 5th round. First action on the track, by the way, at 10:30 will be the women's 1500 metre heats, of which we're expecting there to be 4. All the while you can see those triple jump and javelin results coming in. So it'll be Rayburn, then Doherty, then Woodward in this penultimate round. So Rayburn of Glasgow hauls the javelin out just short of 30 metres. So Lucy Woodward now. Can she improve on her lead? Can she get over 35 metres here? Don't think she can with that effort, but still. Quite impressively, all of the top 7 have had valid measurements here throughout the competition, and that shows something credible in terms of their technique. But also says something of, just trying to get the measurements in. We see sometimes that athletes, if it's a shorter throw, sometimes they don't bother getting the officials to measure it, but sometimes they're trying to save time, and sometimes I think they don't want it marked down. So we go into the final round. Tilly Taylor here. So she's in 9th place, but everyone, including beyond the top 8, getting 6 throws across the B&A final, and that is the main advantage really of having the 2 finals. and also means that we don't have to go through qualification and final, although that's of course the case for the linear field events, for example, and shot put as well, which there's 2 pools, but shot put, one of the shorter events, I guess, and doesn't occupy the same space necessarily that would be needed for something like discus or hammer. That long throw space can be congested when you've got so much to get through across the competition. So no measurement there for Tilly Taylor. Rebecca Pratt. And some of these athletes trying to score points, but also being part of the team at this event and trying to improve on their technique. Not that many javelin competition opportunities, as say there might be for sprints, so taking their chance today. This is Morgan Wilson of Newcastle, so the Ulster Schools pole vault champion. She's again another that's talented across so many disciplines. 29.32 her personal best. Fortunately, you can see they're just over the line, but yeah, smiling there. Certainly appears to be enjoying the competition. That's what we like to see. So from Morgan Wilson to Sasha Wilson then next of Coventry. So one of 5 throws remaining in this Javelin B final. Wilson pushes her way through the point of the implement. And obviously those cone markers of 10 and 12 are for the shot put. That's why it might be slightly misleading to see those so close by, but they're actually just behind the javelin sector, for which the first mark is 30. So this is going to be around the 20-meter mark. 28.35. So Digbal race next to go. She only needs 5 centimetres to regain her position, which was taken over by Micah Deckert, improving to 28.83 in this final round. Javelin loops come down, possibly short of 28 metres.
So it is first heat, Sarah Howard, Edinburgh. 3 times Scottish 1500-metre outdoor champion. So I'm representing Birmingham, the 2024 BUCS Outdoor bronze medalist. Cardiff University's Irish Courtney, and the 20-year silver medalist last year.
So Digbal race, no improvement, 26.76 in the final round. So we saw Rayburn there. Here she is, Sophie Doherty. No measurement there in this last round. 2 more throws remaining. So the whistle has gone for the first race, so we'll just get this throw in from Rayburn. So we'll keep an eye out for the measurement, and the athletes are ready for the first track action of these championships meanwhile. So we get going in this first race. It's just the top 6 going through, and we're expecting that there will be 4 heats and semi-finals, and then of course a final on Monday. So these athletes will have one race across each of the days, if indeed they are able to make it through to that final on Monday. So taking you through this lineup then, delighted to see Sarah Culver involved, because she's appeared on the entries on a few occasions, but hasn't then ended up racing. I think apart from the BUCS Cross Country Championships, where she had a nasty fall at the start of the event, but did recover well. So Culver, of course, someone who's represented Great Britain twice at European Age Group Track Championships, finishing 7th in 2019 that was. So she represents Edinburgh here and is the Scottish champion over both 800 and 1500 metres. We've also got Bronwyn Stratton-Thomas of Exeter, TJ Ellis of Manchester Met, Iris Courtney of Cardiff, Eva Baines of Kiel, Lucy Hatfield of Nottingham, Megan McCrum of Leicester, Zoe Hunter of Birmingham, Jessica Hyland of Swansea, Leeds Beckett's Memphis Simmons, Valentina Costa of Loughborough, Jemima Ridley of Oxford, and Evie Jones of York. So it looks like Zoe Hunter of Birmingham on the inside there in the first of the red vests. And then Iris Courtney of Cardiff, the second of those red vests, just also tucked on that inside. Valentina Costa there of Loughborough on the outside. Sarah Culver in green in the middle of the pack. So Hunter and Costa leading out this fairly leisurely pace. Going to come through with 800 to go, 2:26 on the clock. So Hunter, Costa and Courtney here. So 2:45 across the first 800 metres, and not too much sign of a change in the pace, but you can see there Costa starting to move it on a little bit, but all these athletes very much bunched together in this lead group. So Sarah Calvert breaking through at a good time to break through indeed. Culver in the green for Edinburgh, Costa in the African violet of Loughborough on the inside, Hunter in the red of Birmingham, Ridley of Oxford there on the outside. Oxford who got a 1-2 in the 800 metres indoors, don't forget. Approaching the bell though, and you've got a group of 5 athletes that have broken away. 3:38.76 now. Less than 400 to go. So it's going to be very interesting to see which one of the athletes that isn't in this lead group will make it through. Zoe Hunter just having a little look around there. It's now Culver of Edinburgh from Courtney of Cardiff. Costa of Loughborough doing a great job, having been at the front of the race for a long time. Ridley of Oxford right in there, and the gap is growing ever so slightly to the chasing group. So Hunter and Ridley look as though they will have enough. And there's a 6th athlete that has gone clear as well. We'll just tidy up who that is as they come through. So Iris Courtney has looked strong here. Sarah Calvert very much expected to go through. Costa, Hunter, Ridley, and then it's the Exeter athlete Bronwyn Stratton-Thomas, who I mentioned just before the race, who also makes it as well, as you would expect. So 4:47 the time there. So yes, with a heat like that, it kind of neutralises a little and allows the athletes who wouldn't have matched Sarah Culver anywhere near on personal best to still qualify As we see Eva Baines of Kiel cross the line here, just having a look. Yeah, there's one more athlete out there. So, first track heat concluded at these championships. First field final, albeit B final in the Javelin, also concluded. Second set of athletes, indeed, already out there. So draws for TJ Ellis of Manchester Met coming through here. So now that's wrapped up, we can look at the second set of athletes here. So top ranked athlete in this particular heat is Jess Bailey of Birmingham. Hopefully we should have a good battle between the likes of Birmingham Loughborough, as we always do see in the middle distance. But in this particular situation, Sarah Calvert would be the favourite, although we haven't necessarily seen much of her at this particular level. She does have those Scottish titles I mentioned, and a few years back representing Great Britain. Really interesting to see what happens in the final. As I say, just because an athlete is fastest with personal best on paper doesn't necessarily mean too much. There's 8-second gap on PBs between Calvert and Bailey, who herself has represented Great Britain at European Championships. It was at the European Under-18s in 2022, where she was the 3,000 metre silver medalist. She was second at the European Cross Country Championships in December in the Under-20 race. So also in this we've got Megan Harris of Loughborough, who's leading them out. So Sophie Smith of Sheffield, Eloise Scholes of Bristol, Laura Jedruziak of Glasgow, Elizabeth Soper of Winchester, Hope Smith of Exeter, Isabella Vinter of Lincoln, Jasmine Palmer of Bath, Jess Sales of Northumbria, Beth Rogers of Cambridge, and Caitlin Purcell of Edinburgh. So 119.6 through the opening 400 metres, with Harris still out front from Jess Bailey. Bailey, who has background in mountain running, having been out to Thailand internationally in the past. Do go to some quite interesting places, but we seem to see an ever-expanding set of available championships internationally for athletes, through both UK athletics and England athletics, seeming to send more and more teams, and that should provide athletes like these who gain medals at these championships the chance to improve their credentials and test themselves in different ways. But as we know, BUCS is often a tactical test rather than flat-out speed. So this is looking to be considerably quicker than the first heat, but of course it doesn't matter too much because we're only looking at the first 6 in terms of qualification. But yeah, some 11 seconds quicker, 2:36 through 800 metres. So you've got Jess Bailey of Birmingham in the red, ahead of Megan Harris of Loughborough in the African Violet, and then a bit of a gap there. We did see a little bit of squabbling for position, a few hands out as they came through the previous bend. Looks like it's Beth Rogers of Cambridge in third place at the moment, and there's a queue trying to get past, just holding station at the moment for that crucial final lap, because obviously they know that top 6 will go through, and they actually cover the top 7, so 3rd to 7th there. So 3:32.2 at the bell. Eloise Scholes of Bristol is just at the back of that chasing group at the moment. We're trying to improve her position. Caitlin Purcell of Edinburgh is also in there. Still, they can't really be separated. Gap now remaining steady between the top 2 and 3rd to 7th. So Jasmine Palmer of Bath has gone into 3rd place. So she looks safe now. Jess Sales of Northumbria looks good in 4th position. And then Beth Rogers in 5th. And is there going to be any change? Doesn't look like it. So Caitlin Purcell of Edinburgh gets that 6th spot. So really unlucky there for Eloise Scholes of Bristol, who's just run out of the top 6 as they came across the line there.
Joe Thompson at Cardiff University, please go back to the equipment room. Joe Thompson, back to the equipment room. It's 3rd meet, and I'll run up to the line for you.
So that 2nd heat, 4 seconds faster at 4:43. There is the sound of the bell. So having a look at this 3rd set of athletes, and those to watch out for. Well, really, I think that Bailey and Carver are the top gold medal contenders. That said, in this one we have Abigail McAndrew of Loughborough, who looks strong during the indoor season, has a best of 4:20.32. Represented Great Britain at the 2023 European Under-20 Championships, having won the England Under-20 indoor title that year. Lucy Armitage, though, was 2nd at BUCS indoors behind Ty Brockley-Langford, who I don't believe is racing this weekend. It was a crazy finish in the end. Brockley-Langford was leading and just ran out of puff as they came towards the line. She stumbled but managed to almost body slam the floor across the line. Armitage, who had perhaps given up hope at that point because the gap was too big, suddenly had to avoid Brockley-Langford, who was stricken across the finish line but did take gold ahead of Armitage. But yeah, what's interesting is that Armitage is ranked 5th actually on personal best, but taking back what I said, I think she could also be a gold medal contender despite that, just because of what we know about the competition here and how things tend to pan out. So Armitage from McAndrew, the top 2. Also in this, we've got Lola Sutton of St Mary's near the front, Maddie Barker of Bath, Ellie Ravenscroft Southampton, Aria Aberley Barker of Kiel, Isabel Manley of Edinburgh, Caitlin Battersby of Liverpool John Moores, Daisy Jeffries Williams of Lincoln, and Caitlin Johnson of Leeds, Katie Burney of Sheffield Hallam. So this is certainly the fastest of the heats so far. Just came through there with 2 laps to go. Let's have a look at this split just coming up now. .229 through 800 metres, so yeah, some 18 seconds faster than that first heat. 7 seconds faster than the second heat. And yeah, Armitage does seem, she did this indoors, does seem to be quite aggressive in terms of tactics. May recall that during the final she did try and make a move on Brockley Langford, sort of on her shoulder. Brockley Langford then realised she was there and said no, not today, and swept away for gold, although nearly to her own cost. Thankfully for her, the finish line was coming up. 3:25 at the bell, so 8 seconds now quicker than the second heat at that stage. Less than 1 lap to go, and just look at how this one is panning out. So on this occasion we do thankfully have 6 athletes in the leading group. So it looks to be pretty much settled. We've got McAndrew, we've got Armitage in this group, Maddie Barker of Bath, just to the right of screen there, also secure. We've also got Ellie Ravenscroft of Southampton, so she's in second place. So Armitage, Ravenscroft, Sutton, McAndrew and Barker coming through here as the top 5, and then .697, which is Isabel Mansley of Edinburgh. So cheers on the far side as heat number 4 of the women's 1500 metres is now going. So we've got Millie Dickinson of Cambridge, Niamh McLaughlin of York, Pippa Rösler of St Mary's, Alice Roskell of Nottingham, Sheffield Hallam's Lily Jeffries-Williams. For Swansea, it's Susie Lecoutre, Alice Bates of Birmingham, who is ranked 4th overall on personal best, 4:22.14, just a little bit faster than Lucy Armitage. So Bates also a silver medalist along with Armitage, but whereas with Lucy it was over the 1500 this distance, Bates was second behind Emily Parker in the 3000 metres indoors. And then we have Amy Callow of Edinburgh, Holly Waugh of Leeds Beckett, who's at the front at the moment, Marissa Poole of Leeds, Southampton's Emily Brown, and Kira Brady-Jones of Loughborough. So Brady-Jones, another talented athlete coming through the age group. She's English Schools champion in 2022. Was 6th indoors last year. So 1:19 through 400 metres. Looks like Lecoutre in the white and green and Swansea. And then Leeds Beckett's Holly Waugh. And then Alice Bates on the inside for Birmingham. Kira Brady-Jones of Loughborough. So that's the top 4 as things stand. As we know, it's 6 going through automatically. You've got Millie Dickinson in that 6 for Cambridge with Pippa Rösler of St Mary's, but it's very close there. So this, I think, is going to be middling in terms of the pace of the heats that we've seen so far. 2 laps to go. Kira Brady-Jones in a good position there on the outside, the tall figure. Personal best of 4:22.10. So not quite as fast as the previous heat, but around what we saw in the second once again. Quite steady at the moment. So down the home straight for the penultimate time then, Lecoutre of Swansea doing a good job out front. 7 athletes though in this lead group, 3:33 at the bell here. Lecoutre of Swansea, Waugh of Leeds Beckett, Brady-Jones of Loughborough, Bates of Birmingham, Rösler of St Mary's, Dickinson of Cambridge. Just making a move there, looks like Amy Callow of Edinburgh in the middle of this pack. So Alice Bates of Birmingham looks like she's really going through the gears now. Look at this, round this top bend. And that should make her safe. And now Holly Waugh is under pressure. Amy Callow of Edinburgh too, just maybe a slight clip of the heels there. Big difference in some of the closing speeds of athletes there. You can see just almost as though stepped on the pedal. Bates did go a little bit early there, but she's done enough to secure herself a place in the semis. Bates, Dickinson, Lecoutre, Rösler, Brady-Jones and Callow just ahead of Waugh. 4:42.93. So that concludes the women's 1500 heats. We've still got 3 athletes coming through here. Alice Roskell of Nottingham, one of those. and also Marissa Poole of Leeds. So we're here at the Manchester Regional Arena, Sports City Stadium, been used for the British Championships in recent years, of course now set to return to Birmingham's Alexander Stadium. State-of-the-art facility, but yeah, as part of that, Manchester did have a new track here laid, and we have seen some good performances here, even if it isn't, let's say, the fastest track in the country. Still, it's a fantastic opportunity for these athletes. And you know, I was just sitting here as some athletes were coming through, and they were like, oh wow, this is cool. So you know, it's always nice to walk into a stadium though for the first time. And yeah, don't forget, this will be a real special opportunity to take part for some of these athletes. So with women's 1500 metre heats concluded, you know what comes next. It's the same but for the men. So raring to go on the start line, then brought back up again on starters' orders. And that sound of the gun. We have seen some great battles over 1500 metres over the last few years. I mean, going back a little further, most memorably, Jamie Webb, a European indoor silver medalist for Great Britain. He was in 11th place with less than 300 metres to go. And he managed to win gold and get himself on 2 podiums. But yeah, other winners in recent years have included Tyler Billiard, who would probably be the favourite here once again. The top-ranked athlete here has improved to 3:37.8 outright over 1500 this year, and 3:37.5 as part of a split of a mile race. He was trying desperately to get himself to the European Indoor Championships. Didn't quite work out for him, unfortunately, but did get himself a UK indoor medal. So that was the reason why he wasn't at the BUCS indoors. But Luke Gunn from Birmingham University was saying, yeah, that was the right decision for him to choose a race in France, I think it was at the time, try and push for best possible personal best. And that allowed, though, the opportunity for Sam Charig of St Mary's to win gold, and hope to see them go head to head. So quite a big field this of 15 athletes. We've got Max Price of Leeds Beckett, Mintu Sidhu of King's College London, Chris Hudson of Southampton, Johnny Brooke of Bath, Doug Scally of Manchester, Frank McGrath St Mary's, Matthew Gilver of Warwick, Henry Fieldsend of Bristol, Winchester's Adam Holmes, Harrison Chambers of Portsmouth, Josh Smith of Cardiff, Janine McInnes of Glasgow, Will Ryle of City University, and Ryan Martin of Stirling. So big field to read through. You can see there that Max Price of Leeds Beckett in the purple is out front. You've got Billiard still right on his shoulder, and Billiard content to be relaxed at the moment, just sitting in that spot. So Ryan Martin of Stirling then is behind them in the green, and you've also got Frank McGrath of St Mary's. So this time it's just the top 5 going through to those semi-finals, so slightly tougher. So we may well see just that tiny bit more pushing to string these athletes out, but we have got a group of 5, even though the likes of Johnny Brooke of Bath are trying their best to bridge that gap. Matthew Gilver of Warwick in second, 2:57 at the bell. And they're being egged on really as they try and manage that gap, but it is just eking out, despite the best attempts of Gilveer in the maroon vest. Just starting to drop off a little there. I think that might be Chris Hudson of Southampton. Ryan Martin of Stirling looking good behind Billiard of Birmingham. Price has done the good early work, and McGrath's looking strong too. So it is indeed Hudson of Southampton. That'll be the key battle here. Into the home straight, Johnny Brook of Bath. Great pace in the final stages. And that is crucial. It takes 5th position. 3:57.53 on the clock. And don't forget, he was also behind Gilveer of Warwick with about 250 to go. So overtaking 2 athletes on the final lap. 7th to 5th for Brook. Really impressive stuff, that. So an exciting end to that first heat of the men's 1500 metres. And we have 5 heats in total, by the way, this of course being the second therefore. So it'll feature Sam Charig, the BUCS indoor champion, having won that title in February in Sheffield. So he gets away first. You can see there the tall figure just ahead of the Bath athlete Ben Harrison, hoping to qualify along with his teammate Johnny Brook to those semi-finals. And you've also got Chris Bain of Edinburgh in 3rd place, but Sam Charig leading them out, so this could be a decent pace here. You can already see 5 starting to break away at this very early stage. Peter Smallcombe of Durham is in 4th place. And that looks like a Harriet Watt vest. It's Logan Beagley, very distinct. Harriet Watt have won some medals in recent years through Adam Hoole, the decathlete in particular, in the pole vault, long jump and hurdles, I seem to recall. So you're watching live coverage then of the first morning of action here at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships for 2025. We've got Sam Charig leading this second heat of the men's 1500 metres from Ben Harrison of Bath. Chris Bain of Edinburgh. Peter Smallcombe of Durham. And Logan Beagley of Harriet Watt. But Charig stepped on the gas and that did help get away, but you can see that gap has now closed almost completely again, but still maybe a good tactic. Doesn't want to completely burn himself out. I'm not sure everyone still could go with this pace. At the 800 split shortly, 2 laps to go, round 1:54 on the clock there through 700. one of the changes of the last few moments has been Dexter Thompson, has attached himself to the lead group along with Alex Goodall of Imperial. So came through around 209 through 800. So this group of 7 athletes now, was 5, now 7. Thompson really making advantage of having regained a spot to the sharp end, 2:56 at the bell. So Charig of St Mary's in the blue and white, Thompson in the African violet in second place. Ben Harrison of Bath in the blue, Chris Bain of Edinburgh in the green, and Smolcombe of Durham, white on the front, purple on the back. You can see there Goodall of Imperial has been run out of this lead group. He's now really struggling there. So 7 is down to 6. And it's Beagley of Heriot Watt who is fighting his way. Have a look at the back of this group of leaders. He's going to overtake Smolcombe. So the Durham man, unfortunately, will miss out, but some good fast finishes just to make sure you do get through. 3:56.51, and you can see there just sticking his arm out, one of the athletes, not necessarily aware of who was coming behind, of course, as a couple of them overtook. 3:56.51, the finishing time. Let's move on then to the third heat of the men's 1500 metres with George Ogden of Cambridge, Brendan Russell of Sussex, Liam Stone of Swansea, Jack Letitia of Winchester, Ed Slaughter of Bangor, Rowan Mel Ingram of Loughborough, Andrew McGill of Glasgow, Tommy Shaw of Birmingham, Luca Jaffa of Nottingham Trent, Theo Webb of Edinburgh, Jacob Harrison of Exeter, Cameron Bryson of York, Oxford Sam Hollins and Daniel Swain of BCU. So Andrew McGill of Glasgow in first place in this early part of the race, from Rowan Mill Ingram in second. So Mill Ingram, another one of the top ranked athletes along with McGill. So this one could be quite close. 3 seconds separates them on personal best. McGill 3:40.08. He's the Scottish champion, having won that title last summer. Part of the Livingston Club as well as a student at Glasgow University. And Mill Ingram, he was third here last year, having been fourth over 3,000 metres indoors last year, so often contends for the title. Perhaps he can get a little bit closer this year. Started the year off well in the cross country with a 7th place finish. 3:43.18 at best. So Tommy Shaw of Birmingham in this. Now he was a reserve or a replacement. Billiard and Fisher, or just Billiard actually, because Fisher's now at BCU, but yeah, weren't part of the squad. Barnicott was the other one I was thinking of, so they had to bring in a couple of athletes. Birmingham didn't have the best indoors because there were also a few injuries as well. But Shaw managed to get himself a bronze medal over 800 metres, doing really well. So he's got a personal best of 3:49.43 over this longer distance event. George Ogden of Cambridge also in this lead group, just about in 4th or 5th place at the moment. So coming through the bell here, 2:59 on the clock. Mill Ingram of Loughborough from McGill of Glasgow, these closely matched athletes. Shaw in the red of Birmingham in 3rd place. And the Cambridge man George Ogden just about with them. Looks like that might be Jack Letitia on the inside of Winchester. In fact, it's the York vest, rarely seen York vest, of Cameron Bryson in the black and yellow there. So they're just watching out, and Bryson looking quite conscious of his position as well. He might be. He's in 5th place, 5 going through. Looking round again, there is an athlete approaching, but it's not going to be enough, unfortunately, for Jacob Harrison of Exeter. Another fast finisher there, just taking the 6th spot, and almost the 5th was Ed Slaughter of Bangor. Well, had he overtaken, there would have been a pun in there about Slaughter at the death. But not the nicest one. So 3:59.39, the finishing time then for that 3rd heat. So once again, the athletes are already there and about to go for heat number 4. And it's the top 5, again, going through to those semi-finals. Semi-finals tomorrow will be just after 3:30, and then the final on Bank Holiday Monday at 4 o'clock, if the athletes can indeed make it. So let's have a look at this lineup. More Birmingham representation. This time it comes from William Strictly. We've also got Tom Wood of Newcastle, Tom Woodward of East Anglia as well, Jason Heyman of Sheffield, Max Selmy represents Nottingham, Durham's Joseph O'Connell, Dan Galloway of Cardiff, another with the GB Junior representation at European Championships in the past, Harry Barker of Sheffield Hallam, Malachi Bromham of Bangor leads Ben Connolly, Oscar Loveday of Liverpool, Oscar Kraus as well of Imperial, Oscar Fraser Kraus, and Luke Hamley of Cardiff Met. But perhaps the top athlete in this is Henry Jonas of Loughborough, so he's just about in second place at this moment in time. Jonas, who last year won 800 metre gold, he has a personal best of 3:41.72. He was also second over 800 metres at last year's indoors. That was behind an excellent tactical run, as we so often see, and that came from Jacob Smith, who wasn't necessarily a favourite going in. So yeah, really excited to see a number of athletes in contention for gold in the latter stages of some of these races. So it's Luke Hamley in this sort of maroon and navy strip of Cardiff Met at the front, from Henry Jonas, and then from the Birmingham man Will Strictly. Dan Galloway of Cardiff in fourth place, also in the red with the glasses. 2 laps to go. And they're being cheered on as well by the set of athletes that will take part in the 5th heat, who are watching on carefully. Which is quite nice, I think. Obviously they're not looking out for the times necessarily. I'm not sure that they can see the clock from where they are standing, but I think it will get them raring to go in terms of anticipation to get out there and have their turn. So top 4 or 5 pretty much remaining the same. Tom Wood of Newcastle is also just about the sharp end of this race. Henry Jonas making a move though. So this is quite a bit slow at the bell. The 2:59 we saw a few moments ago, it's 3:12.72 this time. Henry Jonas of Loughborough, Will Strictly of Birmingham, Luke Hamley of Cardiff Met, Dan Galloway of Cardiff. But still, I make it 10 athletes that cannot be separated. They're trying to make moves but are being blocked. Not enough space for Oscar Fraser Kraus to burst his way through. Galloway though around the outside here, looking strong with Jonas and Strictly. And Hamley tries to find a second wind. Look at this scrap though for 5th place with the Glasgow athlete, I think it is, or it's Sheffield's Jason Heyman in the black and yellow, coming through for 5th place, 4:10.79. Wow, well, 10 athletes trying to go for 5 spots. Brutal. But Jason Heyman was the winner there, just like Johnny Brook was a few moments ago, overtaking in the final stages to get that spot. So this group of athletes who are eagerly watching on, well, you'd hope so anyway, now in the driving seat. Well, as we go down the heats, it kind of becomes more difficult to say in the seedings who might be the one to watch out for, but certainly Will Rabjohns, again another with GB Junior experience. He was very unfortunate. He was kind of tripped. There was an incident where he ended up on the inside of the track at the BUCS indoors. I haven't heard his view of the incident, but that was his BUCS debut, so he'll certainly be hoping for better this time around. The World Under-20 semi-finalist over 800 metres. He has a personal best over this distance of 3:41.79. He was third at BUCS cross country. Last year English schools champion as well, so comes in with plenty of pedigree. We've also got Sam Mills as well, also an English schools champion, but in 2022, and he was a finalist in the 1500 metres at the European Under-20s 2 years ago. Of course, the next edition of that championship coming up again this summer in Tampere in Finland, with the Under-23s in Bergen in Norway. So yeah, there'll be a number of athletes going for times to qualify for those competitions. Oh yes, apologies for confusing briefly the Glasgow and Sheffield vests. It's more yellow in the Sheffield vest that we can see here again. It's Lawrence Manley. So he's out front at the moment. And then it's Richie Gardner of Leeds. And then 955 is the first of the Loughborough vests, Will Rabjohns. So again, looks like we're going to have a big group of athletes vying for 5 spots. So Manley, Rabjohns, Gardner. Then Luke Richardson of Birmingham. And Sam Mills of Leeds Beckett in this top 5 just about. So 2:16 through 800 metres, and we have a new leader and 9 group of athletes still in contention just about. So it's a Cambridge vest there of Adam Dray. Often in contention is Adam Dray, likes to be at the front. He was 4th, just outside the medals last year indoors, having been 5th 2 years ago over 800 indoors. Personal best 3:48.31. So Adam Dray from Will Rabjohns from Lawrence Manley, and now also trying to get himself in contention is Jake Brislin of Warwick. Would be great for them to have someone to progress, especially as we saw in the first heat, I think it was, just overtaken, finishing 7th in the heat was his teammate. But is that Luke Richardson of Birmingham making a move? Yes, it is. So Richardson of Birmingham, Dray of Cambridge, Rabjohns of Loughborough, and then Manley and Mills of Sheffield and Leeds Beckett respectively. But yeah, Lawrence Manley just being run out of it. Does he have anything left to give? And will he get any space to unleash a fast finish? Things set to unwind down this straight. Luke Richardson looks to have done enough, along with Rabjohns and Dray, Mills and Gardner. So finishing time there of 4:02.67.
4:02.67. So the first on the heats in the women's 100 will be at 30.
So the next track action will be the women's 100 metre heats at 11:30. They're just warming up in the men's shot put, 2 pools of qualification there as well. So just a couple of minutes break then in the schedule. Don't forget all of the results and timetable at meets.rosterathletics.com or the app.
Qualifying to run to the shot put, 4-1-2, about 11. So the lineup for this first heat of 11 in the women's 100. The first two in each heat qualify automatically, and they'll be joined by the two fastest non-automatic qualifiers. So in this first heat, you can make one representing first people alone. Lane 2 DNS, lane 3 DNS. Lane 4 representing 10, lane 2, lane 5 representing 100. Stefania Rodriguez, in 6, representing Bath University, European Under-23 semifinals, European Under-23 4x100 gold medalist, and World Relay 4x1 bronze medalist, Alina Stevens. And for the new time, representing Elizabeth University, is Holly Asner. The lineup for the first weekend heats in the women's 100.
You're watching live coverage of the first day of action of the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. We are looking at the pools of shot put qualification, which are now underway. We'll have the heats of the women's 100 metres in a few moments' time. I can tell you that earlier in the women's triple jump, Georgie Ford-Wells, Latifa Agbarami and Amy Ware through the best 3 marks, 12 to 67 at best. Ford-Wells looking for another BUCS title, but yeah, time and time again we've seen the same contenders consistently get top 5 finishes in the women's triple jump. Here we're just kicking off here with the shot put. The first measurement coming through for Patrick Morgan, 12.93, Cardiff Met student effort we saw just a moment ago, so we'll keep an eye on that. The 2 pools going simultaneously. B, and automatic distance through to the final is 13.20. Zach Davis, reigning champion, 14.43 he's gone out to, so he's over the automatic mark and is through to the final. So meanwhile, the women are ready for the first heat of the 100 metres with Treglone, Timothy Ojo, Hatch, Tete, Ezalibe, Sibbons and Aslin. So the top 2 going through to the semi-finals later on, and 2 time qualifiers across 11 heats. Sibbons, as expected, so easy. 12.32 on the clock, that's all she needed to do. Kirsty Treglone of Cardiff Met is also through to the semi-finals, and others will have to wait and see. So we'll switch to the shot put in between these heats to keep track of what's going on, but of course both of these are qualification through to semi-finals. For the 100 metres, they'll take place at 20 to 6 this evening, and then final first thing tomorrow on the track, 10:30, quite unusual that. And then in the field, the men's shot put final will be at 4:30 this afternoon. So back to the first round here of these groups of qualification. We've got Alistair Brown and Alfie Williams, 13.98, both of them have managed in the first round, and that's put them straight through to the final. So quite unusual that to see already 3 automatic qualifiers. Of course they do set those marks quite high.
The 62 held by young athletes W. House set in 11.43. And in fact, by this Simmons wrote
So Dylan Claydon of Loughborough, so we're getting ready there, and Jacob Matthews of Birmingham, silver medalist last year, competing at BUCS since 2011. Claydon then, close to 12 metres.
2 years, with broken twice the number of hours. that was the year when the semi-final of the women's 100 had to be held on Saturday.
So again, the angle slightly distorted there. 14.83 for Dylan Claydon. So he's through automatically. Just waiting for Jacob Matthews' measurement to come through. This is Daphne Paulett. He was a bronze medalist indoors. Personal best of 14.99. You can see rotating there. It does look to be around 12 metres, but I'm kind of hesitant to say it. The reason we just saw a moment ago. Jacob Matthews also over the automatic mark, 13.96. So 5 men now over it. Claydon, Brown, Williams, Davis and Matthews. So very, very short qualification for them. So they should all be medal contenders. Patrick Morgan of Swansea also in a good situation with 12.93 in the first round. Ebenezer Ibarra 12.18. 7 athletes over 12 metres.
So the lineup is 17th, Holly Abbott, line starting in line 1, Western University in 2.
So athletes getting ready for the second heat of the women's 100 metres. Holly Abbott of Leicester in this. Also Latanya Samuels of Birmingham. Brooke Ironside of HSU, Health Sciences University, who was the champion indoors over 200 metres and has been for the last couple of years. Shawana Amuna of Nottingham. Esme Bourne of Southampton. Olivia Darwin of Stirling. And Crystal Amponsa of Kent. Christabel Amponsa, I should say. So Brooke Ironside certainly the standout athlete in this, just as Aaliyah Sibbons was there. So very much expecting this to be really straightforward qualification for her. Again, we've had some brilliant battles over the last few years. It was last year, Joy Eze doing fantastically well to win the title, beating Success Edouan. So neither of those involved this year, nor is, I believe, Trinity Peruzza-Powell, who was third last year. Leonie Ashmead and Alison Bell, first and second in 2023. Neither of them here this year either, but Sibbons won the title in 2022 and is here. So yeah, she's the standout athlete really. And then indoors it was Eze from Bell from Palmer, and none of them are here. Brooke Ironside, perhaps more of a 200-metre specialist. And, well, just looking there, she is a DNS. So is it that Brooke Ironside has elected late on to just concentrate on the 200 metres? Or is it something else? Hopefully just the former. Abbott, Samuels, Ironside, Amuna, Bourne, Darwin and Amponsa. So this means a little bit more wide open in this second heat. Good opportunity for someone to make it through. Samuels of Birmingham just behind. Amponsa of Kent here. 12.60 on the clock, so exactly 3/10 off Sibbons' first heat win. Well, before this heat, the target time terms of the 2 non-automatic qualifying spots was 14:12, and I'm sure that is going to be smashed pretty soon. So back to shot put, and looks as though we've had even more athletes over 13:20. This is extraordinary. Maybe the mark was set a little bit low. Ewan Urquhart of Glasgow, David Paulett also over with 13:71 and 13:26 respectively.
All the information is available to you on the roster app.
So many athletes over. This qualification competition could be over quite soon. This is Charlie Williams of Sheffield Hallam. He's got 11:44 so far, and I make it that 11:73 is needed. So just run you through the standings so far. This is just qualification, as I say. Dylan Claydon 14:83, Zach Davis 14:43. Then Alistair Brown and Alfie Williams on 13:98. Jacob Matthews on 13:96, so that's the top 5. And then you also have Ewan Urquhart on 13:71 and David Paulett of Cardiff Met on 13:26, who are through to the final. So Reef Page of Cardiff Met, 12:50 he has at the moment, so he is over half a metre inside what's needed to make it through to the final, but there could still be big improvements. That said, some of the athletes who are outside the top 12 at the moment overall are throwing around 7-8 metres. Kieran Valley of Swansea, 10:29 so far, so needs over a metre improvement.
Zach Davis looking to retain his outdoor title, having taken his second indoor title this year. Sheffield and categories. So the lead contenders gone through the counting through automatic qualification to their first round players.
Stephen Simmons of Kent, so he is in 11th place overall with 11:97, so he's under a bit of pressure here, just holding on to that spot. No improvement for Kieran Valley, 9:42 in the third round, same for Charlie Williams with 11:33. So second round didn't really see much change. First group, Group A, is pretty much concluded now. Reef Page improving to 12:66. Stephen Simmons improving to 13:01. So that helps alleviate some of the pressure. In the end, 11:73, still good enough. I believe we've still got a couple of throws left to go. Possibly just one from Dante McNichol, unless the measurement is slow to come through. It's just come through now. 10.63, no improvement. So yeah, these will be the finalists. Dylan Claydon, Alistair Brown, Alfie Williams, Stephen Simmons, Patrick Morgan, Reeve Page, Zach Davis, defending champion, Jacob Matthews, silver medalist, Ewan Urquhart, David Paula, Ebenezer Ibarra and Oliver Adnett. Two athletes here looking very relaxed on the start line. So we've got Flora Brigham of St Andrews. Alongside will be Zoe Dake of Nottingham, Evie Rennick of Strathclyde, Jennifer Aduwu of London's South Bank, just on the left of picture there. Daniel Nene represents Oxford, Phoebe Yim of Liverpool and Jemima Clark of Worcester. So we've got three athletes in navy vests alongside one another, Oxford, Liverpool and less regularly mentioned Worcester. Jenna Aduwu, top athlete in this, 11.59 personal best, decent improvement over 60 metres earlier this year to 7.38. What can she do over 100? She goes from lane 4, top ranked athlete in this third heat of the women's 100 metres. So pretty even at this point. Here comes the tall figure of Aduwu chasing down Zoe Dake. Really good battle for second place behind Aduwu. And it looks to me like Evie Rennick of Strathclyde might have just got there. It's 12.29 on the clock. So just 100th faster than Sibbons. We'll have to wait and see on the photo finish between Dake and Renwick though.
Well, I can give you the official result from Heat 3. The first was Jennifer Aduwu, who took it from to the right, and then Evie Renwick took it from her bed. So it was Strathclyde to Nottingham. Evie Renwick taking the second up on that qualifying clock, Evie 3 in 12.68.
So with men's shot put qualification having concluded, the next field event to get underway will be the Javelin A final, women's javelin that is, and then 12:40 will be 2 pools of men's high jump qualification. So we'll have a look out for the women's javelin once it gets started in just over 10 minutes time. So winning times for the 100 heats so far: 12:30, 12:60 and 12:29 Jenna Dewu fastest, but not fully representative because Aaliyah Sibbons was at training speed really. Even that might be unfair. Carla Teese of Edge Hill in this, Aaliyah Archer of East Anglia, Libby Oliver of Worcester, Louisa Sarr of St Mary's, Gabriella Booth of Northumbria, Amelia Gittins of Loughborough, and Bronwyn Mooney of Sheffield Hallam. So Gittins fastest in this, personal best 11:67. She's run 11:93 this year, has the English schools silver medalist. Top 2 going through automatically to the semi-finals. So Gittins getting a reasonable start, but it's Carla Teese of Edge Hill going nicely here. These two with Booth of Northumbria. So close run heat in the end, 12:24 on the clock. So yeah, sometimes when the athletes are closer and are pushed, can result in faster times. Also keep an eye out for the non-automatic qualifying times. So at the moment 13:09 is the target time, 12:68 and 13:09 the two. That was from the third heat. Zoe Dake just beaten to second place, so that was crucial in the end. Evie Rennick of Strathclyde did get there in the third heat, so Dake and Nene, third and fourth in that third heat, on track to go through, but still plenty more to come though. As we wait for confirmation of that fourth heat result.
It is the heat of the women's 100, and we have a figure in next step. The group is currently 310 So the lineup is in the nice watch, and after the bus, the University, LSE, and the World Cup.
So fifth heat of the women's 100 metres with Shayna Asamoah, Anna Voronkov, Kathy Hampton, Sarah Long, Cassia Brown, Sarah Malone and Crystal Izuchukwu. Sarah Malone represented Scotland at the Commonwealth Games. Coming through here nicely, very close between Hampton and Long for second place. 12:18 on the clock. So women's javelin, this is the A final and it's the first round as well, having seen Lucy Woodward first in the B final earlier. men's javelin will also have an A and a B final coming up at 2:05 for the B final, and then 4:20 for the A final. So in this final we've got as many as 15 athletes. This is Ioana Mali, Greek athlete of Greek origin, representing Loughborough here, and certainly one of the gold medal contenders. No Becca Walton this year. She has her fair share of BUCS accolades. Mali set her personal best here in 2021 at the Loughborough International of 55.33. She's gone out to 41.38 in the first round to take a lead at this stage. And you can see with the A final, you know, no disrespect to those in the B final, but yeah, you can see that elevation in technique. More speed that's carried down the runway, more attack as well. That's not to say that different styles can't be effective. Rachel Wall of Birmingham goes to the top of the standings though with 42.31. So another of our contenders here. Wall was 5th here last year. She's the Southern bronze medalist and has a personal best of 45.85. So as many as 4 Loughborough athletes in this overall, in this A final. Jasmine Larson this is. So top 3 at the moment. Jasmine Larson slots herself between Wall and Mali. 41.81 in what should be a wide open women's javelin final. Birmingham from Loughborough, and Loughborough the top 3 as things stand. So in lane 6, in heat 6 I should say, Lucy Moore of Exeter, Serena Thomas of Southampton, Soraya Rogers of Royal Holloway, Iona Irvin of Loughborough, Karen Mayindu of East London should be the fastest one in this, Matilda Robinson UCL, and Sidel Wantumi of Manchester. So another DNS here, looks like Rogers of Royal Holloway, and also Matilda Robinson not there. Again, an opportunity for someone else. .12.69 target time if you're outside the top 2. So watch out here for Mayindu from lane 5. Really working hard here, building up a great lead down this home straight. Fantastic sprinting form there. Mayindu, 12.20 on that clock. So it's into a -4.9 wind all of a sudden. And yeah, that's particularly impressive because it's equal the fastest heat so far with Sarah Malone, who ran into a -1.7 wind. Mayindu really pushed there, and yeah, might help her seeding for the semis. They're coming up later on at 20-6. So fastest heat so far, Mayindu and Malone. last couple. And then Amelia Gittins, that was into a minus 2.0 headwind. It was 12.25. So they are the fastest three so far. And 12.69 remains the target time. So heat 7 of 11. We're making our way through them. We've got Lois Garland coming up next, the Scottish athlete of University of the Highlands and Islands. More of that in a moment. We're looking here at the javelin. We're still in the first round of this A final, 15 athletes in it. So Rachel Wall still our leader with 48.36. We've actually just seen Sophie Hamilton there. That has been measured at 48.36. There was a change of lead just as I was reading it. Rachel Wall 42.31. So 6 meters and more, that lead of Sophie Hamilton of Loughborough. That pushes Jasmine Larson out of the medals, and Joanna Malley is also out of the medals because Katie Mackinson of Loughborough with her first effort, 41.87. So it's now Loughborough, Birmingham, Loughborough, Loughborough, Loughborough in the top 5. So results on the Roster Athletics website and app. So back to the javelin shortly as we come to the end of the first round. Sophie Hamilton of Loughborough now leading. Heat 7 of the women's 100, Lois Garland, as mentioned. Silver medalist outdoors over 200 metres last year. Multiple Scottish universities titles, of course. Personal best 11.85. She goes in lane 1. We've also got Adewale, Williams, Clark, Roots, Asa, Williams and Kihame. So fairly even at the start. You can see Garland's going well. And also Roots through the middle. So it's going to be these two going through to the semi-finals later. So minus 2.9 that wind. It's the second slowest heat so far, but again, tough circumstances with that wind in the athletes' faces. Back to the javelin then, this A final. And into second round now we go. Peanut Meekings has improved to 38.85 and is in 6th place. Joanna Mali next in the throwing order. A couple of DNSs in the end, so it's just the 13 athletes involved, not 15. No measurement there for Mali. Rachel Wall next to go. As I say, she was 5th last year, but the others in front of her, in some cases, not here again. You can see really attacks that runway, pushes all the way through the point. Javelin climbs up high, and then falls down just shy of 40 meters, I think. Jasmine Larson, 3rd of this Loughborough quartet. She's in 4th place. But she's only 6 centimetres off a medal indeed. Holding that javelin high and then withdrawing that throwing arm, pushing all the way through the implement once again. Slightly flat landing there. Similar throw to Wall in terms of distance. Was 40.01 for Wall. Don't expect this to be any improvement for Larson. So Mackinson, this should be Katie Mackinson. She's been pushed down, so it was an improvement there for Larson. 43.94. So Hamilton from Larson from Wall, the top 3. Mackinson pushed out of the medals and is now some 44 centimetres off them. 39.55 for her in round 2. So, 8 of the women's 100 with Wigley, Longdon, Bestley, Fraser, Akiti, Watson, Baker and Booth. DNS in lane 3 for Bestley. This one could be very even. Lucy Frager, Scottish students champion, going well through the centre. Really close then behind her. Looks like it's Wigley of Cardiff in second. 12.31 on the clock there. So that was into a minus 2.7 win that time. Maya Lindridge of Sheffield, so she's in 9th place. It's understood that everyone gets 6 throws, irrespective of if they're in the A and B final, which is really good from a competing point of view. You know, if you travelled all the way down from somewhere like Stirling and you only got 3 throws and you didn't make it through to a final, I'm sure you'd much prefer to have the 6 throws. So let's have a look then at this next effort as we continue with Hamilton, Larson, Wall, Mackison and Malley the top 5. And all of them separated by some 7 metres. Most of that is between first and second. Here's our leader then, Sophie Hamilton, 48.36 to open up. Javelin held high and firm, just building up speed. And that does fly out closer to 50 metres. So Hamilton looking like a strong favourite just at this stage.
So the lineup for this scientific is 11, women's 100 in line 1, for poetry to the cargo in 2.
Well, Sophie Hamilton improving to 50 metres 50. Well, in theory, the wind is not the way the athletes would want, but obviously somewhat beneficial, it may appear. Sophie Hamilton improving her personal best by 20 centimetres then, and really testing the rest of the field. She now leads by some 6.5 metres from Jasmine Larson in second. Dawn Russell of University of the West of Scotland yet to get a valid mark in coming into this second round, but does manage 33.78. So we have some 5 athletes over 40 metres at this stage. Gina Meekings, this is her teammate Sadie Brown. So Sadie Brown of Brunel, 34.61 coming into this round.
So here we go, here we are at the 11, women's 100.
So hasn't often been a full field of 8 athletes in these women's 100 heats. This next set features Janae Darko of Coventry, Tomi Olatona of Nottingham Trent, Birmingham City's Nifemi Ogunbase, Lottie Glover of Durham, Natalia Aspinall of Liverpool, Isabel White of Man Met, Kinga Kudzia of Cardiff Met, and Annabelle Honey of Loughborough. So Annabelle Honey top ranked here, personal best 11.87. Well, this is pretty close with Kudzia and Honey. Kudzia just about gets there, 12.40 on the clock. Kinga Kudzia, part of the squad that won relay gold over 4x200 metres indoors. It was a fabulous victory by a great team, and similar to the men's win for Sheffield Hallam, which of course was on home soil in February. But they weren't necessarily the first teams that you would have expected to have won gold, but they put in a great performance.
The lineup for the penultimate heat of the women's 100 in lane 1 at Pittsburgh University.
So now into the third round of the javelin, and yeah, still really impressed by what we've seen from Sophie Hamilton of Loughborough, taking over from Becca Walton, it seems, as the favourite. Jasmine Larson into second place though. She's been pushed in and out of the medals, but obviously still all can change. 43.94 was her improvement in the second round. That's her best this year. And then Rachel Wall of Birmingham behind the two Loughborough athletes with 43.20 in third place. You're watching live coverage of the first day of action of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships. We have a couple of the women's 100 metre heats to go. We're hoping to have David Chapman, the men's 200 metre indoor champion the last 2 years, join us on commentary for the men's 100 metre heat, so it'll be really interesting to get his perspective, and also it will help them go by quicker given how many of them there are. I think it's 15 this time around. And other guests hoping to hear from today include Angelica Operinde of Stirling, Basil Rock of Bath, and University of Manchester will also bring their captains up as well later this afternoon, so hopefully we'll learn a few things and gain a bit of insight there. So Rachel Wall, very, very consistent so far. 43.20 in this third round. Seeing their effort from Katie Mackison. 41.98 she improves to by 11 centimetres, but still over a metre outside of the medals. You can see the Cardiff vest here of April Palmer in 12th place at the moment with 34.21. So approaching the halfway point of the Women's Javelin A final. We've crossed that a few minutes ago in the women's 100 metres. Just the two heats left. Amidat Ibrahim, Christina Poulsen, Sophia Reed-Thomas, Chichi Ojigbani, Emily Kerr, Helena Jelenska, Izzy Tustin and Sadie Graham Mulvaney in this one. Again, top two going through to the semi-automatically. So Tustin should be strong in this one from lane 7. Looking good at this point. It's another Welsh University with Christina Poulsen battling her. So 12.32 as they both qualify for the semis, which are coming up at 20 to 6. So we've seen strong wins in the athletes' faces in the last few moments. And it's a let up just slightly, minus 1.2 there. Leaves us with one more heat remaining, of course. And can tell you that the target time for qualification is now 12.68. So it was 12.69, so just a tiny touch faster. And it's Zoe Dake still in that position, having just missed out on the top two, and Ashley Watson also waiting to see if she can qualify. Back to the javelin, it's still Hamilton, Larson and Wall.
Still in the lead is Sophie Hamilton, but in her second round throw, she has gone out to a personal best of 50 metres 50. So she returns successfully.
So, final throw I think this is of this round. In fact, there's two more to come, but Sophie Hamilton leading the way, already with a personal best and a lead of 6.5 metres. What can she do here then? Not the fastest down the runway, but does get the technique just right, and once again is around the 50-metre mark.
right after this, finally, 2100 BUCS to the next 100.
So Sophie Hamilton with 48 metres and 1 centimetre then in that round number 3. Charlotte Wade of Birmingham, her teammates in 3rd place, and she's in 9th with 37.25. Final throw then of this 3rd round comes from Dawn Russell, University of the West of Scotland. 33.78 for her so far. Wade was not able to improve, 35.13. So it's going to take something very, very special for anyone to overhaul Sophie Hamilton today, but behind her, very much up for grabs. In this last heat then of the women's 100 metres, Darcy Ellis, Janelle Amadeson, Scarlett Thomas-Wright, Olivia Fowler, Hannah Lounsborough, Ella Harvey, Isabel Walton and Sabrina Jones. Another one that's fairly close, and Scarlett Thomas-Wright, the only athlete that is sub 12 seconds based on PBs. So Thomas-Wright from lane 3 gets a great start, being chased down by Fowler of Edge Hill and overhauled as well. So it's going to be these two, Edge Hill and Birmingham, 12.08. Very, very impressive, and out of all the athletes that we've seen winning heats, perhaps these two are the closest to their personal bests. Lesser wind as well, into minus 1.0, so in respective terms that's not too bad. Very impressive that. And of course for some of these athletes as well, a chance if you don't make it past the semi-finals, you know, put a strong team together for the relays. I'm sure whether they make it through or not, we'll see quite a number of these athletes again. Could also be in the 200 metres, although it really is quite tough to double up. For some it could mean, you know, 6 races, maybe 7 or even 8 if possible.
I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. I was born to be a legend. 'Cause I was born to be a legend. When you've been to hell and back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. When the battle is raging, the blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it, reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good.
You're watching live coverage of the first day of action of the 2025 BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here from Manchester. We are in the fourth round now of the Javelin A final. Just seen Dawn Russell improve to 40.94 for 6th place. So that means that she's the 6th athlete indeed over 40 metres. So, on to the Amblin women's 100 metres later, but we start with the men's 100 heats now. And Shonan Yogu coming through in 10.70 there in the first heat. So, should be nice and easy qualification. Now, of course, the winner of the 200 metre title indoors is David Chapman, and he joins me now to go through some of these races. David, what do you make of this kind of event? You're obviously doing the 200 metres, but should be exciting to see these 100 heats.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a little bit windy so far today with the women's heats, but it's a good way to find out who's in the shape at the start of the season.
Yeah, qualification should be pretty easy though, shouldn't it, for some top guys?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's just about getting careful and, you know, for those top guys to actually get through the first race.
How are you feeling ahead of the 200 metres? So you've got heats coming up tomorrow, is it?
Yes, heats tomorrow and then semi and final on the Monday. So I'm feeling quite good for it. Training's been well. Just come back from a training camp in Spain, so that's a nice experience to have. And yeah, feeling good for it.
Some great moments for you indoors the last 2 years. So great battles as well with Harry Taylor indoors. So, I mean, they must be some of your best memories in the sport.
Yeah, absolutely. I think since coming to Leeds Beckett, it's definitely heightened my love for athletics. And just watch Harry run past now, ready for his heat. It'll be nice to see what he does here. But obviously, when it comes to the start line tomorrow, it's a different story.
Absolutely. But yeah, it was just incredible. We knew that would be the head-to-head rivalry indoors. I think your teammate Bailey Lawton, possibly even housemate, training partner.
No, not housemate. He's my training partner and
That's it.
A good friend. So
yeah, exactly. So yeah, he was watching on that, you know, and you had the whole kind of Leeds Beckett support crew behind you because Leeds Beckett don't win too many gold medals, but this was a real big opportunity for them. So must mean a lot for you to deliver for your university.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's one of them where I like to, with a university like Leeds Beckett that struggle to get gold medals, especially in the sprints, it's nice to give those people hope that they can come to Leeds Beckett and they can succeed in sprinting.
Are you from Leeds as well?
No, I'm from Sheffield.
Ah, okay.
So just a trip up the M1, but
yeah. So well, we've just seen Shonan Yogu in his first heat, but it could be wide open, this men's 100 metres. So in the past, as you may know or remember, David Morgan Harrison dominated for a bit, Tyler Panton also winning gold medals, but neither of them are here. So it could be a wide open men's 100 metres.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just looking at the start list, it's a very, very wide open, and it'll be interesting to see what the boys do in these first heats.
Yeah, I mean, Loughborough are famous for not having sprinters, but I think they've kind of changed that a little bit, and now they do have contenders.
Yeah, definitely. But I think the Loughborough one in this next heat's got to watch out for our Leeds Beckett athlete next to him. Yeah,
Nathan Gavahan, what do we know about him?
Yeah, I think he'll go well in this one. Well, I hope so anyway. I'll have my fingers crossed for him, but he ran a PB indoors for over the 60, so he's definitely worked on his acceleration, but it's one of them where I don't see him day in, day out, but I do know about what he puts in and the hard work he puts in.
So the Javelin final in the fourth round now, still the top three of Hamilton, Larson and Wall all awaiting their fourth attempts. Let's take you through the lineup of this next heat of the men's 100 metres as the whistle goes. Thomas Leacock of Brunel, who's a key part of their relay quartet indoors. Matteo Hughes of Edinburgh, Mateus Mann of Sussex, Yushin Wang of Oxford, Judah Chike Michael of Warwick, Harry Taylor of Loughborough and Nathan Gavahan of Leeds Beckett. It will be the top two going through automatically to those semi-finals, which are coming up at 6 o'clock. So long old day this, and then 4-time qualifiers across all of 14 heats. So watch out for Harry Taylor in lane 6 in particular, top ranked athlete in this. So Taylor with that personal best of 10.4. coming through well here, but a little closer than we maybe expected. Javelin does get that second place. Just about. There was a good battle there on the inside. Thomas Leacock was coming through nicely for Brunel, so would like to see the times on that. 10:85. Now, David, a lot of these athletes running into very strong winds, minus 2.0 meters per second. It's gone up to minus 4.9 at one point. What impact does that have on you as a sprinter coming down this home straight?
I think it's just how you react to it, if I'm honest. I think if you know prior to getting on the start line that there's going to be a windy race, then it brings down your expectation of what time it is, and rather battling for that time, it goes more towards actually racing the race, which I think really benefits the athlete sometimes. And certainly when it's windy in my races, I tend to go for more of the approach of just winning the race rather than chasing the time. Yeah, that's interesting, that, because often when the race is heavily into a minus wind, people say, why couldn't you just do it the other way? Isn't it a shame that we couldn't just run the back straight or whatever? But some people say, well, actually, yeah, it is part of the sport when you have a windy race to be able to adapt to it. Jeremiah Azu had a very windy British champs here, and he managed to win with a windy 990. And some people saying, well, maybe Jeremiah Azu just reacted better to having a windy race. Maybe he just dealt better with that as an athlete, or can deal better with that as an athlete. So, yeah, I think you make a good point there that it's just part of the sport.
Yeah.
But Harry Taylor looked pretty good there, looked pretty solid, even if it was maybe a little bit closer than we imagined with your teammate Javelin.
Yeah, he was very relaxed by Harry, and I'm happy for Nathan to chase him down. He's done the right thing there, just sitting next to him and reacting to when Harry set off. But very relaxed from Harry, looking quite dangerous for the semi-final later on.
How would you go into a race if you knew that there were two going through automatically, and then beyond that it's really, really tough to make it through among so many heats? If you were someone like him, you're not necessarily going to be the winner of the heat, but it's going to be really close. You just have to give everything, I guess, in that heat.
Like Nathan or
someone
Harry.
Like Nathan, yeah.
So I think it's been a while since I've been in a position where I've had to struggle with that, especially at BUCS in recent years. But I remember when I used to be in that situation where I'd have to push myself with a person that's much quicker than me. I would just simply run my race, and whatever outcome comes along with it. It's just about executing your race, and especially with a heat semi-final that these lads are facing, you've just got to get on with it and run your quickest race in the heat.
Yeah, I think that was one of the reasons why we saw that the last heat of the women's 100 was the quickest with 12:08. The wind had lessened a little bit, but also it was just athletes that were like, I just want to run the race of my life in order to make it through to the semi-finals. I wonder what the athletes will make of having the finals at 10:30 in the morning tomorrow.
Yeah, I've never experienced that in my life, to be honest. I don't know how I react to it, but...
Yeah. So, fourth round of the javelin there, no improvement for Sophie Hamilton, 50-50, no measurement given there. So, the improver in this fourth round has been Rachel Wall to 44.35. So, Hamilton, Wall, Larson and Mackerson. Have you done any field events in your career?
Not recently, no. But I did get fourth place in the Yorkshire Counties high jump when I was in top end under 15. I was a 1 metre 60 high jumper back in the day, which didn't take me anywhere, but
it's a starting point.
Yeah, I did the YDLs and stuff like that. I'd fill in for javelin or discus or something like that, but it was nothing special. I think there was one time where I really struggled to get the landing of the javelin, and the officials just told me to just stick it in the ground, and that conversation always gets brought up at the dinner table.
Right, well, I mean, there are B finals here where participation is all part of it, right? Just getting out there, having 6 throws, which is quite nice actually for some athletes who maybe don't have the same talent as you in their main event, the sprint, to come here and get 6 throws, and even if you're throwing 30 metres, you're part of the team.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's all about getting that engagement with athletics and making sure that the people enjoy that, which is what I found at Leeds Beckett.
So this is heat number 3. Top athlete to watch here perhaps is Jaden Arthur. We've got Alistair Eddington, Sam Brudney, Shion Evans, Arthur, then Luca Logue Fonseca, Pierre Walker and Uzo Herbert. Arthur has a personal best of 10:44. He was 6th outdoors last year. But the top 2 from last year aren't here, Before and Panton. So an opportunity for someone else. Let's have a look at how this one goes. Arthur goes from lane 4, Jane and Arthur for Loughborough here. Long hole, but eventually underway. Good start from Jaden Arthur through the centre, but now pretty even with Loke Fonseca of Birmingham in 2nd place. Uzo Herbert chasing for East London, going to be in 3rd. 11:04 on the clock there. So I suspect they're all still running into a wind, but yeah, that was a nice close heat, and he was pushed quite hard again, was Jaden Arthur.
Absolutely. Very relaxed. Just a shame out the wind.
Minus 2.5 there coming up. So all of these results on the Roster Athletics website and app. So this David Chapman joining me from Leeds Beckett, winner of the BUCS Indoor 200 title the last couple of years. Out of those 2 titles, does either sort of stand out? Was it special achieving it more the first time, or special successfully retaining the title?
I think it's a very boring answer, but I think I have benefits of both of them. I've enjoyed both of my times winning BUCS for the indoors. I think obviously for the first year when I ran the time that I did, that was such a great feeling, and the fact that it was such a close race with me and Harry. And then this year's BUCS, I really struggled with it going into it, and to still have the mental strength to go into it and still go and perform at an ability that would lead me to go and win it was quite special to me, and it made me believe that I could do it even if I wasn't feeling it.
And then outdoors last year, you were 2nd to Tyler Panton.
Yes.
Was that right? Yeah. So that was another good battle. And of course, he was someone who was desperate for gold because he'd often been 2nd and 3rd in the past. So yeah, it's nice seeing one way or another athletes stand on the top step of the podium. Sometimes they have to wait a long time for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we're into the 5th round of the Javelin. Sophie Hamilton, 50-50, that personal best, in 1st place for Loughborough. Rachel Wall splitting the Loughborough quartet. Birmingham athlete, 44.35 in the 4th round. And she is some 41 centimetres ahead of Jasmine Larson of Loughborough.
So the men in heat 4, the 100 metres, making their final preparation. And in lane 1 will be Portsmouth University's Exact Class 3 in 2.
So 5th round continuing in the Javelin, and next heat of the men's 100 will be heat number 4 with Tyvon Innes of Brunel. So we'll have Zach Clark Green of Portsmouth, Marek Wazosha of Cardiff Met, Tyvon Innes of Brunel, Chuko Edward of UCL, Ross Duffin of Strathclyde, Quinton Marnie of Edge Hill, and Onose Awen Limobo of St Andrews. Also, while looking at these heats, you kind of get an idea of who might have a strong relay team. Are you able to put out a relay team this year, do you think?
Yeah, we can get a relay team out. Yeah, definitely. I don't know, I can't say it'll be as strong as the other teams like Cardiff Met and Loughborough, but it's the way that I see it as one of the captains and one of the committee members on the team, it's most important to actually get people in a team, regardless of where they're going to come or whatever like that. It still gives them an experience and a reason to come to BUCS.
Yes, people who might not actually have their own individual races sometimes coming in and having the chance to run as well, which would be good.
Yeah, absolutely.
In terms of Leeds Beckett generally, we've seen a few athletes qualify this morning. Anyone else within the squad that we should be looking out for?
Yeah, we've got a couple 4 hurdlers that are coming up. So we've got one of the girls, Frances Hogg, and then we've got one of the boys, Luke Turner, who at the moment they're ranked about 10th to 12th on paper, but as we know, anything can happen in athletics, and especially with a windy day like this, those rankings and those people that are above them can really potentially drop down and not perform to their best, and hopefully those who can take advantage of that. And then moving on, we've got our 4x4 team is looking quite strong as well. We've got a couple members from my squad going into it, Team Thomas, so be interested to see especially what Bailey Lawton does.
Yeah, and yeah, something like 4 hurdles, you could have a PB by a couple of seconds. It could make a difference. And the fields aren't that deep, actually, at BUCS in an event like that. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see what happens. So, Innes of Brunel, the top-ranked athlete here. Personal best of 10:48. He's the England under-23 silver medalist and Southern silver medalist as well. Both achievements last summer, of course, and should again be part of Brunel's relay quartet. So Clark Green, Wazosha, Innes, Edward, Duffin, Marnie and Awen Limobo. Just waiting for this race to start. So green card being shown. Issue with the blocks, but not a major issue. So Innes some 3.5 tenths faster than the rest of the field on paper. Let's see what he can do here. He goes in lane 3 for Brunel. So a medal winner in the relay, but let's see if he can assert himself individually here. Very close, but Tyvon Innes in the navy of Brunel coming away from the field very strongly. 10:78 on the clock. And you can see there someone that looked very, very keen, Tyvon Innes, to really show that he comes in good form. That was an impressive heat victory.
Yeah, very strong, very smooth from Tyvon.
England under-23, some senior silver medalists from last year, Javelin Innes, Brunel, took that in 10.78.
Although you haven't necessarily been at the fight for the medals in some of these relays over the past couple of years, I'm sure you've enjoyed some of the battles between Brunel and Loughborough and Birmingham in some cases, Cardiff Met, because 3-way battles we've had, you know, the last few 4x1s and 4x2s, it's been really thrilling stuff, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. I think the battle last year between Brunel and Loughborough, I watched it from over by the 200 metre line after my second leg relay. And that was it was an interesting battle. It was very tense in the core room when I remember, but with our team, Lees Beckett being in lane 1, I think we were completely out of it. I think we were just there to just finish it off and go and get the boys some experience getting and running the final of a relay.
Yeah, we're seeing some of the characters that were involved in that, and yeah, Will Hawker also going in the next heat. The last 2 years he's been at the sharp end of those battles as well, so interesting to see what they can do. Of course, Sheffield Hallam winning gold indoors, and I think that was a good example, Sheffield Hallam's victory, of a good team performance. They didn't necessarily have the fastest sprinters on paper, and they were missing one of their fastest with Corey Nealon Richards, who wasn't involved. So it shows sometimes that, you know, Lees Beckett, that should give them hope. The fact that teams like Cardiff Met in the women's side, Sheffield Hallam the men's side did win those races indoors.
Yeah, I think with a team like Sheff Hallam, they're very famous for winning the 4x2 indoors. Obviously, they've got the record there with the quartet, including Joe Ferguson, who's just gone out to the World Relays in China. And it was really nice to see them all come together, especially with, like you mentioned, they didn't have the strongest people in the team, but it just shows that once you've got a core of about 2 or 3 athletes, it can really take a relay team to the promised lands.
So 6th round of the javelin then, still Hamilton, Wall and Larson, the top 3. Others were in the medals earlier but have been pushed down, like Katie Mackison and Joanna Malley. No improvements in distance though in the last few moments since we were last with the javelin. Looking here at Berna Brunel and her throw, 35.54 so far, she's in 12th place. So we're getting through these men's 100 heats, and next we'll have Will Hawker of Cardiff Met, as mentioned, Malachi Broderick, Oxford Brookes, George Lagagianas at Southampton, Alex Spence McMorris of Liverpool John Moores, Douglas Rogan Ray of St Andrews, Rory Voss of Stirling, Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough, and Tony Tanani Alaba of Leicester. Well, Lorenzo Paisan, very impressive winner of the indoor title over 60 metres. Do you do many 60-metre races?
Not very well, no.
Yeah, it's sort of thing where one mistake and you're out of it. Very, very brutal in that sense. But Lorenzo Paisan did well. He's also a former European under-20 champion as well. So we have seen in the last few years quite a bit of international flavour to proceedings, not just British athletes. So that probably adds something extra.
Yeah, good to see. Good to see the internationals coming along.
So Hawker, Broderick, Lagagianos, Spence McMorris, Rogan Ray, Voss, Paisan and Alaba, with the Italian international Lorenzo Paisan of Loughborough in lane 7. So Paisan not the best start, Voss of Stirling and Hawker going well. Now Paisan comes through on Hawker, really good four-way battle behind. 10.82 then, the time there. These times certainly aren't that quick, but they are into strong wins. Paisan qualifies, does the job that he needs to do to make it through to the semi-finals at 6 o'clock. And that, in fact, almost still win then. Minus 0.1 for Paisan. Just waiting to see who was second indeed. But yeah, and again, a good result for him, an athlete who won the 60-metre title. And he'll want to try and add 100 metres if he can. But, I mean, so far from what we've seen, there's no one that's obviously established themselves as someone that looks like they're definitely going to be a gold medal contender, other than what we already knew going into this competition. So it's really unclear at the moment. I think we have to see the semi-finals really to get more of a flavour.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the semi-finals is where you identify who's the top 3 or top 4 or how close the race is going to be. I think with the heats it's difficult, especially with the conditions and the wind being all over the place. It's difficult for the athletes to, well, the top athletes to really gauge where they're at. And I think, like I mentioned earlier, it's just about getting through this first race.
So final round of the Javelin continues then, and top 7 or 8 remaining the same. Dawn Russell improving just then to 42.27, but stays in 5th place. And David, as someone who's won BUCS twice, what's kind of the next step for you? What are you hoping to gain, in the next couple of years? Are you still under 23?
Yeah, I've got my one last year's under 23, so obviously there's the Europeans coming up. I'd like to push for that and see what I can do at the start of the outdoor season. But if I unfortunately don't make it anywhere through this year, my last year under 23s, I think it's just continuing what I'm still doing. This will be my last year at university as well, so I'm going to the working world, so try and look for something that balances athletics and for getting the money to continue the pathway, I guess.
Securing the coin, yeah. So what industry are you thinking about working in?
It's very up in the air at the moment. I think one way that I've been directed to is towards teaching assistant. It's a way that, nice hours, nice pay, just the job might be a little bit stressful sometimes, but I'm sure I'll be able to cope with that with the people around me.
Sure you will. This is heat number 6 then. And looks to me like Jack Gibbs could be the athlete to watch out for here. We've got Chure, Krista, Rab, Hungarian athlete, Ola Sogba, Gianoran, Seeley Gibbs and Owalobi. So Jack Gibbs, one of the relay winning quartet indoors, in this one, but run out of things here. Henry Christer of Newcastle and Owolobi of Brunel look to be the ones going through. 10.74.
Henry Christer with a really solid run there, all the way out in lane 2.
Yeah, he was strong throughout. Christer, the Southern under-20 100-metre champion last year. The wind's gone back up again a little bit, has steadied somewhat. So what's it like then behind the scenes then of a weekend at BUCS Championships for Leeds Beckett? Are you arriving yesterday? Have you got sort of a hotel? Are people split around? Are you gathering in between sessions in the evenings?
So ours is mine and the chairman's role is a little bit different compared to just the athletes that are competing this weekend. We've had to do all the organising and stuff like that, so very stressful at the moment, but I think with me being on committee for the last 2 years now, I've managed to, whenever we get to BUCS, just settle down and go, right, well, this is what I'm doing on this day, this is what I'm doing on this day, and stuff like that, and just organising it. But we've drove across this morning, nice and easy, and then we've got a hotel up in Manchester, so somewhere around there. In terms of like team meetings, I think we just kind of leave it, I'll be honest. I think it's a little bit difficult this year because we've got a lot of people that are not in the same location, they're quite spread out. So just keeping in contact with them and making sure that everyone's okay is the most important thing.
And I suppose you're hoping to kind of savour the feeling, you know, if this is your last year at university, sometimes people tend to pop up unexpectedly, you know, doing a master's that they didn't expect. But yeah, you'll be hoping to just sort of capture this feeling and add to the memories that you've created.
Yeah, I think regardless, I've had a really enjoyable 2.5 years so far, coming up to 3 years now. So I think regardless of what I do tomorrow or across the weekend, or what Leeds Beckett do, or anyone else that I'm close to that across the BUCS, I'll be proud of it and I'll be happy for what they achieve.
So we've also got men's high jump qualification underway, so that's looking to make it through to the final, of course. And then at 1 o'clock, well, just gone 1, so Amblin men's and women's long jump finals. And of course we continue with the heats of the men's 100 metres. In the women's javelin, no change still to the top 3. Sophie Hamilton, Rachel Wall, Jasmine Larson. We have the men's shot put final coming up at 4:30. That's the main situation where the medals will be decided. Also the men's javelin at 4:20. No medals to be decided on the field today, on the track today, sorry, but just heats and semi-finals.
I always find it weird when there's medals on the first day.
Do you?
It's one of them where I kind of think, you know, Monday's the final day, so all the medals should be decided on then, but it's very difficult, I imagine, with the organising of it all.
But I think that when all the medals are decided on Monday, not everyone gets the fair spotlight. Obviously the 200-metre final would take centre stage when it's on, but when there's 4 field finals at once, it's just not possible to show 5 things at the same time.
Yeah,
so I think it is nice that some medals are decided on the first day, just to spread it out really, and it means that they get centre stage. I often think the same, like when the Diamond League is on a Friday, it will get more attention than if it's on the same day as the Premier League and, I don't know, let's say golf and international cricket and international rugby. It just won't cut through as much.
Yeah, it's about finding the way that athletics is engaging with the general public now.
For sure. I mean, obviously today is a Saturday, it's the first day anyway, but yeah, unusual to have major sport on a bank holiday Monday maybe, so that maybe could capture people's attention. They might not be doing other things on that Monday, So that's another reason why you would have lots of finals on the final day. And yeah, it does add a sense of this is finals day, and it's certainly, it retains the energy that when you have 15 heats of the same thing doesn't.
Yeah, such a drag into it, but you just got to get through it.
Yeah. So this will be heat number 7 with Dami Olawoy of Newcastle, Samuel Ebenin of Manchester, decathlete, Chetan Tutengill of Bristol, Benjamin Rogers of Liverpool, Jasper Emmanuel of Canterbury Christchurch, Tom Larkin of Nottingham Trent, Stuart Greenhalgh of Stirling, and Benedict Chukwueze of Warwick. So Greenhalgh, like his teammate Rory Voss, often a good contender in these sprint events. He's the Scottish Universities champion this year with a personal best of 10:49. So could be one to watch out for here.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how he goes. He was 3rd place in my very first BUCS indoors, so hopefully we've had a good relationship since then. So hopefully he goes well in this. I'll be rooting for him on this one.
Nice to hear. For a second I thought he might be a DNS, but he was just making everyone wait, just gradually trudging to his position.
Lots of mind tricks in the 100 metres. That's why I don't like it.
What, so much more so than the 200, yeah?
I'd say so, yeah. We always get a couple, but I think with the 100 metres, because it's so cutthroat, you've just got to do whatever you can to put them off, especially if you're potentially not feeling that confident in your track abilities.
Olawoy, Ebenin, Tutengill, Rogers, Emmanuel, Larkin, Greenhalgh and Chukwueze. Yeah, I don't know whether it's echo, but some of these athletes also slow to settle into their blocks, but are now. There goes that crisp sound of the gun, and coming through here nicely is Ebenin and Greenhalgh in the green vest for Stirling. 10.94, good battle between Ebenin in the end and Chukwueze of Warwick.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see who got that second spot there.
Yeah, it's hard sometimes because we're not quite in line with the finish line.
I always find it quite difficult as well when there's one athlete in lane 2 and then the other one in lane 7, especially trying to see across the line there, and then with another athlete coming through in the middle.
Yeah, it's like you're looking at 2 different places.
Yeah.
So do you find generally that you know a lot of competitors well beyond Leeds Beckett University because of not just BUCS, but because of whether it's YDLs or club activity or English schools or other stuff like that?
Yeah,
you know a lot of people.
I completely agree. I think it's one of them where it's a gradual progression, and especially if you go to university coming up with athletics in English schools or YDLs or even like nationals for indoors or outdoors, you tend to know the people, but you don't know them personally. And I think BUCS is the perfect way to really enhance that, especially being there for 3 days. And there's not much conflict, should I say, in between all the athletes. It's a nice environment to be in, I think.
Unless it's the relay call room.
Yeah, unless it's the relay, but obviously at Beckett we've never experienced that.
There is some rivalry with the University of Leeds, is there not?
A tiny bit. I think from my perspective, because I'm working with them on committees, we don't really feel it that much, but obviously we've just had our varsity. Unfortunately not for athletics though, but it's still that if we see one we'll boo them, if we see one we'll shout abuse at them, but it's all love at the end of it.
You work together then on committees?
Somewhat, yeah. It's mainly working towards like our varsity and athletics and making sure that everything runs smoothly on that. And then just being all in all friendly with them, and if there's any support that they need or any support that we need, we'll give it to them. But yeah, I know there's a couple freshers, when they hear the word varsity or conflict, they always automatically go for it and they start jumping. And I just kind of stand there. I'm like, no, let's not do that just yet.
Love that. So Alex Azu, again another who's been a key part of relay quartets for Cardiff, met in this one. Personal best of 10.56. He was 8th in 200 last year. Of course, brother of Jeremiah. Renan Lavirot of Durham. Charlie Eisinger of Exeter. Freddie Arkle of Birmingham, who was in that 60 final indoors but was injured and kind of walked across the line. So it'd be interesting to see him in full flight here. Palumi Babalola of Cambridge. Birmingham City University's Baron Apoku. Bayern of Bebo of Kingston, and Tristan Jamieson of Hartpury. So just break away here to confirm the javelin final results. Sophie Hamilton gold for Lapra. Jasmine Larson, her teammate, taking the silver, 50-50 and 45-33 respectively. Rachel Wall getting the bronze for Birmingham. In the men's high jump, 2 pools of qualification. 2 meters and 3 is the automatic height. So that's some 43 centimeters above your personal best, I believe.
Yeah, I don't think I could ever get that. I think maybe 170 I could push for, but
yeah, let's see it.
My coach will never allow me to do that.
Well, the qualification marks are often really, really high, though. Just to make sure that no more than 12 people make it. But yeah, the moment bars appear to be at 188, and Will Jackson, Archie Street, Ben Pitts, Louis Reynolds, Brooklyn Crooks are all over, but some of the top athletes like Kimani Jack, Lionel Owona yet to enter, and they are the sort of contenders we expect in the final, along with Harry Wiley and Luke Ball. Okay, heat number 8. As we see also ambulance long jump final underway. More on that in a moment. Looking there at Freddie Wallace in the ambulant men's long jump final. He's actually a guest in the event. It's led by Joel Mattix, 5.62 from Wallace, 5.45. Alex Azu, Renan Lavirot, Charlie Eisinger, Freddie Arkle. Let's see what they can do here. Azu away nicely, chased by Arkle and by Apoku in the purple. Oh, the look over. Talked about mind games in the 100 metres, another good example there.
Yeah, absolutely. But still a good run from Freddie Arkle. Been nice to see him after that 60-metre event that he didn't manage to finish on that one.
Exactly, yeah.
But we'll try not to bring that up anymore.
Yeah. There were actually 4 rounds of the 60 metres. There was a rerun needed because of that thing that you hope doesn't happen, where athletes aren't separated by thousandth of a second. And Joshan Venkatasamy of Sheffield Hallam, I think he did about 9 races in the end, because he had to do an extra round of the 60 metres. He had to do 3 rounds of the 200 and 2 relay races. So yeah, I just wonder if you were in that situation where your times couldn't be separated, would you rather the drawing of lots like Dave King had at the World Indoors, where they pull your names out of a hat? Or would you rather have a rerun 25 minutes before your final?
I'd rather have a look. I think, I remember in that, it was very, very exciting for the indoors. It definitely gave something a bit extra to the sport that I'd never seen before. And I've been doing the sport for about 10 years now. But I definitely would have gone for look. What would you have gone for?
To be honest, I think it depends on whether you were a medal contender. And so I think if you were a medal contender, you would feel as though that race 25 minutes before would rule you out, I suppose. Just, well, because of, 4 rounds in one day. If it was a little bit more, if it was closer to an hour, it might be fine, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. But still, though, with only 6 meters, it's not really a very tiring event compared to the, the tougher ones like the 4 and the 200 actually.
If you've got the 200 meters coming up as well, you might think, if I don't make it, if I'm not the one that's drawn out of the hat, I could concentrate on the 200. But I think it was his first BUCS as well, so
it was a brave call from Josh, but I think let him do it, let him decide it, and I think whether that affects him on for the 200 the following days, then we never know. We'll never know, but it definitely didn't affect him coming away with 2 medals that weekend, bronze in the 200 and a relay gold.
Yeah, absolutely. So, he's still got that chance to get that individual medal, which was super impressive. So in this ambulance long jump final, so medals will be decided here. So too in the women's event, this is decided on point scores afterwards by virtue of the different classifications. Joel Mattox, T20 athlete, leading the way. And then, as I say, Freddie Wallace, who's second, is a guest, so he's not eligible for a BUCS gold medal. Travis Anderson, who's in third, is also T20, so it's a direct head-to-head, and he's 82 centimetres ahead. This here is a Rio Booth of Liverpool John Moores. 4:15 for him so far in the second round, and we're now moving into the final round, obviously going through quite quickly because just a few athletes in this. You may have caught sight also of Maddie Down, who was one of the first ever Para Commonwealth Youth Games medalists at the Commonwealth Youth Games in 2023 in Trinidad and Tobago. So it's just her and Desiree Villa Bargiela of Canterbury Christchurch. So that's why they're combined into one final, or they're at least going alternately. As we see here in this final round, Joel Mattox looks like the title may well be heading his way. So we've talked about Josham Venkatasamy, Mauritius international. He goes for Sheffield Hallam in lane 1. So the seedings really have been quite mixed for the fastest athlete as per the heat. So is that a random lane draw then?
Yeah, I think so. I think in the heats they definitely separate it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the heats, etc.
Heat, yeah.
But I think
Random
for the actual lane draw, it's completely random.
Javonte Galloway Clark, James Fleming, Jacob Thomas, Clayton Jacinto, Ethan Craven, Liam Gambrill and Theo Danquar. So Venkatasamy leading this one, very, very close behind. Craven is fighting, and so too is Gambrill and Jacinto. 10:77, which is actually one of the faster of the heats that we've seen to this point in this heat number 9. Venkatasamy, though he's a couple of tenths off his personal best, which isn't too bad in the circumstances. A decent run there.
It'll be interesting to see what the conditions are like actually on the track. I know sometimes the wind does pick up sometimes, but sometimes it doesn't actually affect the athletes as much as it does. I know sometimes I've run a race where I've been blown around by the wind, it's come up as a plus 1 point something, and just be interested to see what the conditions are actually like out there rather than just what's flashing up on the screen.
And obviously, I mean, this track is synonymous for having high winds, but do you think that is just because we're in Manchester, or do you think there's anything about the nature of the track where it kind of does, the wind does sweep around it?
I think potentially, yeah. With the opening down there by the finish line, sorry, it can definitely funnel the wind up the track. And I find with tracks like that, it definitely funnels the wind up against you. So yeah, potentially, or it just could be because we're in Manchester.
Yeah, no, it could be both, but we have seen up to 7 meters per second, I think, at times. but that was in the athlete's favour. But that's just a little bit frustrating. But yes, no, that is quite potentially a possibility. So, a few more heats remaining. Muslim Habib of Birmingham going in the next one. Vidunu Abidakan of Warwick, Ashley Avis, Ewan Jones, Sam Nissen, Nicholas Kamara, James Russell and Malcolm Oshing-Bowen. Are you someone who tends to look at the start list before your heat gets underway, or just not thinking about it at all?
I definitely used to. When I was, when I was young and still learning the sport at a national level, I definitely used to look at the start list and really get worried about it and start doing like researching, power attend them, all that stuff just to find out and give myself some confidence. Whereas now I kind of trust my own abilities to go and run and just go and do it. And if the athletes in my race end up running quicker than me, then they run quicker than me. And that's definitely a mentality shift that has benefited me quite a lot, and that's helped me to, improve on the times that I've already ran so far.
Interesting. Yeah, I know different athletes have different approach, but hadn't necessarily considered that might have been something that you changed as you got faster, but does make perfect sense, to be honest. So heat number 10 coming up shortly, and we'll keep across long jump. Looks like the long jump actually might be concluded now. Nothing on the board there. So high jump qualification. Last time we looked, bar was at 188. It's now at 191. Oliver Adnett, Will Jackson, Harry Wiley, Luke Ball, the latter two there just coming into the competition at 191, have all cleared, along with Peter Krunity Salako. That is from the Group B. And then loads of clearances also in Group A. Ben Pitts, Kimani Jack, Lionel Owona, Jeffrey Morris, Louis Reynolds, Samuel Davis and Brooklyn Crooks. So looks as though we may also have settled men's high jump qualification too. There you go. So you would have only needed 191 to make it through to the finals. So.
No, I'll go get my high jump spikes out. I know with Leeds Beckett in the past couple of years, we had the trio of the Bouncy Boys, which was Jacob Thompson, Tom Quister and Morgan Williams, and out of that trio we had two medalists at the Outdoor BUCS, and Tom Quister and Morgan Williams, and with them progressing and Morgan progressing more towards the hurdles, and the other two just coming to the time at the end of the university career, he's left a void there in the squad, I think, but a void that is going to get filled by someone at some point.
Yeah, no, I really like seeing the fact that there were 7 or 8 contenders, including them, 2 teammates pushing each other.
Yeah, and 2 teammates that used to train together and everything like that.
I love the idea of the legacy of the Bouncy Boys.
Yeah.
Definitely want to pass on. So, Habib, Abidakan, Avis, Jones, Nissen, Kamara, Russell and Oshing-Bowen. DNS for Abidakan of Warwick in lane 2. Just 2 spots for the semi-finals automatically. There we are, first time of these championships we hear that beautiful sound, or dreaded sound. Did you see anything there?
From the naked eye, it looked like 108 in the green. I think there was a highlight on him, so maybe the camera knows it better than we do, but I'd push towards him, but obviously it's up to the officials.
It's the first big test of a co-commentator, really. Were you concentrating when the start happened?
Yes, I've been
caught out sometimes, you know. You just don't expect it, you weren't looking.
Oh, I'll knuckle down on it then. That was 108, but I know I don't want to have the commentator's curse.
Yeah.
It looks like a red card for athlete 108 there.
Ewan Jones, a banger, unfortunately for him. Just have a look here. It was very clear, wasn't it?
Yeah, very clear, not by much. Just looks like a anticipation for the gun there.
By the way, the target time for qualification, 11:06, 11:08, 11:12, 11:15. I mean, if you coming into these championships, if you were told that 11:15 would be all that was needed, I think you would have had your hand snapped off. But let's wait and see then. Good start there from Avis. Coming through here also nicely is Kamara and Habib. So Avis from Habib. Clock doesn't stop there. I looked up and it said 14 seconds and that didn't sound right.
No, it's still going. 21, 22.
Of the 2025 BUCS Long Course Championships.
And it looked like a really close race there.
Yeah, Ashley Avis got a medal indoors behind Lorenzo Paisan and looked decent there.
The bronze medalist, representing Birmingham, Rachel Hall. The silver medalist, representing Loughborough, Jasmine Carson. And the 2025 BUCS champion, the gold medalist, also representing Loughborough, Sophie Hamilton.
It does look like the sun's starting to break out of the clouds a little bit now, which is very rare for Manchester.
Yeah, it won't last long. It certainly won't last long, but we've got 4 more of these heats to go, if I've counted correctly. Yes, indeed. So, be interesting to see. And yeah, I think as we get into these later heats, it's less clear where the seedings lie, and therefore we could have athletes really just trying to push just to run a clean, fast race all the way to the line, and that could prove pretty close and exciting. But it is incredibly windy here as well, so
very gusty. It tends to pick up and then drop and then pick up again, and I think it's just about, I think in some cases like this, with it being heats and then semis, it's all just about the luck and being in the right place at the right time when it comes to these heats, especially for those that aren't guaranteed to final or be in the top 10 or anything like that. It's mainly about the luck and being able to perform when you get the right conditions.
So Jason Kalala goes in this again, another key part of Brunel's relay quartet over the last few years. Very dramatic battle between them and Loughborough. Down the home straight it was. Birmingham winning the 4x1 gold the previous year. Jason Kalala, previously a 200-metre medalist, bronze medalist in 2022. He was also 4th in the 200 last year. We've seen a lot of the major contenders in this 100 so far. Kalala possibly stronger over the 200 metres, but doing the one here. We probably won't see too many athletes doubling up, will we?
No, I wouldn't have thought so. I think it's either one or the other when it comes to a competition like BUCS, especially with it being early in the season. I think I'd see it with the decision of potentially doing the 100 rather than the 200, but with it being my last BUCS, I thought I'll push myself to go and do that 200 metres one last time.
So you considering doing the 100, did you say?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I think I know you asked me earlier about doing the 60s, and I think I did consider it, but I think it's just one of those decisions where if I've got the potential to go and final and go and medal, then I don't see why I shouldn't. But I think with 6 races of me trying to go and push a time, I think I'd rather just only go with one event with the 200.
Yeah, it certainly makes sense, and it means that anyone is doubling up. They're probably, in their mind, I've got to face David Chapman. I've got to face a fresh David Chapman. So heat 11 with a Brooklyn Gimo of Leicester, Mordi Ogachukwu of Aston, Kwayam Abdullahi of Nottingham, Daniel Hindle of Durham, then Brunel's Jason Kalala from lane 5, Eniola Adedoton of Swansea, Maynard Conte of Heriot Watt, and Alid James of Liverpool John Moores. So Scotland, Wales, Midlands, the North and South all represented in this heat. 4 more to go. Top 2 making it through to those semi-finals at 6 o'clock, so plenty of time before then. DNS from Ogachukwu of Aston in 2. Let's see what this one has in store. Big shouts in favour of Jason Kalala here. It's Abdullahi of Nottingham, maybe just shading it. Adejoton coming through. Kalala from Adejoton. 11.09. That was a very determined look on his face there from Jason Kalala.
Yeah, definitely. I think with this being his last BUCS as well, he's definitely got a point to prove, and just go out there and go and enjoy it, really.
Yeah, came through very strongly in the second half of the race. It was a good 4-way squabble as well at that midway point.
Posing for the cameras there.
Yeah, nothing less than you'd expect from him.
No, absolutely not. I think I've been on the receiving end of one of them.
Well, yeah, wouldn't be surprised. And if he's in the relay quartet, or if he isn't, he will be in the picture at the end.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's a very good character to have at Brunel, and I think he's one of the core people that are there that really help Brunel to progress to where they've been consistently in the relays.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. You're absolutely right. I mean, sometimes teams are quite reliant on characters just to provide the energy and to kind of make sure that things are ticked off and that people are pushed to their limits. It does help. It can be different if you're a uni that has kind of really high performance goals, whereas a kind of much more serious delivery of what to expect. But Brunel certainly seemed to have that energy.
Yeah, I remember in my first year we had energy there with our track captain Joe Prince and our previous track captain before I joined the university in Kieran Gillespie. And those two definitely pushed me, and they really helped develop me become the person that I am. And I don't think if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have taken on the role on the committee and, you know, the desire to go and help out people and take on a bigger role at Leeds Beckett.
Yeah, really interesting to hear that. And you seem to have a kind of a knowledge of what's gone on the last few years. You mentioned that Sheffield Hallam record, because I'm someone that's quite conscious that people are only aware of like the last 1 or 2 years that they've been competing.
I'm not really sure. I think because I'll have to apologise about this, because I mentioned that I'm from Sheffield. I'm actually from Rotherham, so I'm just making that very clear because I got a message come through on my watch there. So yeah, I am from Rotherham, but I'll go with I'm from Sheffield on this one. I remember when they broke that record and it was still labelled on there on the clock for like a good 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and it was still up there during my training sessions. And you could look up and everyone in that quartet was stood there still celebrating that quartet. It was definitely a really nice feeling to have. And I imagine that if I was going to university at the end of that year, I'd have gone to Sheffield Hallam because of that feeling that I got.
That's fascinating, yeah. As you say, yeah, Joe Ferguson are part of that quartet and has since gone on to great success. You know, within 2 years, he was going to the World Championships as well. We sometimes do see that. Zoe Clark won BUCS title, then won British title, and then went to the World Championships all within a few weeks, but not in all events, certainly. 3 more heats to go. This one has Lee Dollard, Virgil Doe, Gabriel Kempin, Aaron Traves, Sydney Mendez, Kai Crawford, Jacob Foote and Jake Goodman. So tall figure of Kai Crawford here. Going well. Aaron Traves also going nicely. Crawford coming through from Dollard and from Traves. 11.17 for Crawford on the clock, who's Andalusian under-23 champion in southern Spain. 10.69 his personal best.
Crawford just running off the track there. Then he just headed in to go and get in warm, I imagine. It's a great start from Aaron Travers.
Yeah, he was certainly leading in the early stages. Crawford came through very well and had time to lift off and look round.
And one of my teammates finishing off there in fourth, Jake Goodman. He's a real mix of American football and athletics, so he's one of them where, you know, sometimes we'll see him at training and sometimes we won't, but he's definitely a very, very, very good figure to have in the team and in our squad in Team Thomas.
It's the case with a lot of people, though, that they're talented in multiple sports. Doesn't always go as far as university, but yeah, I know some people who I've seen them in literally every sport, each different year of BUCS, volleyball, athletics, football, they'll do anything. So how does someone manage, how does someone make their decisions, really? At some point, I guess they've got to choose.
Oh, I have no idea. I got dropped from my Sunday League football team when I was 8 years old, so I have no idea, but I continued playing cricket up until the age of 14. But I think athletics is very transferable skills when it comes to, obviously, with the speed, any throwing events, they can transfer over to the any throwing event in that, like cricket or American football. And I think it's one of those sports where if you're really, really good at either sprinting or throwing, you just transfer into that.
Are you still bitter then from that experience as an 8-year-old, or did it make you who you were?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm still bitter. It didn't help that my brother was incredibly good at football as well in our local town, so that wasn't a nice thought. But I used to get picked on the teams because I was my brother's brother. So
I see. And is your brother still playing now, or?
No, he's finished now. He went over in America for a undergraduate course and then a master's course and played football out there. Soccer, should I say?
I thought you were going to say he was captain of Rotherham United for a minute.
No, he did play for Rotherham United though, and for Sheffield United. So, like I said, he was a good player, but unfortunately he's stopped now after his college campaign. Sorry.
11:15 is still the target time for the 4 non-automatic qualifying spots. It's held by Rory Voss of Stirling at the moment. Samuel Ebening fractionally faster, 11:12. 11:06, 11:08, Jack Gibbs and George Lagagianos, the other two. Fastest qualifiers so far, Shaunan Yogu. So, yeah, we saw that glimpse of him just as you joined, and it was quite a dominant win, but obviously that feels like forever has elapsed since then. But, yeah, maybe we should be looking at him as a dominant heat winner, as someone who could be the favourite for gold, potentially.
Yeah, he was a European medalist a couple of years ago in the 100 metres for under 20s, I do believe. So he's definitely one that has the potential to go and win it. We'll just see how he goes in the semi-finals. But looking at the 11.15, I think for people coming to the universities next year and looking at that staple for getting to the BUCS semi-final, it's quite, how should I put this, delusional in a sense, where you look at that time and you go, well, that's what they're going to run this year. And I think I've struggled with that quite a lot on the team with other athletes, saying that, looking at the times from previous years and going, well, this should final me and this should semi-final me, and it just unfortunately doesn't work like that. And I think it's very important to note that some people do that and it's not the right thing to do.
I suppose it gives you an indication, but you have to know that it could be completely different.
Yeah, absolutely.
So penultimate heat now with Bilal Kanimodo, George Warburton, Adeyinka Thomas, Matthew Cliff, Corey Nealon Richards, Gavin Malokwu, Jonathan Isiwe and Joe Carter. So Northumbria, BCU, Exeter, Glasgow, Sheffield Hallam, East Anglia, Leeds and Bath all represented. And DNS from Warburton, in fact, from lane 2. So watch out here for Corey Nealon Richards, but it could be another close heat. Carter going well on the outside. Nealon Richards through the centre though, dominant. and fantastic battle through the centre. Matthew Cliff, it might have been, who got the second place in the Black Vest of Glasgow. 11 seconds exactly, though, so yeah, decent time compared to the last few that we've seen.
Incredibly smooth from Corey there. It's very nice to watch him run again after his, I think it was a false start in the indoors. So hopefully that doesn't happen to any more athletes. And with the Uniov captain as well, Uniov lead, sorry, in Jono in lane 7, coming through there.
Very good battle for the second spot. Anything else that you're excited about? Obviously, you know, aside from the 200 that you're doing yourself.
I think just any event really. I think I enjoy watching it, and especially enjoy it when it's a Leeds Beckett athlete in there. I'll always be around supporting the team, whether it's across this last weekend or moving on to next couple of years. I'll always support him because they do hold a special place in my heart. But I think the 400 metres and the 100 metres semi-final for the women.
400 and 800 finals I just enjoy the most. 800, there's something special about it at BUCS, because we often see a great tactician win a slow race. So final heat then will come up in just a moment, and we will have Moses Sadler of Solent, Coventry's David Irabunam, Suresh Black, the Bermudan international for Birmingham, Freddie Steele of Swansea, John Duthie of Strathclyde, Thomas Pritchard of Leeds, Greg Mitchell of Edinburgh, and Ayub Zahid of City. So have you got any message now from the Mayor of Rotherham, your local MP? Happy now that you've been...
Yeah, I hope so. It was mainly my dad that sent me, so...
no, but people do that. People kind of, they say the bigger place name sometime. Just, do you know what I mean?
Make it a little bit easier for him, but then I think I always do that when it comes to like university and introduce myself to new people. But I don't mind living in Rotherham. I don't mind saying I'm from Rotherham. It's just one of those places. It's one of those facts. Though sometimes I do wish I was from Sheffield. Just say that on my passport.
Well, Rotherham's stadium, isn't it called the New York Stadium?
Yes.
Which I often think it gives it such a glamorous feel.
I think the stadium is quite nice. It's just the surrounding area that isn't the nicest. But they've started doing it up now. I went to because I lived on the outskirts of Rotherham, I had to take a bus in, which was about 40 minutes. And then they've started redeveloping all of that area now. So it's really annoying that he's started doing it now, but obviously it's a good thing that, you know, they're redeveloping Rotherham and stuff like that. I don't recommend anyone going though.
So one more heat coming up.
Final heat of our men's 100 metres. Again, 2 athletes automatically qualify 4 times those qualifiers.
So here we actually have 2 athletes with the same personal best, or at least seed time, for the last couple of years of 10:65. So that shapes things up nicely. Suresh Black and Freddie Steele it is. Lanes 3 and 4.
Yeah, I know Suresh has struggled a little bit over the last couple of years. I raced in my first year, and ever since then it's just been a bit of a disappointment for him. So I really hope he steps it up now and really sends it off now.
So once again, Sadler, Irabunam, Black, Steele, Duthie, Pritchard, Mitchell and Zahid in this final heat of the men's 100 metres. Top 2 going through to the semis at 6 o'clock. So is it going to be Black against Steele here? Black very much leading at this point. Irabunam also going well here. Should be these two just about. Black from Steele, 11:15. So doesn't look like anyone beyond the top 2 would make it through, of course.
Yeah, unfortunately not there. But still a good run from Suresh there. The Uni of Leeds captain as well, Tom Pritchard, coming through, I think, for third there. I think he'll be happy with that one.
Yeah, nice to hear you voicing up the friendly rivalry of Leeds Beckett against Leeds, and perhaps between you can add to the Yorkshire medal tally. I know people do that at the Olympics. They're like, oh, if Yorkshire were a country, it'd be here in the Olympic medal table.
No, it's so weird. I don't know why they do it. Just leave it.
Yeah. Brilliant. Well, it's been great to have you join us, and obviously you've got your 200 metres coming up tomorrow, so wish you all the best for that.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for having me.
Outsider with a rebel yell, push through the wind and the lightning, find the strength inside myself, fulfill my destiny, leave it on the battlefield with the rest of me. I was born for this. I was born for this. It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. I was born for this. Taking off the gloves, I've had enough, it's in my blood. I was born for this. 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 It's how I was made, running through my veins. I'm here to stay, never gonna quit. I was born for this. 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 I was in the darkness, heartless, left for dead, long forgotten. Something was pushing me, pulling me straight down to the bottom. Then I came alive, I walked through the fire. My mind turned the embers to red. Got caught in the deep, but I calmed the seas, and I'll never be the same. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh. held back, you're swearing that you'll never take what you got for granted. Rising from the rubble, struggle, I'm gonna be the last one standing. It runs through my blood, I've just begun to see I'm the one, I'm the chosen. The power inside is starting to rise. I know I was made for this moment. Only thing that I can say is I was meant for this, and I'll never second guess it. Fight till my last breath, 'cause I was born to be a legend. The battle is raging, the blood in the fight, sacrifice that is made, and the reason we never stop till we make history. Oh, oh, oh. I put it all on the line and I made it, reminded of why when I look in your eyes. I wish I could stay, but I'm destined for so much more, 'cause I was born to be a legend. Oh, born to be a legend.
Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, yeah. And I'm feeling good. And I'm feeling good.
The sun is shining, the grass is green, the water is calm and still here at the National Water Sports Centre in Nottingham. Welcome to BUCS Regatta 2024.
Praying hands to the Father, oh, way too good to be bothered, oh, living life then be better, yes, tell me this is forever, yeah, summer days they're getting hotter, shit getting up out the water, baby it's beautiful, so that's the future is wavy, colors are crazy, I'm living on the bright side, looking for that good life, everything is alright, riding on that golden wave, swimming in the fresh blue, glossy feeling brand new, sun is about to break through, ooh, I love the world today. I'm living on the bright side. 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 I'm living on the bright side.
first heat of the women's 400-metre hurdles with Frances Hogg of Leeds Beckett, Lisa Halliday of Liverpool, Mia Franco, University of the West of England, Natalia Vlashevska, Middlesex, Stephanie Okoro Brunel, Eleni Radopoulou City, Louisa Snape of UCL. Just the winner going through then directly to the final, as I understand, and then 4-time qualifiers through this. So Stephanie Okoro looked fantastic indoors. She's a Commonwealth Youth Games silver medalist. She's a European under-18 medalist as well, and this lead is just fantastic here, and this will be all she needs to do, just getting over these last couple of barriers, making it through to the final. One more to go now. Frances Hogg on the inside, and this is what sometimes happens in the 400 hurdles. Huge gaps between athletes. Radopoulou in third place behind Hogg and behind Okoro, the winner, 59.15 in this first heat. She's through to the women's 400-metre hurdles final. So 3 more heats remaining of the women's 400-metre hurdles. Been joined here by Stirling President Angelica Operinde. How are things going with you? You travelled down yesterday?
Yep, yesterday we came down. It was an all right travel. It's not as bad as Sheffield for the indoors, really. It's quite a nice trip. We've got a team of about 20 with us this weekend. So, yeah, it's been good.
That's a decent size for Stirling, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not too bad, you know. We're not too bad. We've got, obviously, like, the levels change quite a bit. Like, we have some potential finalists and some maybe just heats. But, yeah, we've got a good mix. Yeah, I'm excited for the team.
We just saw in the men's 100 metres, which was the previous bit of track action, we had Rory, Voss and Stewart.
Yep, so Stu's through to the semis, and so is Rory as a fastest loser.
Yeah, well,
I was quite surprised. But he's going to redeem himself into the semis later today.
Yes, well, Rory was the 11:15 time qualifier that we've been speaking about before. So, and that came in, I think, the 5th heat. So he waited from the 5th to the 14th heat as in that last position.
I know,
so he
we
done
were
really
sat
well.
here waiting like every single one. It was quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah, and then the last heat that came through, that time was the same as his time.
Yeah.
So that was a big relief, I'm sure. So this is quite tough then for these 400-metre hurdlers because only the winners going through.
I know, yeah, it's because they don't have semis, so obviously it's just heats and finals, so it makes it quite competitive. Obviously the levels that people do hurdles, it ranges quite a bit, but still for the girls, like, it's quite intense.
Yeah, I suppose you would normally expect to have just the 2 rounds in the 400-metre hurdles, but that's just the way it's panned out. There's a big gust of wind nearly
I was going to say,
blows
it's not
you
windy
away.
again.
It's only because you mentioned it, you see.
I know. That's all the chat I've heard all day today. -4, -1, -2.
Lois Dooley of University of the West of England, Deanna Clark of Nottingham, Strathclyde's Rachel Callan, Millicent Russell of Sheffield, Grace Meyer of Birmingham, Maisie Heggie of Oxford, and Amy Christian of Chester in this. So, as you say, different levels of hurdling. Really, we could well see big gaps once again, but Clark and Callan probably going to be two to watch out for here. Callan, a former relay gold medalist for Strathclyde, and Clark of Nottingham.
That was quite late. I didn't see who that was.
In the tracks there, yeah. Well, we saw just a few moments ago in the later of the men's 100 heats, there was a DQ, first one of the weekend. As I was saying to David Chapman, who was on before, it's always a big test of whether you were concentrating when it happens. And I was looking at something else. So
I wasn't paying that much attention. I didn't see it.
Another shout out for Joel Mattox and Rio Booth. Will Bishop would really like you to come and join him.
So Deanna Clark, as mentioned, she has a personal best of 60.66. She was fourth here last year, but none of the medalists that were in front of her have returned. Orla Brennan, Amelia Briggs-Good and Mel Cox are not expecting any of them to feature. But then Stepha Cora, this is her debut BUCS season, and sometimes someone, even though they haven't raced at BUCS before, they come in with incredible talent and have won medals, as I say, at European Junior Championships. So let's see what happens here. In this
it's
heat.
a green card.
Good to see. So Deanna Clark and Rachel Callan. In 3 and 4, others Dooley, Russell, Meyer, Heggie and Christian. Just the winner going through to the final. So it is, even though it's tough qualification conditions, no semi-finals to get through. Heggie has gone off well in the navy of Oxford.
I am secretly rooting for Rachel in this because she is a Scottish athlete. So it just has to happen. The Scottish unis have to come together. So I'm rooting for Rachel in this.
Grace Meyer going well in the red of Birmingham. They're down the back straight, but coming through here looks to be Rachel Callan motoring down this top bend.
Yes, Rachel's zooming down.
So it's going to be Callan from Myers. They come into the home straight. Clark, with a bit of work to do, of course. She'll hope to be in the 4 non-automatic positions. There is still this final barrier to negotiate. Clark looks strong, but Callan has plenty left. So Rachel Callan, let's have a look here. It's going to be decent time for a heat, 61.10.
61.1.
No, I think she'll be pleased with that because she ran, I think, last year and she pulled up like literally just round the bend. I think she had a sore foot. So I'm really happy that she made it to the final.
Good memory. Yeah, this is her outdoor season opener. She has a personal best of 60.64, but it's not actually her seeded time, so not in the last couple of years. But so that'll be that'll be her best time in the last couple of years, if I'm correct.
Yes, I think so. I mean, I probably would have to check with Rachel, but I think so.
Yeah, but still really strong, and that maybe showed the benefit of not having semi-finals.
Yeah.
That she could really push through this heat.
Yeah, she looks really happy with herself as well. She's probably quite relieved that she's made it through and focused on that final.
So we were talking about Stirling University, of which you're the president, Angelica, of course, and the fact that you've got a 20-strong team. What else are you excited about generally this weekend?
So this is actually my last ever BUCS because I'm 4th year. So I think just the weekend, the final ever BUCS weekend for me is quite exciting. Obviously, seeing how the team does for me personally. We've got some good potentials, so I'm excited to see how they do. Also, a lot of the other Scottish universities, Aberdeen, they have some good athletes, Strath as well. So just excited to see how everyone does, really.
Now you, if you don't mind me mentioning, so you ran for like a bigger role within Sterling's sport university.
Yes, yeah, I ran for sports president.
Exactly,
yeah. No, that was really fun. So I ran for that.
It looked like you were in your element.
I
like,
was. It was mostly me just making TikToks and yapping
like
to everyone
said,
around uni. So I was quite in my element. And no, I did enjoy it. I was going up against like the current sports president, so I knew it would be tough. But I didn't want to kind of regret not going for it. So I put myself out there, I did it. And I got 935 votes, so I was quite pleased with that. And Laura, my opponent, I think she was 1,100. So it wasn't too bad. I was proud of it. Yeah.
That's really good. No, I mean, and you seem to have lots of people, you know, helping you campaign out there, which is, you know, like socially and kind of a bonding sort of thing. It's really nice when people are really willing to put in that effort for you personally,
definitely.
Isn't it? Yeah.
Because it's a lot tougher than you think. You did feel very much like a politician. Like my voice and my legs were in pain, to say the least, after the 5 days of campaigning. So, no, it was really nice to have a lot of support from like my friends and like other clubs and things like that.
For sure, like I've helped people campaign by dancing in orange onesies, only to be told they weren't going to use the video.
Oh no!
And so, yeah, so I think it can be quite draining, can't it? Yeah, to put in all that. Anyway, so we're looking at heat number 3 here of the women's 400-meter hurdles. We've got Ella Jeffrey of Birmingham, Maddie Turner of Loughborough, Sonia Cheshig of Manchester, Elizabeth Thornton of East Anglia, then Hermione Mason of Nottingham. So she's probably the athlete to watch out here.
Yeah, Hermione's a really good hurdler, So
she's got a personal best of 60.68. She was an English school silver medalist a couple of years ago. Then Katrina Scott of Glasgow and Jemima Byers of Exeter.
Representing Glasgow University, the 2025 Scottish Students Champion, Katrina Scott.
So Rachel Callan with that victory a moment ago. And before that, Steffa Coro. 4-time qualifying positions available at the moment. Just having a look at the target time. So it would be 63.38, which is very achievable for most of these athletes. So Hermione Mason from lane 6 then, in the predominantly green vest of Nottingham. '30th of the women's 400-meter hurdles. So Hermione Mason given big cheers initially. Sonia Cheshig actually making one of the better starts. You can see already though, big gap around that middle of the pack. That's because Mason heading sharply down this back straight. Got Katrina Scott of Glasgow in the black vest on her outside. These are the only two on screen at the moment. So we'll have a look as they come round, but Mason appearing to be hurdling well at this stage. Maddie Turner of Loughborough in second place. You can see now Turner leading. Mason been overtaken here. Turner still had work to do over this final barrier. Mason might still have something here. Still pushing, but Turner does get there.
That was a close one. That was the closest one we've had so far, actually.
Absolutely, yes. So 62.74. I mentioned that it was mid-63.
Yeah.
Would still make it. So we'll have to wait and see. That was quite nerve-wracking.
Yeah, because she obviously led quite a bit of the way, and I saw her clip one of the last hurdles. I think it might have been the second to last one, so I think that might have just taken her off the game a little bit. But she made a good comeback, and I think based on times,
it's going to be very close.
Yeah, it'll be close. Can't make any promises.
Love that. So one more heat remaining then of the women's 60 hurdles. And in a way, sometimes it's nice to have 3 rounds because we tell more of the story of the competition. We get more of an idea of who's really at the races, and it's we kind of come in a little bit cold in terms of knowing who the gold medal favourite is. Maybe, although Steph Okoro did look really good. Angelica, yeah. Otherwise, the heats have generally been really good to watch.
Yeah.
We've got one more to go. So yeah, just take us through this final heat.
Yeah, so it looks like we've not got the Oxford athlete in lane 3, so we're going to start from lane 4 with Katie Hume from Birmingham. Then lane 5, we've got Lena Kopkova from Leeds Beckett. In 6, we've got Jasmine Hatch from Portsmouth. 7, Sophie Lisk from Loughborough. And in 8, we've got Hannah Uwe from Cardiff Met, and she's the fastest in the field. So you don't really know what could happen in hurdles though. So even though she is the fastest in the field, you still have to probably just run it like you're going to run a final in a little bit.
Yeah, she was 7th last year, but then, as we said, none of the medalists here from last year. So
yeah.
she can improve by at least 3 places, I would hope.
The fourth and final heat of the women's 400 metre hurdles, from the wide outside in 7:30 lift. On her outside, Hannah Oviedo.
It's quite close at the moment in the 2 outside lanes from Loughborough and Cardiff Met.
Oviedo on the wide outside, Sophie Lisk on her inside. There's a little nipple to choose between them. But it's Sophie Lisk just edging into the lead.
And Sophie seems to have taken the lead from Loughborough quite comfortably, coming onto the home straight. Only 2 more hurdles to go. She's quite clear of the field. Finishing very strongly. So that is Sophie safely through to the final, and I think it was Cardiff Met in second. Well, I'm not sure.
Yeah, impressive race from Sophie Lisk, given that coming into the race, Hannah Ulvade's personal best was nearly a second faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, as we were saying, anything can happen. In the end, Sophie Lisk looks to have got a personal best by nearly 0.4 of a second. Certainly 61.80 was what appears to be coming in. So super impressive that. And of course, interesting though, because a lot of the 100 metre heats we've seen winds into the athletes' faces.
Yeah, it's been quite bad. Like, a lot of the boys were telling me after their races they were not too happy with the wind. And a lot of the girls, it changed quite a bit for a lot of the heats. Like, some of them said it was okay, and some of them said they did just get, like, hit in the face with it. See, I used to run fours, so everyone used to say, oh, it doesn't matter about the wind, because at one point you get the advantage. I never personally used to feel that, but maybe we could say that for the 4 athletes today.
Well, no, from my experience, if in the opening to the lap you've got a massive wind in your face, it's extremely off-putting for confidence. And so you feel, yes, you might feel an advantage is coming, but it doesn't set you off in a nice way. You feel up against it from the start.
It's just all the 100-meter athletes afterwards will just say, well, you've had an advantage, but you've definitely not felt it.
And also, I think in hurdles as well, if anything can put you off your stride, you don't really want it. So, I mean, we have seen athletes like away and clear leading and hitting a hurdle, and then it going wrong. So you'll stay with us for the men's 400-meter hurdles?
I would like to. I know quite a few of the boys, and I'm rooting for quite a few of them. So, yeah. 3
heats here. It's actually unusual, just a general comment, it's unusual actually that we would have more women's heats.
Yeah. I think a lot of the boys that I've spoken to as well were saying that the 4 hurdles this year, for the boys at least, is quite stacked. Like, it's a lot more competition in the hurdles compared to the normal flat 4, which is quite interesting because that's quite rare.
Yeah, it definitely is. No, the depth isn't usually as strong, and not many people are putting their hands up, A, to hurdle, and B, to do 400 metres, so to combine them, you're ruling some people out. Yeah, well, Jake Minchell is the defending champion, so he will go in this first heat, and he should be the favourite once again. The interesting thing, though, is Onyeka Oko, although he maybe hasn't delivered his absolute best at BUCS, he's a very high-quality athlete.
Yeah,
so,
definitely.
Be really interesting to see between them. And then Bradley Francis,
one
of those Scottish athletes. You might even been with me when we saw him at the indoors, because he got a silver medal in the 400 flat.
Amazing at indoors. So we were all watching it. It was like the Aberdeen team and the Stirling team. We were all watching Bradley, because I was actually here with Bradley last year when he came 4th in the hurdles. So I was really like, come on, Bradley, medal, medal, medal. And then he came 2nd, and he ran amazing in indoors for the 4. So I was so chuffed for him. So see what he does in the hurdles as well.
Yeah, he beat some great athletes in that. And then I believe we've also got Maranga Makaya, who is someone who's done very well in British Championships as a sprint hurdler and a 1 to 10 hurdler and a 400-meter hurdler, but first competed at BUCS in 2016. So we'll see how this goes. Yeah, 2016.
Oh wow.
No, not actually the oldest at BUCS, but I don't want to shame people for being old, of course. Anyway, this full lineup then with Jake Minchell on the inside. You probably wouldn't have liked that as a random lane draw for the fastest athlete to be on lane 1.
I guess it shows that the lane draws are fair. You know, everyone, even the good athletes, get lane 1 sometimes.
Yeah, I guess so. And before you've actually raced, who's to say that you are the best athlete?
Well, true.
Chinedu Nduku of Warwick, and then Joe Beersford of Cardiff Met, Ben Heron of Strathclyde, another strong Scottish athlete.
Yeah,
so,
bronze medalist last year.
Yeah, and again, just thinking about it, in this situation we have actually got the top 4 from last year, so quite different from the women's situation. But that was a completely new set of medalists, because 2023 was George Seary for Warwick winning gold, Alex O'Callaghan, Brandon Pierce, Lockwood. Then continuing with today, which is probably more relevant, Andrew McKechnie, Luke Austin, Benjamin Verbikas, and Alistair Phelan. So, this time it's a little bit kinder. It's top 2 going through and 2-time qualifiers. So watch out for Minchell and how he does with the tight inside line in lane 1. So now pushing off from the start, Minchel. He knows he's up against it a little bit, but I'm sure he'll back himself here. He's already passed 2 athletes now. Going well down the back straight. Ben Heron making up good ground in the Maruna Strathclyde. So Heron and Minchel, with the latter going quicker. Red vest, I think that's Verbicas on the outside. Now Minchel's pretty much done the hard work. Just has the 2 more barriers.
He's away quite nicely, I think, from Birmingham.
Ben Heron in 2nd place, Verbicas in 3rd. So it's Birmingham and Strathclyde going through 50.99. A decent time for a heat, and certainly not a time that anyone else would have been able to live with.
I find the men's hurdles like so much more paranoid to watch, because the way they put it up from the women's to the men's heights is, it's actually a bit terrifying. So you're always on the much more edge of your seat to be like, oh, are they going to get over it, or have they got over it cleanly?
No, it's a good point. And obviously some people have said that the hurdles level should be equal height.
I don't know about equal heights. Maybe like the women's come up like
raised,
a little bit, and then
raised,
the men's come down a little bit to even it out. Because the men's does seem, when you watch it kind of like from the first hurdle, it does seem enormously high. Like it does seem crazy to get over. Where the women's always looks like, I've done 4 hurdles before, and it's always a bit nicer. So maybe like the women's comes up a little bit and the men's comes down a little bit.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, if the world record in the women's 400-metre hurdles is faster than all but, I don't know, I'm trying to think how many people have run around that time, about 50 mid, I don't know, maybe 50 people in the world. It does seem a bit surprising, but then again, the men's record is also a very quick time. So that could suggest that they're at the right level, but yeah, certainly people have suggested that they, similar to the idea that cross-country distances should be equal as well. But then I know that Birmingham University, some students there did some research that they said actually it is better to keep the cross-country distances different.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so yeah, obviously kind of you sometimes assume that everybody would have the same opinion, but not necessarily.
It really does, yeah, it really does depend, and I guess it, like, research is changing year by year, so opinions always change. Probably like average heights for men and women as well always change, which I would assume is what it's based on, but I'm actually not too sure.
Another one is like 3 sets and 5 sets in tennis. People sometimes talk about. But there are plenty of things that are equal, length of most team sport matches, for example.
Yeah.
And also, distances in athletics, obviously.
Yeah, most of it's the same. It's only
track distances.
Yeah, track distances. It's only 110 hurdles and 100 hurdles for men and women.
I'm just thinking about actually at English schools level whether they are all. Well, okay, so sometimes a steeplechase would be shorter distance, for example, possibly a hurdles race.
Yeah,
maybe
sometimes
shorter.
they do 2K steeplechase and 3K steeplechase.
Well, here, for example.
Do they do it here? Yeah. See, I never quite know what the longer distance is.
But that gives an opportunity. 2K steeplechase is a slightly different event, and there are very few of them. So a lot of the UK all-time list comes from BUCS actually. So it's a chance to do something a little bit different, which might actually attract athletes.
Yeah. I guess it's like you're never going to please everyone, because if you changed it, someone else would still be upset. So you can never really win. You probably do what's best for like most athletes.
Of course. And if you change something, and then you'd have the situation where the previous record wouldn't stand up against the current one.
And that's a bit unfair for the ex-record holder, I guess.
It is a little bit, yeah. It's a bit of a shame. So. Like the old Javelin, for example,
Yeah. And they have it in swimming, obviously, like they have the different suits. So like some of the old like Olympic records don't stand because those suits are banned now. And I wouldn't know the whole rules because I'm not a swimmer, but I know there's something to do with the suits.
For sure, that's quite complicated when it's kind of a record but also not a record.
Yeah.
So, second heat of the men's 400 metre hurdles. Henry Curtis of Sheffield Hallam, Muyiwa Oladokan of UCL, Will Hoddy of Loughborough, Augustine Bowen of Bath, Luke Turner leads Beckett, Bradley Francis Aberdeen, Hayden Christian of Birmingham, James McCulloch of Cambridge. So yeah, we were talking about Bradley Francis.
Yeah.
Silver medalist indoors, personal best 51.79, finished 4th last year.
It was such a close 4th, yeah. Because it was between him and Ben, which was kind of tough coming from a Scottish university, because we wanted both of them. So it was heartbreaking for Bradley, but really amazing for Ben.
So this heat should be still fairly comfortable for him to negotiate. Hayden Christian might be one of those who would push him. He's the English under 20 silver medalist, personal best 52.76. Christian going well in the red vest, and you can see Francis just behind him in the navy of Aberdeen at this stage. So into the second half of the race, a big gap. Can't see the others on your screen. So these two, of course, going through to the final once again. It is straight through, no semi-finals, but slightly easier qualification. So Francis now leading the way over the last barrier, striding his way through. He's got his eyes on the clock, and he's easing down. 52.32 for Bradley Francis from Hayden Christian of Birmingham. Nice clean race from both of them.
Yeah. I was secretly rooting for Bradley there. I'm very chuffed for him. Hopefully he can get a medal in the final to redeem himself from last year, because it was heartbreaking when he came 4th. So, and he's in really good shape at the moment. Like, he's been running really well. He ran a couple of weeks ago at Scottish Unis and won that quite comfortably. On his home turf in Aberdeen, as we like to call it.
So just the 3 heats then of the men's 400 metre hurdles. As mentioned, the next event afterwards will be the 800s. Women followed by men, so 250 and then 325 for women, then men. Then first appearance of the 400 metre athletes at 10 past 4, followed by the 100 metre semi-finals, and those should be really good, because yeah, when you have 6 million heats, it really doesn't
yeah.
sell the product, but once you get to those semi-finals, it gets much more exciting.
Yeah, it's truly a fight in the 100 metre semis to get to the final. It really is.
Yeah, and we saw some mind games, a little bit of mind games. We were commenting actually that that Stuart was kind of deliberately walking a little bit slow while the athletes were waiting.
I can defend Stuart here. He had a dodgy pair of blocks, so one of the pedals came out, so he had to get a new pair, which is why he was slow. I'll admit he was slow, but it's because he had a dodgy pair of blocks, I promise.
Fair enough. There we go. You rescued his name from the mud there.
Yeah.
It just brought a conversation between me and David Chapman, the 200 metre gold medalist indoors, about how 100 metres tends to have more mind games than other event groups.
Yeah, I can
and
imagine.
And that's not a surprise to anybody.
Maybe that's what we'll see in the semis, definitely. In the call rooms, I'm not sure what goes on in there.
So Onyeka Oko, I mean, he's a World Under-20 and European Under-20 semi-finalist. And he was second behind Jake Minshall last year. So you were just commenting about the 3rd and the 4th, but in front of them was a really good battle as well.
Yeah, I remember there was a bit of I remember seeing him afterwards, and he was quite upset that he'd got second. So he's probably here this year to get his title, maybe. So taking through the rest of this heat, in lane 1 we have Gus Carter from UCL. In lane 2 we have Toby Watson from Birmingham. Lane 3, Ollie Hector from Cambridge. Lane 4, Jonathan Pilkington from Huddersfield. Lane 5, Onyeka Oho from Loughborough. Lane 6, Jabril Ejeni from Hertfordshire. And lane 7, Lorcan Fallon from Manchester. And in lane 8, Tom Palmer from Aberdeen. So it's the third and final heat, top 2 again, straight through to the final. Based on PBs, we're probably looking at Toby Watson from Birmingham and Onyeka from Loughborough to get through, but it's hurdles, you never quite know what's going to happen.
Also going well, I think, in fact, those two.
Onyeka's going very well around the bend. Quite a nice lead he's got on the field. And he seems to just be stretching that now. Although Toby Watson from Birmingham is now coming through, and it seems that it's just them two out in the field, with Toby from Birmingham slightly leading the way. It is quite close between them. Yeah, and it seems like what we thought. It's quite close. Maybe Onyeka just gets it. But Onyeka from Loughborough straight through, and then Toby from Birmingham straight through. So it'll be a very, very interesting final tomorrow. It's the final tomorrow.
So the final is coming up on Monday, in fact.
Oh, okay. They've got a nice break then. They've got a nice break.
11:25. So, yeah, nearly.
Yeah. Be a very interesting final. I'm excited.
For sure, and that was a closer final heat than maybe we were expecting.
Yeah,
but actually,
I couldn't quite make it out for a lot of the way.
But Toby Watson actually has improved over the last couple of years. His brother, actually, Jake Watson, is a pole vault gold medalist.
Oh, okay.
On more than one occasion. But,
so a jumping family,
yeah.
kind of?
Yeah, a springy family.
Yeah.
David Chapman, who was on before, said that they had a trio of high jumpers who competed here, and they were known as the Bouncy Boys.
Oh, really? That's a good nickname.
So that's one of the nice little anecdotes so far. Obviously, you normally provide lots of those.
I have nicknames for like everyone in the team that I've given to them myself.
Such as?
So we call Stuart Stew Dog. We call Rory Voss the Vossinator. Bradley, I do normally call him Badders Bradders. There's probably a few more. Sometimes they like it, sometimes they don't. If there's pressure on their race, they probably don't like it. But in like the heats and stuff, I'll always bring out the nickname.
Nice.
You know, we're sat around watching all day. We have to make it interesting for us as well.
Of course, especially when they're 15 100 meter heats.
Yeah.
So, having seen those 400 meter hurdles heats, though, what was your take on what we've seen in the last half an hour or so?
The final, oh my gosh, the final is going to be very, very intense. I think it'll be a close one. It might even come down to just kind of one dodgy step kind of thing. I couldn't even predict the podium, you know. I do want Bradley to medal just from a biased perspective because he came 4th last year and he did so well indoors. And then there's probably like the traditional ones you think will medal, but I don't want to say anything because you never know what happens in hurdles. You really never know.
Absolutely, absolutely. And anything else that you're really looking forward to this weekend?
I'm looking forward to the 800 because we've got Sophia from Stirling. She came 3rd indoors, so I'm looking forward to see how she does outdoors. We've also got Ryan in the 15. He came 4th in the 8 indoors, and it was so close. So I really want it for him in the 15. Relays are always an exciting one. I never know if it's good or bad. I will.
Yeah.
I'll be there in the 4x4. Our men's team actually in the 4x4 is looking very strong, so I'm excited to see the boys run. We have quite a new team this year, like a lot of first years, so it's always nice to see how they run on kind of a more pressurized field. But there's 3 of us who are like the leavers this year from Stirling, so probably just make the most of the last BUCS experience.
Do you get like a leaving do, you know, as if you were leaving a job or something? You know what I mean?
We have end of year like meal where we give out awards and things like that coming up on Wednesday, so I have all the trophies for that. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, yeah, wish you all the best with that. It's been great to chat to you as
yes, thank you so much for having me.
And thanks very much for your insight as always. So first heat of the women's 800 metres. It's the first heat of 6 indeed. It'll be the top through going through to the semi-finals and then 6-time qualifiers. So yeah, relatively decent compared to what we've just seen in the 400 metre hurdles and such. So in this one, certainly the athlete to watch out for is Abigail Ives, previous champion here, and obviously has represented Great Britain at the World Under-20 Championships. Also Lucy Baker of Edge Hill, Kate Bain of Exeter, Amy Kirkpatrick of Glasgow, Annabelle Hedge of Oxford, silver medalist indoors, Olivia Boncher of Leicester, Mari Kakalis Chambers, Manmet, Sophie McElroy Nottingham, Kyra Gibb Strathclyde. Joining me, another BUCS medalist, Basil Rock of Bath. How are you feeling watching these 800 metres?
Not too bad. Probably a little bit worse once I'm watching the men's heats, but it's quite nice to be here, not super stressed about the entire weekend ahead. So
I guess so. And with the 800 metres at BUCS, you know that we're going to get great action.
Yeah.
It's always thrilling to watch, and often it's someone who gets it tactically right, because these aren't usually fast races, are they?
Yeah. Well, I came in last year ranked nowhere and managed to come third, so
well,
I think you can get it right tactically, then makes a massive difference, obviously.
Might be doing yourself a little bit of disservice, but yeah, no, you certainly did have some great finishes to races.
Yeah.
So we're looking at someone here like Abby Ives. I mean, this should be quite straightforward for her. She's already way out in front.
Yeah, I mean, she's run sub 2, which is probably 5-6 seconds quicker than anyone else in the field, so it's just getting the job done sensibly, not going too hard.
And it is, I think, 4 seconds faster than the championship record. It's just that we don't necessarily see that race ever.
No. Well, and it's a good quality heat, this one, with silver medalists from indoors as well.
Exactly. She's just going to let Annabelle Hedge through to win this one. And you see, yes, for someone who's run sub 2, but 2:13 is actually quite a good heat time at this level. So, yeah, quite comfortable in the end. What do you think about the fact that over 800 metres we have the time qualifiers versus in the 15, no, we just have the top 5?
I think it makes the 15s even more exciting. You can't get it wrong at all. There's no, especially those semi-finals tomorrow, there's no messing up. The 8s, you probably get yourself a bit more of leeway in the heats. The semis are where it really starts in there, whereas probably the 15 heats are a little bit harder for those top guys.
Absolutely. So obviously the 1500 metre heats this morning, I don't know if you caught any of those or if that was before you were. Okay, so what did you take any first impressions from those?
Well, I mean, Tyler and Sam Jarrett were both very good. I think it's very deep. I think the 800 indoors was really deep. I think the 15 outdoors is the toughest event. Those semi-finals tomorrow, it's top 6, I believe, from each. And it's very hard. Going to be very hard to make that final.
And from your own personal experience, which event do you prefer running? Is it the 800s?
Yeah, I mean, I am better at 800s. I think the 1500s are more fun tactically. You get a bit more of a range, but yeah, 800s I do better at, so I enjoy more.
Yeah, I think there's something special about the indoor 800 actually, especially because the final is, well, if you have 6 athletes, quite often all 6 can be in contention in the later stages, so that makes it particularly special. But then it's particularly cutthroat, you know, if you're, let's say, 3rd in your semi-final and have looked good. So yeah, that's one of the better things about these outdoor races, is that we will see a full complement of finalists. So do you know some of these athletes coming through the final? Please do shout out if we mention people as we go through. We've got Beth Hunter, one of your teammates.
Yeah, she's on placement this year, but she's on 2 BBs already this season outdoors, so looking to get through to the semis now.
So we've got Eleanor Strevens of Birmingham, who missed the indoors but is quite a big talent, so interesting to see what she can produce, because she's one of those athletes who's come through with English schools victory pedigree. That was last year, personal best of 2:05. So, you know, it's interesting when you look at it. Abby Ives sub 2, next person 2:05.
Yeah,
it's quite a big jump, that, but yeah, it will be neutralised by these races. Now I'll go through the rest of the lineup once the gun goes. So a nice cheer, one of the loudest so far of the day, to get the athletes underway. We've also got Manchester's Olivia Scott, Isabella Vinter of Lincoln, Annabelle Eater of Durham, Rosamond Kell of Nottingham, Bangor's Emma Gittens, Isabel Burke of Leeds Beckett, Jess Norcott of Loughborough, another to watch here, and Beth Hunter of Bath. And they're going out nicely early on here. And don't forget, so top 3 going through automatically. How would you approach this if you knew that top 3 were going through?
I think you've just got to put yourself in the top 3 from the start and just follow them around. I think in this one there's Eleanor Strevens and I can't remember who else is the...
Jess Norcott potentially.
I think there's 3 who are probably clear on PBs, but then, I mean, if you know you're in good shape, you just follow them around, and 6 or 8 fastest losers, so still good opportunity to go through, even if you can't run those 2:10 times, yeah.
So it is Strevens and Norcott, really loud now down this home straight. It's sunny, it's windy, it's Manchester, it's pretty much what we would expect. Isabel Burke also one of those top 3 on PBs. It's kind of 2:05, 2:09, 2:10 and then 2:16. So yes, there is that clarity, but we'll see how that pans out on paper then. And still nothing to separate them.
No.
So Norcott's on the outside in the African Violet of Loughborough. The red vest is Strevens of Birmingham. We so often see these two universities do battle, and where they're involved, Bath will rival as well.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll get Maddie Casey through to the final as well, rival that. She was 4th indoors, so try and upset the Birmingham and Loughborough girls at the top.
So neither the top trio will go through automatically. They're really roaring them on down the home straight. Strevens from Norcott, from
Hunter coming through in third here.
So looking strong, and it's actually Burke that's ahead of Norcott. So Norcott just outside the top 3, 2:15.51 on the clock. So hard on the athlete that finishes 4th there, but at least there is still a chance of 6 non-automatic qualifying positions.
Yeah, great to see Beth going through there in 3rd automatically. We're very pleased with that.
Yeah, well, obviously she ran a really good race there to come through in the latter stages, but yeah, Jess Norcott, for example, finishing 4th there, but she did what you said, really, put yourself in the top 3 from the start of the race, just caught out there on the final lap. So Maddie Casey goes for Bath in this next heat then.
Yeah. She's already run a PB outdoors as well.
2:10.49, yeah, she was 4th indoors. So we'll hope to improve. Just having a look who is returning from indoors. So Charlotte Buckley expecting to be involved with the gold medalist, silver medalist. So all the 3 in front of her indoors are here again, but still, you know, when you're 4th, there's a chance to get on the podium here, certainly.
Yeah.
And also, it must be nice kind of to have 2 athletes involved as well. You kind of, I don't know, you might be in the call room together, you can kind of egg each other on, you can train together, etc.
Yeah, exactly. I think, well, the boys' side at Bath, there's lots of training partners, but I know Beth and Maddie, Beth who's just gone through, and Maddie hopefully will do the same. They're very good mates and train together all the time, so hopefully she can follow suit.
So that's Basil Rock who's joining me, BUCS 800 metre medalist for Bath. How long have you been at University of Bath then?
This is the end of my 2nd year now. So.
End of your 2nd year. So what do you know about the kind of the history of Bath in terms of like the gold medalists of the last few years?
Well, I know we had very good pedigree over the 400. We had Cam Chalmers and Ben Claridge, and gold medalists over the relays as well. A little bit before my time, but they're still hanging around.
I'm so glad I'm so glad you know of that, because I would hate for that to have gone into the distant memory. Do you know what I mean? Because that was some of the best stuff from I don't know. I've been doing these events for nearly 10 years, and that's some of the best stuff we've ever seen in those relays.
Well, they were last with two legs to go, I think, and then Claridge and then Chalmers came through to take the gold.
Yeah, absolutely. And they thought they were just jogging around for the sake of it.
Yeah.
They had no clue that gold was still up for grabs. But yeah, hopefully we see some exciting relays. And middle distance, of course, that's what we're focusing on here right now. So heat number 3 of the women's 800 will go through the lineup with Josie Maudsley of Durham, Cambridge's Ella Colborne, another young talented athlete here. So Colborne 3rd ranked overall, 2:06.44 personal best. She was 2nd at the England under-20s last year to Alice Bennett, who I think we'll see a little later in these heats. You've got Rasheen McGrath of Newcastle, Phoebe Matravers of Portsmouth, Bangor's Rachel Sander, Bella Marshall of Sheffield, then Maddie Casey, who we've mentioned, and Hannah McLaughlin of Leicester. So, yeah, your teammate Maddie, so she is just having a look, 2nd on personal bests. We've got 2:06, 2:11, 2:17, so, or 2:14 actually. So, yeah, still should be. She'll certainly be intending to progress here.
Yeah, it should be a good battle. There's 4 of them in and around the same time, but hopefully nice and easy qualification for Maddie.
And do you think the athletes will have considered this in advance, these sort of times and where they would be?
Yeah, I think so. You can work out from like when the accepted entries get released, you can work out somewhat the entries, but then they change a lot, especially Birmingham and Loughborough. So
68.01 at the bell. Maddie Casey just about leading this one at the moment from the Cambridge best of Ella Colborne there with the blonde hair, but a couple making the move round the outside here. So just having a look, it's the Leicester vest of Hannah McLaughlin, it looks like there, but really still nothing to separate. They're all reacting to one another, but we have got 3 athletes clear: Casey, McLaughlin and Colborne.
Yeah, they can probably shut it down from now on, really. 3 of them pretty clear. Nice and easy qualification for these 2.
Yeah, still running pretty hard to the line. They'll keep going. Not necessarily aware of how big the gap is, of course. Well, this is a really, really strong run from Casey. Verging into dominant.
Yeah.
2:15.48 across the line there. So as I've asked this question to others that have been on, give me a sense of what it's like behind the scenes, what we don't see off the track, to be part of a BUCS weekend with the Bath team.
It's really good fun. We're all this year staying in Airbnbs, but everyone comes to the track from nice and early, gets behind. But we've got a small enough team that everyone knows everyone. So unlike the Birmingham and Loughboroughs, where there's so many different people doing different events, I think everyone is keen to cheer on each individual. We've got jumpers, throwers and track athletes who hopefully will have lots of people on the final day especially.
Yeah, it's an unusual situation in athletics where you kind of do mix throwers and hurdlers and middle distance runners all in the same kind of, pile basically. So everyone cheering, just seeing Rachel Sander coming home here for Bangor. It's going to be a personal best, I think, in fact. So yeah, range of abilities that we see here, but nice to see the sportsmanship. We've got 3 more heats to come, and then of course we'll have the men's 800 metres. And yes, as I'm sure you'd like to be racing, but you injured at the moment? Or?
Yeah, I'm just coming back from injury. I've got a stress reaction in navicular bone in my foot. Hopefully should still get some of outdoors though, so it's not too bad.
And you got next year as well, right? Yeah.
Yeah, to finally upgrade my bronze from indoors and outdoors.
Yeah, we've seen many people do that, of course, over the years. I mean, David Race is someone who has he has silver and bronzes, so he'll be really hoping to get on that top step. So it'll be very interesting to see how that battle plays out and whether we can get a sense of that he's going for gold this time.
Yeah, but I think we've got the added incentive this year of BUCS contributing to the World University Games selection. So people like Harry Fisher, who's coming up, Henry Fisher, is coming, and that's his aim, I think, to win and then secure qualification for Germany.
Interesting, yeah, because we don't normally have huge representation there at all.
No.
So. So also at the moment in the field, it's just gone 3 o'clock, so we've got men's triple jump qualification getting underway. We've got men's javelin B final, that is, as well, so that's in the 5th round at the moment. And then the big one to watch out for really will be the men's javelin A final for 20. 10 minutes after that, men's shot put final. Qualification for that was this morning, whereas the javelin separated into A and B finals, and the A final where the medalists are likely to come from, everyone getting 6 attempts. And expecting to see Ben East, a former UK champion here, involved for Loughborough, who got 2 out of the 3 medals in the women's final earlier. It was won by Sophie Hamilton with a personal best of 50 metres 50. In this B final then, it's being led by Oscar Tudor of Leeds, 49.95 showing as a personal best from Henry Bennett of Buckingham, 47.21, and Jeffrey Morris of Leeds Beckett. Have you ever dabbled in field events? You are tall. You could be a high jumper.
I've done it for YDLs and stuff at club, but
nothing a bit of coaching can't help?
No, well, I think I might be beyond that, unfortunately.
Beyond help, I love that. So we're about to watch heat number 4. Athletes have just come out here. So yeah, no Bath athletes in this one, but we have just seen 2 athletes do really well. Maddie Casey, the last of which, of course, winning that heat just a moment ago. Interesting to have a look at actually what the target time is for the 6 athletes, those positions. So at the moment it's 2:22, which on paper seems extremely achievable. It's just that those with the PB of 2:17, the race might not be fast enough to allow you to do that.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't go out hard enough, then suddenly quite hard to negative split. Hopefully, if you're in the call room, you'll see these times coming through and realise that if they can just take it out and not even run a PB, just a couple of seconds off, and then secure their spot in the semis tomorrow.
Yeah, the first heat that we saw was the fastest so far, and partly because it had Abby Ives in it, even though she wasn't anywhere near top speed. 2:13.3 was the time there. So, D number 4 with Imogen Pugh of Cardiff. Sophia Vidak, really interesting athlete because she's, through age group levels, has had pedigree right through 100 metres to 800 metres, winning lots of Scottish age group titles. New personal best this year was actually indoors 2:06.81, suggesting that she can go quite a bit faster. Darcy Bass of Cardiff Met, Charlotte Young representing Loughborough, 2:07 athlete at best. Katie Johnson for Birmingham, Orla Gregory St Mary's, Christina Wigley of Winchester, and Anise Macaulay-Orr of York. So yeah, this one could be also fairly close. We've got a 2:06, 2:07 and 2:11 with Vidak, Young and Johnson. But yeah, quite interesting when you've got someone who has probably run a lot more 200 and 400 metres than they have 800 metres to see how they'll do in this race.
Yeah, well, you'd think for a 200, 400 runner, the slow tactical race would suit her. I know I believe she got a bronze indoors as well, so carrying that on forward to outdoors, high on confidence, hopefully in the 800s.
So, early stage of this race, Katie Johnson in the red of Birmingham through the centre. Another who's done well through the age groups at England Championships. You've got St Mary's, another university that would like to contend in all of these middle distance races with Bath, Birmingham, Loughborough. Perhaps their contingents aren't as big as they maybe used to be. Let's have a look here. Sophia Vidak's on the outside, so yes, maybe in a great position to strike in that green vest. Let's have a look here. Again, just the top 3 going through automatically.
And a big pack of them up in the front. Maybe 4 of them just starting to separate.
Vidak on the outside in the green, Johnson in the red, Young of Loughborough on the inside.
Only 3 can automatically qualify.
So someone is going to be a little bit unlucky here. Vidak, though, looks to be in a great position to strike. As you said, maybe a race that suited her. Still, however the race was run, she may have had the ability to come through, such as her improvement over 800 metres this year. I'm sure she's capable of running faster than 2:06. Katie Johnson, though, is going to just miss out. Another athlete in 4th place, just outside the top trio, 2:12.11 on the clock at the finish.
Should be well within those fastest laser spots.
Exactly, yeah. Having just seen that it's at 2:22, she should be, well, a good 4 or 5 seconds inside that. More than that, in fact.
Could the Leicester University team and team captain go and see the track referee, track side, find a track referee stand.
So in this next heat, we'll see the champion from indoors, Charlotte Buckley. And yeah, it was a special moment to get a 1-2, of course. Something Bath have done with Cameron Chalmers and Ben Claridge, as you mentioned, in the 400 metres in the past.
Charlotte Buckley, also a member of TVH, our Thames Valley Harriers, the same club as myself, and Maddie Casey, who's already gone through, so know her very well.
So you'll be competing again this year for Thames Valley Harriers in National Athletics League, maybe, if you can, yeah? So obviously you've won all of the league since it became the National Athletics League with both genders again in 2021.
Mm-hmm. Something we're very proud of as a club.
Yeah.
And hope to continue this season.
Yeah, so it will be interesting. Again, it's another rare team situation in athletics. So how would you compare BUCS and a National Athletics League? Obviously, it's a different sort of...
It's very different. I think
demographic.
National Athletics League, they are my favourite weekends of the year. They're really good fun. Just like a one-off tactical race like that you don't get, apart from like a BUCS final where you're flat out, but you obviously have to work to get through to that. Whereas those ones, anything can happen, anyone can turn up really as well, so yeah, very good fun and good practice for BUCS and races likewise.
That's right, because otherwise without that you don't have too many situations like this, and that's why I think, I mean, the main reason for someone like Abby Ives being here is probably because she really enjoys just being part of the weekend. But otherwise, does she gain something tactically from it?
I think so, yeah.
You'd think so?
Especially ahead of, I think she's still under 23, so ahead of those trials for European under 23s in the summer where the standard will also be high. It's a good run out at the beginning of the season to get yourself ready and know what you're going to need to do there.
So Charlotte Buckley, the champion from indoors, Alice Bennett of Birmingham, 2:06.90 PB, also in this. England under 20, 800 metre silver last year. She's run 2:08.27 this year. So those two are very, very closely matched. Half a second between their personal bests. So Oscar Tudor, 49.95, still the best in the Javelin B final, which is heading into the final round. Henry Bennett, Jeffrey Morris, still second and third, 47.21 and 44.84 respectively, their best throws. So a reminder of the full lineup: Hannah Noble of Sheffield, Caitlin Purcell, Edinburgh, then Alice Bennett, Isla Stewart of York, Kyra Sethner, McIntosh of Swansea, Ruby Vinton of Loughborough, then Buckley, and then Ava Phillips of Portsmouth. So, yeah, I just wonder whether we'll get Ives against Buckley against others in the final. And actually, it will be a really good test of Abby Ives. And I'm sure she'd like someone that could really push her to the championship record, because that would be different from what she's achieved in the past, whereas trying to reclaim a title, really. But it's not necessarily the case here. It's more about the great potential to gain something tactically, as you were saying. So as we have a look here, Charlotte Buckley and Alice Bennett, predictably, are the Birmingham Loughborough athletes that we pointed out before the start, are neck and neck here, and Buckley making this actually quite a stacked heat. But still, top three can't be separated at this stage, even though the pace looks fairly decent, coming towards the 400-metre mark, the halfway point. So 68.52 at the bell, still fairly leisurely compared to what we often see at higher levels.
Yeah, it should be pretty comfortable for those 4 or 5 up front. Probably going to see a negative split come in and someone make a move before the 200 mark, I'd imagine.
Yeah, you'd absolutely expect so. We saw the pace of Sevilla Vidak on the outside a few moments ago. So still on the inside in the red of Birmingham is Bennett. Vinton of Loughborough on the outside. 2:11 personal best. Then Charlotte Buckley.
3 of them just separating themselves now.
Yeah, indeed. I think by the time we come towards the line, it should be very, very comfortable. Sethna McIntosh in 4th place, so she'll be trying to go faster than around 2:20. Buckley into the lead.
Very, very easy that was.
Yeah, Bennett and Vincent second and third. 2:16.86 coming through there.
Charlotte also fresh off a PB last week, I think 2:06. She's run, so gradually closing the gap to Abigail Ives.
You see, now coming into this 2:18.99 is the target time, so that is a fair bit quicker 4 seconds quicker than when we last looked. So these athletes will have semi-finals, of course, tomorrow. They were coming up at 10 to 3 before the final at 2:40 on Monday. It's probably ideally how you'd want it, isn't it?
Yeah, same routine every day basically. Same bedtime, same wake up, same eating, arrive at the track at the same time. And then see what you've got left in your legs on the Monday.
Yeah, it's extremely rare we see anyone doubling up.
Yeah. I think it's just, well, you can't do morning and evening.
Yeah, even Jamie Webb did it at kind of the peak of his powers, and he thought it was too much for him. He did get on both podiums. He was 11th with 300 metres to go in the 1500 metres and won gold.
Yeah, wow, that's pretty impressive.
In lane 5, 2023 Miss Golden Southern under 21 medalist.
So it leaves us with one more heat of the women's before we see the men in action. I'm looking forward to that. But first, Saskia Huxham, another strong Loughborough athlete here, and someone who's an England senior silver medalist. That was 2023, in fact. Personal best of 2:07, just breaking away for the javelin though. So this is Jeffrey Morris, American athlete representing Leeds Beckett. This is just the B final. Obviously medals most likely to come from the A. Morris looking for 47.21. He needs to improve his position, but yeah, all athletes getting 6 throws here. Back to the track we go then, and we'll take you through the lineup once the gun goes. Right on cue, so Saskia Huxham, as mentioned, Ella Fryer of Oxford, and how special could it be if Oxford could get 3 athletes in the final? Certainly Fryer, 2:12 at best. There is potential for her to do that. Jessica Hayward of Winchester, rarely mentioned Winchester, but again, it'd be good if she could progress for that reason. Charlotte Monroe and Charlotte Wormley of Exeter and St Mary's respectively. Louisa Snape of UCL, Poppy Elton Leeds Beckett, and Sophie Kilpatrick. So again, potential for a close heat here. We've got Wormley and Huxham, both 2:07 PBs, and also Fryer and Elton 2:12s. And straight away you can see Ella Fryer out front from Poppy Elton in second place, Huxham with the shades in third, and then St Mary's blue and white Charlotte Wormley in fourth place, up to the bell. So faster than the previous heat. Yeah, it's interesting that. I mean, we commented in the 100, in fact, that some of the later heats, you do see athletes that are closer, the seedings are less clear, so you just get people who are determined to give everything to qualify. And it can result in these slightly faster heats. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll run a negative split, though, of course. So Huxham in a good position to strike down the home straight, you would expect. Let's see what the others are capable of as well. Pretty closely matched. So Wormley, English school silver medalist, bronze medalist I should say. Misreading there, but looking good for Oxford. And I'm sure that Fryer will be buoyed by seeing what her teammates have done both here and at the indoors. That famous 1-2. Poppy Elton may squeeze through on the inside, but I think she's just happy with the situation, doesn't need to do any more work or use any more energy. Oxford, Loughborough, Beckett through. Nice clean running, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Ella Fryer probably has dragged fourth place to the fastest loser spot as well, so probably was saying thank you to her afterwards.
Yeah, really good point. I mean, it was 2:18.99 and yeah, remained that mark coming into this. Well, we've now seen all of the women's heats. What's your take then going into the semi-finals? Have we gained much knowledge of where these athletes are at and who the contenders are?
I think it's hard to tell. I think, obviously biased, but I think Maddie Casey looked very good. I mean, in most of the heats there were 3 of them clear who all looked pretty within themselves. So I think you won't know fully until tomorrow when everyone lines up. Some people coming back better from 2 races in 2 days as well. But no lightning quick races either that should sap anything from their legs.
It's a really good point actually, whether some people do better with back-to-back races than others. We're going to look at the men's heats next, so we'll have as many as 8 heats, which is actually quite high participation, I think, anyway. You know, obviously we expect that in some of the sprint events, but 8 heats is decent.
Yeah, it is. I think it's 2 from each, and still a few fastest losers. So
8, yeah,
8
which is quite a lot.
losers,
Yeah.
So yeah, it should be pretty straightforward for the top guys. I know Harry Fisher's in this one, who probably comes in as favourite as a 146 runner indoors this season. I know he didn't like me calling him that earlier, but
So we go to the men's 800 metres, starting with the world course in London for Manchester Met, Ben Taylor.
Yeah, Fisher, who won the BUCS indoor title in 2023, representing Birmingham City University. 5th at the UK indoors earlier this year. And also
pretty close to a medal there he was.
Well, exactly, yeah. Wasn't at BUCS indoors this year. This is his outdoor season opener. He also has a 5th, a 6th and a 7th at BUCS in the past. So yeah, every chance of a victory. Hoping to see David Race, Elliot Savage, Ben Gardner, who took the BUCS indoor title just ahead of David Race. And yeah, that was another one where he wasn't the fastest on paper, Gardner, but ran a brilliant tactical race, and the namesake David Race nearly pipped him, though, darting his way through, coming towards that finish line in Sheffield. It was one of the most dramatic finals, as it always is. I think the crowd really up for these 800-metre heats as well. Just the noise is elevated a little bit. They know what's at stake here. Top 2 going through. So, as mentioned, though, 8 time qualifying positions. We've got Ben Taylor of Man Met, Harry Wood, Southampton, Callum Upton of Aston, then Fisher, then Gabriel Ching-Yen Gabriel of UCL, Northumbria's Alistair Beasley, William Annable represents Loughborough, Lucas Stebler represents Liverpool, and Harry Wilshaw of Sheffield. Yeah, another university that likes to mix it with the best in the middle distance is definitely Sheffield. Saw some decent performances earlier from the likes of Lawrence Manley. Cat Reynolds, often a decent performer at over 400 metres. But Sheffield often rely on middle distance to try and sneak a medal. 58.03 at the bell, and we've still got a decent pack of 5 athletes here.
Yeah, he's just making it quick enough that hopefully with a negative split can put himself in contention for a time that will get him the fastest loser spot. Obviously it's only heat 1, so you won't know for sure, but probably a 155 or below you'd think would get you a spot in the semis. There's 2 of them move past.
Now to Henry Fisher and William Annable.
Yeah, so Fisher in second place there behind Annable of Loughborough. So these 2 looking good for the first 2 places, but Wilshaw, he'll hope he's done enough. He'll have to wait until the end of these 8 heats, but very solid 3rd place, good gap between 3rd and 4th here. So the only thing that's going to change is not going to matter too much. Fisher coming through on Annable in 1:54.82.
Pretty easy, I think, for Fisher there.
Yeah, didn't really use more energy than was needed.
No.
Do you have any preference as to whether you end up being in the first or last heats and how it goes?
I don't have much of a preference. I don't like, if I'm in a last heat, I don't like having to follow each heat as it goes and know what the fastest loser times are, I'd prefer just focusing on how I'm going to run it. So almost because of that first heat, you get it done and go up to the other ones. Ideally, you shouldn't have to, if you're aiming to medal or make the final, you shouldn't have to rely on fastest loser spot in these heats. Of course, there's people who come out the woodwork and then make it a bit harder, but for the most of the time, it should be pretty easy.
So the athletes will be out for the second heat in a moment. We'll have Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Cameron Deverell of Cambridge, Tom Slater of Exeter, Birmingham's Rehan Lenoir, Joshua Blake of Marjon, Marcus Brimacombe of Portsmouth and David Race of Loughborough. Breakaway here as we look at triple jump qualification. So we saw two pools for the women earlier on, featuring the likes of Georgie Ford-Wells, the UK indoor champion, safely through along with Amy Ware, who was second behind her at BUCS indoors. So that's shaping up for an exciting final, which is usually on the final day morning. Indeed it is again on Monday at 10 o'clock. Which will also be the hammer and high jump final at the same time, as well as the men's 5,000 metres getting underway. So there's going to be lots of action at that particular time. In terms of this triple jump qualification though, 14.70 in order to make it through. So Archie Yeo has done that, 15.31. And Toby Dronfield has done that with 14.78. So at the moment, kind of mid 13 metres is looking like it's enough to make it through. Destiny Sadiku with 13.65 just on the bubble at the moment. And looks like they're heading into the third round now. So I think that's the Leicester vest of Ethan Woodhead we were watching jump there. Obviously 12 spots available in the final, so it's just going to be the best 12 here today.
In 2 and then they have the metres of next in 1 from East Johar Ali. In 2 from Cambridge, Cameron Deverell. In 4 from Exeter, Tom Slater. In 5 from Birmingham, Ray Lenoir. In 6 from Marjon.
So this is Alex Gray of Bath. He has 13.88 so far. Ought to be enough unless there are a number of major improvements in this final round, but 4th overall in your pool out of 2 pools, usually enough to get in the top 12 overall. So athletes just waiting a moment before jumping. We'll head over to the second heat. Of course, all results on the Roster Athletics website and app. So we've got Ali, Deverell, Slater, Lenoir, Blake, Brimcombe and Race in this. And we said that we watch out to see whether David Race was looking determined to claim his first BUCS title. Certainly in the first 30 metres it looked that way, that he was you know, starting out with as a man on a mission.
Yeah, he always likes to get out hard. He's got, as we know from European champs under 20s, and 4x4, he's got the speed, getting out hard.
Yeah, gold medalist.
He gets out hard and then eases in. I imagine just follow the race round until the last 200 and move through.
Yeah, 1 gold that's in that race with Jake Minchler, who of course is another gold medal contender individually here in the 400 hurdles, along with Sam Lunt and Charlie Carvel. So, hitting the bell and everyone's still in contention. Sort of thing that makes me nervous watching it. Everyone's still up for this scrap.
Yeah, a little bit slower through the lap, that one. So allowing everyone to still be in it. Imagine it would pick up down this back straight again.
61.94 was the split at the halfway stage. Motoring down this back straight then, Johar Ali of Leeds Beckett, Marcus Brimacombe of Portsmouth. Just coming through now is Joshua Blake of Marjon. Rarely mentioned university, but well, it would be fantastic if he could progress. David Race, though, coming around the outside, looks to have timed this one well. Rayhan Lenoir of Birmingham also in contention. Just the top two going through. Is the March On man going to hold on? Oh, goodness me. That was so close. Really hard to tell from this angle, but Lenoir was closing, as was Cameron Deverill. Well, I think had the finish line come up, let's say 5 meters earlier, I would have been sure that Joshua Blake and March On had held on.
Yeah, that was very tight at the end. I have no idea who got second there. And probably because of the slowest first lap, if you didn't get that second spot, you might not be going through as a fast as Moses. So well worth the dive over the line.
So that was heat number 2 of 8 here on the first day of action at the BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships here in Manchester.
So the lineup for the third heat of the men's 800 in one.
So the 400 metres coming up after this, 100 metre semis, and then women's steeplechase heats. And in the field, of course, we have just having a look, just break away for this replay then. So March On, I think just pipped by Lenoir of Birmingham there, from that angle certainly.
Yeah, very hard to tell, but maybe if I had to guess, I'd say Rayhan Lenoir from Birmingham.
Yeah, I think if the finish line was like 50 centimetres before,
yeah,
it looked like March On.
Will be Will Hall and completing the lineup, representing Cardiff University, with Aidan Walker.
Another Bath representative in this heat coming up, Adam Singletary.
Men's 800.
Looking to rewrite his PB and see where that can get him, I'd imagine.
Right, so his personal best coming in 1:59.61.
Yeah, fresh off a training camp in Portugal. I think is in shape to go a lot quicker than that. Obviously, depending on how the race goes out, if it goes out in another 61, it's suddenly quite a lot harder.
So Henry Fisher won the first heat 1:54.82 from Annabelle of Loughborough 1:55.18. Just waiting for the result of the second heat, so we'll go through the lineup of the third. So Oscar Cleave of Exeter, Alex Dunn of Leeds, Elliot Savage of Man Met, Jonathan Marshall of Stirling, Adam Singletary of Bath, as you said, Dylan Andrews of Sussex, Will Hall leads Beckett, Aidan Walker of Cardiff. So Elliot Savage in the third heat, and he's third seed overall. Manchester Metropolitan student. He has a personal best of 1:48.05. He was 6th at BUCS indoors. Just looking, the medalists from BUCS indoors, well, 2 of them are here. Basil, who's alongside me, unfortunately, I feel like I'm rubbing that in there, but I was just looking innocently. Henry Jonas, who won gold last year outdoors. Have seen Henry Jonas on.
He's doing the 1500.
I thought he was. Yeah, exactly.
Morning.
So he's not in the 800.
And no Jacob Smith, who was silver last year either.
Exactly, yeah. So a bit of change there compared to last year's outdoors. So 57.09, so faster than a few moments ago. Elliot Savage in third place, so he was a bronze medalist at the England Under-20s 2 years ago. Again, big opportunity for Manchester Met. Don't get too many medals, but they've also got a big contender in the 1500 metres with Lucy Armitage, who was the silver medalist indoors. So Steve Green, the Jamaican 1500 metre record holder who's coaching them here, will be very pleased to see 2 medal potential athletes in the middle distance races. Looking very strong though, coming towards the finish.
A lot more straightforward of a heat, this one, taking it out from the front. If you're the guy in second here, you're being very thankful.
So Jonathan Marshall of Stirling is that thankful man behind Savage of Manchester Met, 1:53.45 on the clock.
1:53.45 going track time.
I think one of the most enjoyable things about these heats is just seeing the different ways in which the races unfold. Really a range of tactics.
Yeah, massive contrast between heat 2 and 3 there. 3 of them fighting for the line, whereas that one probably will get a few fastest losers as well, just because of Savage taking it out, making it a lot easier. Do we know who got second in that heat number 2?
Yes, it just came through. So it was Rehan Lenoir, indeed, as we thought, but at the moment, Joshua Blake is in a good position with 1:58.27. And I say that because 2:04 at the moment would get you through.
Yeah.
So Joshua Blake is the third fastest of the non-automatic qualifiers. Harry Wilshaw, remember him? He took out that first heat, tried to push it, was run out into third place, but 1:56.97, and I think that is puts him in an excellent position at this point. But of course, we're next on to heat 4, and there are 8 in total. Right, just breaking away for triple jump qualification. So obviously Archie Yeo was one and done with 15:31. Several Loughborough athletes in this, though. This is Deshaun Lascelles, his teammate, 13:88 so far. Third round of qualification here. Since we were last with the triple jump, no one has gone over the 14:70 automatic Q mark. And in fact, 12th overall, and qualification to the finals remain 13:65. Destiny Sadiku. Could be some close battles for medals in the men's triple jump, as we have seen. Archie Yeo, a previous winner of the title, up against the likes of Toby Dronfield, Daniela Kimradero, Oriada Pegba, Deshaun Lascelles, Josh Knox. So there is good depth in terms of talent. The men's triple jump is one of those events where there isn't necessarily a standout British athlete. So we've seen that women's triple jump as well the last couple of years. Naomi Metzger's been injured. It's given athletes the opportunity with personal bests of around 12 metres to actually win a British gold medal. So quite different to you, where the 800 metres is one of the most stacked events in the country. It must be quite a different feeling.
Yeah. But it's quite hard training in Bath. I'm training Justin Davies, who's miles ahead of me. I like to think I'm doing pretty well at the moment, and he's now.
Yeah, but it's in the last couple of years that Justin's really progressed, isn't it?
Yeah. Unfortunately, not seeing him here at BUCS. He's, I think, trying to tick off the world champ standard nice and early on in the season. But it would have been good to see a match up between him and Harry Fisher.
Yeah, but he was absolutely delighted to get that British title, first selection. Yeah, and I think he got the European indoor standard, within good time as well, if I remember correctly. And it was really something that he intended. And whereas yes, there are a huge amount of athletes who are trying for 800-metre international selections, I think to grab an indoor opportunity with both hands when not everyone's doing indoors was a really sensible decision by him.
Yeah, and then to be the only one at the Europeans to make the semi-finals of the team shows proving his selection right.
Yeah, can't ask for much more than that. So, the indoor champion, Ben Gardner, involved in this next heat. As we have a look just behind the stands, you can see
Ben's fresh off a stint at altitude training in Font-Romeu. Should be flying for this. Again, going for that World University Games selection.
Yeah, that indoor title I'm sure will have given him great confidence. I've seen lots of different people win that title. Jacob Smith, Dominic Walton, David Dempsey. And lots of people get the tactics right on the day. Obviously, Jamie Webb, I think, won it 3 times, 2 different universities. So also in this, Tom Barnett, Cardiff Met, Dominic Quinn of Warwick, Daniel Banyard of Nottingham, Tate Emery-Peters of Manchester, Joseph Collini of Newcastle, Alex Ediker of University Central Lancashire, and Jacob Alexander of Bath.
Jacob Alexander's taken 6 seconds off his PB in the last year, looking to go take more off this weekend again.
So early stages, and Ben Gardner looking very determined out front here, no messing around for him. Tom Barnett in second place for Cardiff Met, and then it is the Bath man Jacob Alexander, but still big pack of athletes here. There's an unusual vest there in the middle, just having a look. That's University of Central Lancashire.
Lots of support for this one.
Yeah, trying to work out who they're all cheering for. It might actually be Jacob Alexander.
I'm not sure. It looks like Newcastle there. Is there Newcastle
Oh, Newcastle are always very loud. Yeah, Joseph, yeah.
Second place is Tom Mark, the Cardiff Met student.
So, Ben Gardner on the inside, Tom Barnett on the outside, Alexander in third place. Don't forget, top 2 going through automatically to those semi-finals tomorrow.
Jacob looking very strong here, hoping to come off the bend and get in those top 2 qualifying spots.
Yeah, it would be big stuff if he could do it in this final 50 metres. Really still pushing there, looking very relaxed still, very focused, working very hard, as is Gardner, as is Barnett, who's just going to beat Alexander to second place, 1:55.21. So, yeah, Gardner was actually pushed quite hard there.
Yeah. Well, when there's 2 of them challenging, you can't shut it down in the same way. But I think still pretty comfortable for Gardner.
I'm sure that would have given him a big confidence boost to win that indoor title, but yeah, it can be a bit of a different story outdoors. You do have more contenders in the final, and you also have some athletes that maybe didn't take part in the indoors, although we commented that maybe there was a slightly different situation here. Some athletes doing the 1500, but in any case, just looking at the result from the 3rd heat, it does change things ever so slightly. Will Hoare of Leeds Beckett is now the fastest non-automatic qualifier with 1:55.09. He was 3rd in the 3rd heat a moment ago. So 1:58 is now the target time. Yeah, 1:58.27 and 1:58.28. So I'm kind of rooting for Mr. Marjon, Joshua Blake, just because it would be very rare that they do get athletes in the semi-finals. So good to have a small contingent represented. Jacob Alexander, obviously, he finished there 3rd, but he's second fastest.
Yeah, hopefully pretty comfortably in those fastest losers. Not too many fast heats to come, let's hope.
I say Marjon low contingent, but they have actually got 2 athletes in these 800 metres, which is quite interesting. So Daniel Newman goes for them in this. Running through the full lineup in just a moment's time. I mentioned Steve Green leading the Man Met team. Have you got, is it Colin?
Colin Bovell is the head coach, he's here somewhere. He coaches the sprinters, then we've got Martin Rush, who oversees the distance group, who's on his way up now, I believe.
And are you all staying together at the same hotel, or how's it
We're
work?
all in Airbnbs, which are walking distance from the track. Just makes things,
okay.
Yeah, it makes
That's
things
impressive.
easier. Yeah. We all did it last year, and then caught on. It's so much easier. So staying in an Airbnb with Jacob Alexander, so he'll be very pleased with that run. Hopefully, going through.
So just to mention some results from earlier. The men's ambulant long jump final was calculated on Raza point scores afterwards, and in fact Will Bishop given the gold medal from Joel Mattocks and from Brio Booth. Men's triple jump now has concluded, and in the end just the two athletes over the automatic qualifying mark of 14.70. Archie Toby Dromfield. And no change down to 12th place. Destiny Sadiko making it through. 13.65 is what was needed. So heat 5 of 8 of the men's 800. Run you through the lineup once the gun goes. So Max Carter of Sheffield, always well coached by Martin Cook, although he joked that he had to add gymnastics to his coaching after the somersault that we saw, or forward roll, whatever it was, at the indoors in the relay. Jordan Phillips of the University of the West of Scotland, Samson Lee of Solent, Samuel Davey of Birmingham, Johnny Lee of York, Daniel Newman Marjan, Noah Clark Imperial, James Jewell of Southampton. So a few universities we haven't mentioned too much today, but Birmingham we have Samuel Davey out front there in the shade. So a couple of people now shielding their eyes from the sun now, but Samuel Davey, Midlands 800 metre champion, 1:49.65 at best. Another group here, 6 athletes involved, similar sort of pace to what we've seen so far, 58.89 at the bell.
Yeah, Sam looking comfortable at the front. Lives in a house with Harry Fisher and Ben Gardner, so looking to continue their 100% record into the semi-finals.
So Samuel Davey there in the red of Birmingham from the black and yellow Max Carter of Sheffield. On the inside, looks like Jordan Phillips, University of the West of Scotland. Is he in a position to strike down this home straight? What about Johnny Lee of York? Also black and yellow vest, but in 4th place. And then it's Daniel Newman of Marjan. Cut a little bit of drift now. As we see coming into this home straight, they're fighting tooth and nail over every position, but top 2, that is sealed. Davey and Carter, but Marjan in 3rd place with Daniel Newman. 1:58.2 was the target time, so yeah, we'll be very close to that. One Marjan athlete might have pushed the other out. 3 more heats to come.
Yeah, that was pretty comfortable at the front for those two. Left 4 of them fighting for those fastest loser spots behind them. Maybe just will miss out on that 1:58.2 time currently.
What are your views on this track competing here in this stadium? What are the kind of benefits and maybe?
I enjoy it. It's nice having stands all around. You do get a good atmosphere, not quite the same atmosphere as Sheffield, obviously in an indoor arena, but I think as outdoor arenas it's right up there. It's a nice track. Quick times. I mean, they host BMC Grand Prix here later in the season, so definitely a track for running fast if the races pan out like that, which often they don't in the middle distances, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, for a middle distance runner as well, you wouldn't target too many necessarily tactical events. You might target times as well. So, how would a season for you normally be planned in ordinary circumstances?
Normally, well, BUCS is quite early in the season, so you'd maybe open just before BUCS, get your rust buster out the way, get yourself flying for BUCS, and then after that, because of it being 3 races in 3 days, you have to take a bit of downtime, and then you start looking at those BMCs, which are the races where everyone looks to go and run fast, hit qualifying times if you're looking for European under-20s, under-23s. And then it gears up again for England champs, Welsh champs this year, which is the big one, before British champs, which is very late this year, the beginning of August.
Are you Welsh by nationality then?
No, but Welsh champs is the qualifying for the European under-23 champs this year, rather than it being at England champs like it usually is.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that actually. So that's convenient geographically, potentially.
Yeah, it's good for Bath. Unlike Manchester, that's the one downside of the trip up here is a 6.5-hour coach journey every year. But
so heat number 6 then.
Another Newcastle athlete in this race getting a lot of support.
Yes, Thurston Moncrief, he'll go in lane 3. We've also got Will Steadman of Loughborough, Elliot Frame of Glasgow, Josh Rohrer of Kiel, Warwick's Max Winfield, Connor Hood of Cardiff, Louis Bolton, Manchester, and Jay Sisbal of Birmingham. So this is probably one of the harder to predict closer races, you might say. You've got Sisbal 149.8 at best. He was a 5th at English schools 3 years ago.
Yeah, I haven't seen him at BUCS much, if at all, from what I can tell, considering he's a 149 guy. I thought you might have seen him before, but I've heard he's in good shape after their Font-Romeu training camp. Harry Fisher boldly claimed that him, Ben Gardner and Jay Sisbal have the podium locked up already on Strava the other week, so we'll see if they can pull through with that prediction.
Yeah, taking an early lead here then is the Glasgow man, Elliot Frame, Will Steadman of Loughborough, Sisbal of Birmingham in the top 3, Josh Rohrer of Kiel, it looks like, just behind them, and Connor Hood of Cardiff. So 4 different combinations of black and red vests within the top 6 athletes.
Yeah, quite a group of them at the front. Steadman and Sisbal, the 2 you'd expect to go through, but they're boxed in at the moment, Steadman.
Steadman a 151 man at best.
English schools bronze medalist last year over 800.
Sisbal once again emerges at the front of the race. Rohrer still there fighting for Kiel in second. Then it's Will Steadman and Connor Hood. So 2 from 4 with Elliot Frame now out of the frame. And Sisbal very good down this home straight. Steadman following home. 155.87 and well, 3rd and 4th ought to make it through as well. Target time coming into this 1:58.12, so one Marjon man did knock the other out of contention to progress.
Probably another few from that heat as well in those fastest loser spots. Another quicker heat.
Would have thought so, because they seem to be within a second of the 1:55.8 winning time there. So that leaves us with 2 more finals, 2 more heats still to come, and of course semi-finals, as we mentioned, coming up tomorrow, final on Monday. And so far still fastest athlete Elliot Savage, obviously not fully representative to read into that, but yes, that was the fastest heat indeed. Savage of Manchester Met from Jonathan Marshall of Stirling, but does sometimes give an indication of the person who really was determined to assert themselves individually, which is often something that continues into the semi-finals. Fisher then of Birmingham City, 3rd fastest, 1:54.82. Jacob Alexander at the moment is in the second of the non-automatic positions and will remain there with 2 heats still to go.
Quite a nervy weight now, but hopefully should be okay.
And lining up in lane 1 will be Leeds University for the track.
So Zach Hold of Leeds, Fraser Morris of Stirling, Miles Waterworth of Loughborough, Jack Tilford Carey of Reading, Liverpool's Josh Redmond, Audie Evans Rodriguez of Salford, Panu Kumchu Junpiyan of BCU, and Oliver Weston of St Mary's.
Top 20 finish at the European Under-20 Cup Championship this year.
So would you count your BUCS medals as some of your better memories of athletics so
definitely.
far?
This time last year I came in having no idea what to expect, so that one will always be pretty special. I think probably surprised quite a lot of people, including myself, winning that bronze. And then indoors, backing it up under a bit more pressure was very satisfying.
It's interesting because people are often quite adamant that the word surprise isn't a thing in athletics, just because people don't see what goes in behind the scenes, and it is often perceived as offensive when it's used, but quite refreshing to hear you say that, really.
Yeah, well, I'd run 153 the year before that, so I improved 4 seconds last year, which I think probably to most people is a bit of a surprise. And yeah, indoors, one of the deepest finals.
Heat number 7. Old, Morris, Waterworth, Tilford Carey, Redmond, Evans Rodriguez, Kumchu, Jumpijan and Weston.
Heat 7 of the 8, 10,800.
So penultimate heat underway. You've got Oliver Weston of St Mary's going off well on the outside there.
And it's Oliver Weston who leads the pack down the back.
Testing the athletes already down this back straight a little bit. Looks like might be the
St Mary's vest out in front.
Yeah, it was one in the second vest is a vest that I don't often see. 1259, it's Salford, there you go.
Oh wow, nice and local at least.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen Salford athletes running in a BUCS vest because they didn't have a... But yeah, they do have a kit on this occasion. Sophie Walton winning gold for them a couple of years ago, the 200 metres, 58.08 at the bell. Yeah, again, similar to what we've seen, but a touch faster.
Yeah, another big pack. Again, you'd expect it to separate down this back straight. Miles Waterworth run 150.01, so should be able to start moving through, as he looks to be doing that on the outside.
So Waterworth in the African Violet from the blue and white St Mary's and Weston. Salford athlete Evans Rodriguez still in contention on the outside, but with work to do. And Weston now out of it. Zach Old is the one fighting and challenging, but he's just going to end up behind Waterworth and indeed behind Redmond of Liverpool. 154.59. So remains faster across both 400 and the finishing time as well, compared to that previous heat, which wasn't too shabby either at 155.8.
I mean, other than Savage, none of these heats have been taken out at too hard of a pace. So, in theory, there's going to be a lot of fresh legs tomorrow for those semis, where the standard really ramps up. You have to be on your A game for them.
So one more heat to go in a few moments' time. It will feature the likes of Nairobi's Smith Mills of Nottingham. Semi-finalist indoors, but impressive heat winner he was. I know that we're trying to progress. So Athletes coming out now, running through the lineup in a moment's time. Good conditions at the moment. Hopefully they remain, but it's just too unpredictable here, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit windy, I've heard, but doesn't look too bad out there.
What are your optimum conditions?
I think currently a little bit too hot for what I like. I don't mind the wind because I never want to be leading it until the last 50 metres. Don't enjoy leading races out, so it doesn't make too much of a difference. But the sun out is quite nice, obviously.
So, final heat with Tim Bongertz of Cambridge, Jack Organ of Oxford, Oscar Logan of Glasgow, Oliver Emmett of St Mary's, George Saparovich of Leicester, Nairobi Smith Mills of Nottingham, Saul Longbottom of Sheffield Hallam, and Aston's Jaran Singh.
Nairobi and Jack here are both 150 runners, so looking to one of them to probably take control of this heat. I know Nairobi's done that previously, likes to front run.
Yeah, the next best after that is 153 Jaran Singh of Aston. Mentioned them a few times today. And just having a latest look at the time needed in order to make it through in terms of those 8 with a small Q next to their name. It's a 157.59 now, so both Marjon out, Salford still in, or Jordi Evans Rodriguez holding that spot. So Bongertz, Organ, Logan, Emmett, Siparovich, Smith Mills, Longbottom and Singh. Cambridge and Oxford both represented here. Other than that, a rather Midlands field, Leicester, Nottingham, Aston. Now, Oliver Emmett to the front here. You can see, looks like Smith Mills in second place in the green and gold of Nottingham. And
Jack
then it's
Organ
the
just
Oxford
behind
vest.
him, yeah.
And then Oscar Logan of Glasgow wearing 742, black vest, blue shorts. Very similar, big packs of 5-6 athletes in contention in a lot of these heats coming through to the bell. This is going to be a touch faster once again though, 57.60.
Yeah, St Mary's athlete done well there, got the pace rolling, knowing that there's 2 150 guys, so probably is going to need a fastest loser spot if he wants to make it through to those semis.
Absolutely, going for that mid 157 or better. So Smith Mills doing well out front then for Nottingham. Morgan in second place now. Not completely free of this pack just yet though. Bongertz of Cambridge chasing with Logan of Glasgow. And now they're breaking free.
Those two look clear, don't they? If they're coming to the final 100.
So Logan and Smith Mills down this home straight for the final time. Logan in third, ahead of Bongertz, who's being challenged by Emmett. But the victory,
very easy down that home straight for Jack Organ and Nairobi there.
Yeah, 155.30.
So that concludes the heat of the men's 800.
Will be close for those fastest loser spots, won't it? For those.
Absolutely, yeah. That was the first thing they're looking at to see as soon as those results come through. But yeah, Basil Rock, your thoughts then on these men's 800 metre heats and what we've seen so far?
I think Savage looked very good, taking it out and running, I mean, 1:53, 5 seconds off his personal best, so pretty comfortable, but still confident run. Nairobi always looks good in the heats. I think he's in very good shape coming off of camp in Morocco, and then Harry Fisher and Ben Gardner probably the two to watch out for, and then obviously David Race.
Anything else then, just before you leave us after these 800 heats? Any other events beyond 800 metres, your kind of favourite event that you're excited to see progress this weekend?
Well, I think those 1500 semi-finals are what I'm very excited for tomorrow. They're just so deep, and the lack of fastest loser just means anything could happen. I don't think it's very often you get 2-3 sub 340 guys running at BUCS, and then on top of that Henry Jonas, who is very strong, but also that 146 pedigree if it slows down. So I think that's the one I'm excited to watch the most tomorrow.
Brilliant. You've given quite an obvious answer that an 800 metre runner would give, but I thought you might do that. So no, all good there. Been great to have you join us, and hope you enjoy the rest of the weekend. Obviously, unfortunate that you're not here racing, but as you say, you hope to still get something from this outdoor season.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for having me on.
Thank you. first heat of the women's 400 metres coming up. So in this first heat, Natasha Harrison, one of the favourites here, 52.61. Seeded time coming into this, and she will be looking for another BUCS title. One of Loughborough's big contenders. She ran 52.67 last year. She actually did the 200 metres indoors, in which she was 5th, but yeah, not her strongest event. Also McFeet, Babis, Tappin, McConnell, Griggs and Davidson in this, but very much expecting that Natasha Harrison will dominate from Manchester Met, previously representing Loughborough here, but now in the colours of Man Met. So coming through here, this is going to be a good few seconds advantage. 54.91 coming through ahead of Monica Davidson in second place. Top 3 going through to the semi-finals, 6 non-automatic qualifiers. We've just seen Manchester Met win their heat there, and the other home university, should we say, is Manchester here, Lorcan Fallon. You won the captains of the university, or you're certainly here representing? We saw you race earlier, didn't we?
Yeah, that's right. I'm men's captain alongside women's captain Michelle. Just did 400 hurdles today, earlier on, as well as high jump.
How did you find it out there? Is this your first BUCS, or how far are you through your university journey?
So I'm actually final year, so it's my third BUCS Outdoors. However, it's my first individual race at BUCS, so I've always done relays.
How did you find having the individual preparation? Did that add any stress at all? Or?
Yeah, no, with track at least, I feel like all eyes are on you, so you really have that pressure to perform as well as you can, more so than field. So I think there's more motivation to train a lot harder as well.
What's it like having home advantage then, being here in Manchester? You'll probably train on this stadium more often than others.
Yeah, no, definitely. It helps a lot. I mean, we're so used to the track, we're used to the surface, how responsive the track is to, you know, when we're just running on it. And I think it's a great track, so it's great to have it here.
There are a lot of tracks in and around Manchester, so which do you use? Do you use this one mainly, or do you have other facilities?
Exclusively this one,
only,
right. As well as the one inside when it's cold. But yeah, no, this is a fantastic track.
That's brilliant, yeah. And Manchester is a university here, so what kind of size of team have you brought here, roughly?
I think we've brought around 30 or so athletes. This is probably our biggest team yet. Last year we had a massive showing as well, more so than usual. We've been quite quiet for the past few decades, but we're really trying to change that and get as many people involved in athletics as we can.
For sure, yeah, and obviously it's one of the biggest cities, so it would be great to have the representation, wouldn't it? And so, any athletes that we should be looking out for this weekend in particular?
Yes, absolutely. So we just had 2 of our triple jumpers, Dan Akinradero and Nadom Abouagi, qualify for triple jump on their first jumps. So they're ones to watch out for on Monday. We have Sam Ebenine, who's a 100-meter runner and long jumper. He's qualified for the semis today. And we have Jonah Radcliffe on the javelin, Sean Carey on the shot put as well. So we're expecting some medals from them, hopefully.
Yeah, well, Sam seems to do lots of events at a decathlete, like yourself, I believe, also multi-eventer. You are.
Kind of. I mean, Sam's just good at everything, really. But he's focused exclusively on long jump and sprinting. So we expect big results from him, and I'm sure he'll deliver as well.
So watching here the heats of the women's 400 metres, the men's 400 will follow at 4:45, so half an hour's time. Second lineup looks like this. We've got Mia Oldfield of Nottingham, Neve Smith Winchester, Hannah Hope Northumbria, Charlotte Dewar of Birmingham, Olivia Sparks of Cambridge, Teesside Charlotte Kelsey, and Millie Walton of Leeds Beckett. So athletes in their blocks here, and run you through some of their credentials when the gun goes. So actually looks there like Charlotte Kelsey is a DNS, which is a bit of a shame because she's a top-ranked athlete in this by some considerable margin. More than 3 seconds faster than the rest of the athletes in this field. So Oldfield, Smith, Hope, Dewar, Sparks and Walton. So 6 athletes going for 3 automatic spots through to these semi-finals. We've got Walton, big gap of course on the outside. Sparks of Cambridge. As I say, big opportunity for someone potentially with a personal best just inside 60 seconds to progress through to these semi-finals. Starting to come through here is Charlotte Dewar, 57 seconds her PB, so she's now the fastest in the field. Mia Oldfield of Nottingham now leading, using that inside advantage well. Oldfield from Dewar and Sparks of Cambridge, 57.58. Lorcan Fallon from University of Manchester, of course, you were in the 400 hurdles earlier. What's your approach to running 400 metres? Do you ever do the flat as well?
Yeah, I exclusively did the flat before. I only transitioned to 400 hurdles a few months ago.
Oh, right.
So
and who was behind that decision?
I actually don't know. I thought it'd be fun to do, and it is a really fun event, but also really grueling at the same time.
Well, exactly. That's why the field for the 400 hurdles just isn't as big, and you might have seen an opportunity there because there's not as many people trying to do the 400-meter hurdles as other events. Good opportunity for you to be higher in the rankings.
I suppose, but at the same time I knew that it's quite a long shot. It's not an easy event that you can just walk in and perform the best out of everyone in the field. So, you know, there is an opportunity, but I don't think I'm quite there yet.
For sure, but in time, it can be an event where you could take big chunks off personal bests. We've seen many athletes do that.
That is true, that is true. I don't know how much longer I'll be continuing with it. Don't know when I'll retire. Hopefully not anytime soon, but we'll see, we'll see.
So it could be a short-lived excursion, yeah.
Could be, but short and sweet.
But in terms of running flat though, have you found that with the 400-meter flat you've experimented with the way that you run the race, or do you always have a particular style of doing it as we watch these heats, of course?
Yeah, I haven't run a 400 outdoors in a few years. I've only done it indoors, actually, for some reason.
That's unusual.
It is really unusual. I don't know why that was the case. But I feel like with indoors at least, you're a lot less disciplined with your speed and your tactics, whereas with 400 hurdles, there's a lot more patience that goes into it. So I think that's the only difference really for me.
Interesting, yeah. Well, there's more strategy sometimes, more planning of the race in terms of your strides.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't got to the stage where I'm counting my strides yet, but maybe in due course. In due course. I just do whatever leg comes up, really.
I like your honesty.
And hope for the best.
So we're looking then at this heat number 3. So Melissa Bills of Northumbria, Asher Root of Canterbury Christchurch, Ruby Nelson of Newcastle, Annabelle Howes of Birmingham, Alice Tyler of Liverpool, Eliza Hayden of Durham, and Olivia Bochi of Warwick. So Asher Root, potentially the athlete to watch out for here. She was a bronze medalist indoors, personal best of 54.77. And she was 6th 3 years ago outdoors representing Newcastle University. What do you find then is the main difference between 400 outdoors and indoors?
Definitely your approach to the first 200 meters. I think with indoors, you really need to get to the line first. With outdoors, again, you can be a bit more patient and really kick in the last 150 or so. That's probably the main difference, really. So I think there's a lot more fatigue in the indoors in the last 200, I'd say.
So, third heat, top 3 going through automatically to those semi-finals. And the final, if they can make it, will be 12:40 on Monday, Bank Holiday Monday, finals day. Six non-automatic qualifiers as well, 6 heats in total. The moment the target time in terms of non-automatic qualification is 62:27. But I'm sure that will change. So athletes ready to go, hands on hips on the start line. Whistle goes. Bills, Root, Nelson, Howes, Tyler, Hayden and Bochi. So Asherut getting away nicely from lane 3. On the outside, that's Olivia Bochi of Warwick in the maroon and black. Being chased down though by Asherut, who will just edge into the screen now. So Root should win this one. Indoor bronze medalist. So let's see, looking for potentially sub 55 seconds here. Huge lead this for Root from Annabelle Howes of Birmingham, and then Bochi in third place. 56:43 on the clock. Very close between Nelson of Newcastle and Bochi of Warwick on the line there for third place. So yeah, within that race we saw some different styles of running, and we saw a good battle there for third place in the end.
Definitely. 400 is always an exciting race to watch and commentate for, I must say.
So, people who are studying for University of Manchester and representing this weekend, are you all kind of at your normal uni halls or homes, etc.? Because you already have that home advantage. There's no need to stay anywhere different, is there?
Exactly. You can come home after a long day at BUCS to the comfort of your own bed, which is really good. So really grateful that they chose to host here again. I think there was some talk about hosting in Birmingham in Alexander Stadium, but we're glad to have it here again. I have to ask as well, which is your favourite race to commentate for?
Track race is probably 800 metres.
800.
Just because the final lap, you can have so many contenders and so much pace to burn. I think that probably makes it most exciting and unpredictable. We see slow races here, so it can mean that yeah, you can get a result you didn't expect in the 800 metres. And field event probably can be Javelin, potentially, because it's quite an explosive, exciting event to watch.
Interesting.
But you don't always get the best views of it. So a hammer, again, very exciting, but you don't always get the best views.
I've been hearing a debate about having a separate field live stream. What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, it's been done sometimes, but of course, again, it depends what the views are like. Yes, we try and show as much simultaneous action as possible. Generally, the interest is higher on the track as well, so...
100%, 100%.
So they're all factors at play. I mean, the linear jumps, it's easier to predict when the highest height will be, when the gold medal will be decided, compared to the long jump, and other events. I mean, these are things that all track and field broadcasts, these are all factors that they have to consider, isn't it? So when is the most exciting event in the long jump or the long throw likely to be? It's probably going to be when the leader, based on personal best, throws. So ideally you would follow that and you would pinpoint when that would be in the throwing order. But yes, certainly you will try and get as many of the big moments in as possible.
Yeah.
That's the goal. That's got to be the goal, isn't it?
Definitely.
And many people would quite like to watch an all singing, all dancing, everything feed. Switching between, because that keeps the energy up, doesn't it?
100%, yeah.
Because otherwise you could have a field stream that could have 15 minutes of nothing because there's no event. And that would probably be less watchable than an integrated feed.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of waiting around.
Fourth heat of the women's 400. It was difficult to see anything there.
I know I couldn't see anything from here.
So gives me a chance to run through this lineup indeed. Catherine Reynolds of Sheffield, always a strong contender for them, both individually and in the relays. She's had 2 6th places and 2 5th places in the past at BUCS. Sounds like there'll be a green card. Charlotte Williams of Cardiff, Eva Tyler of Cardiff Met, Gabriella Sutton, Sheffield Hallam, Erin Hughes of Kent, Olivia Morgan, Liverpool, John Moores, Georgia Adam Newton of Leicester, and Delphine Connolly of Leeds. So good raw to get these athletes underway in this first heat, and Kat Reynolds has the tough inside lane. We'll see how she comes through in the second half of the race. Sutton of Sheffield Hallam going quite strongly here through the centre though. Being chased by Tyler of Cardiff Met. Now Reynolds starts to emerge in the black and yellow. So is it going to be these three then? Tyler, Sutton, Reynolds. And in what order? So Reynolds hoping, I'm sure, for another top 6 finish. She's through at least into the semi-finals for now from Tyler and from Sutton, who's just tiring here, will get to the finish in 3rd place, 57.61. Must have been really tough having that lane 1 on the inside, even though you are the fastest athlete. You have to be quite patient there.
Yeah, no, definitely. She made up the stagger within the first, 200 meters or something, with essentially all the athletes, so she's done a really good job. Can't imagine how tired she'd be now, though.
Absolutely, yeah, and you know, these races are quite spread out. You've got semi-finals tomorrow, final Monday. Lorcan, been great to speak to you. Going to swap out now for your fellow captain, Michelle, but it's been great to talk to you.
Great, thank you for having me, thank you.
So I mentioned we'd swap out the two University of Manchester captains. Michelle Caron, now with me. You've been doing the long jump, is that right? Or you will be doing the long jump, I should say?
Yes, I'll be starting tomorrow.
Bright and early for a Sunday morning, eh?
Yes, I still don't know what pool I'm in, so it'll be exciting to see when I'll be starting.
That's right, yeah, 3 pools. A lot of female long jumpers involved, but that's good to see. Okay, so next heat of the women's 400 metres. We'll cross back and forth to the field as well. Aisha Joji of Aberdeen, Emmy Gregg of Leeds Beckett, Jenna Breen of Loughborough. Whispering because the starter's right next to me. Holly Pater of Sheffield, Freya Hampshire of Winchester, Lucy Poole of Liverpool, Janae Mitchell of Oxford Brookes, and Rebecca Mitchell of Cranfield, unfortunately DNS. So once again, it's top 3 going through to those semi-finals, and pushing through here is Jenna Breen, the Irish athlete for Loughborough, and chasing down is Holly Pater of Sheffield. So penultimate heat here, and going very nicely. The Loughborough student Jenna Breen, they've always got great strength in depth over women's 400 metres, even though they've lost Natasha Harrison, who's now at Manchester Met. Holly Pater in second place, and then Amy Gregg of Leeds Beckett is going to go through. Very big gaps between the athletes here. 56.08. So, yeah, nice set of heats here, but we really have to see the semi-finals to get a full indication of how things are shaping up. So, Michelle, you've already warned me not to ask you too many technical field questions, so won't do that. But no, I mean, it's exciting really to get the full complement of athletics and to have a good atmosphere, isn't it, generally, whether it's long jump or javelin or whatever?
Yeah. Athletics is great to watch. It's always a fun to see people's achievements and everything else, yeah. And you told me that really you do long jump, but are there any other field events that you admire the technique of, that you like to watch? Yeah, triple jump. Obviously, that's very close to long jump. I actually used to be a sprinter as well, so I have a love for track as well. But,
so why did you move from sprinting to long jump?
As we know, sprinting is really competitive, and I was a 100-meter sprinter, so I was doing 100 meters and long jump, and I decided to just focus on long jump, and I think it's just, less stressful, I feel like.
I love that, because I've always asked the question, like, can people not see that there are like 15 heats of 100 meters and there's real opportunity in long jump, and if they could just give it a go, and they often say, yeah, but I can't jump, that's normally the answer. So I'm really glad to hear that for you.
Thank you.
We do sometimes see some great battles in the long jump as well, coming down to just a few centimeters between medalists. So yeah, should be exciting. 3 pools of athletes though, so it is actually quite competitive as well in the women's long jump, with 3 lots of qualification.
Yeah, it is. I think even just for myself, I think PBing this weekend is really likely, so I'm really hoping that I PB. I've been working hard this past year with my coach, and yeah, he said it's this training session this last week, he said it's the best he's seen me jump, so I'm excited, yeah.
That's nice. That's not an offence towards your previous jumping though, is it? Do you know what I mean? It's like I have people that are, like colleagues in an office, and you'll say to them, oh, like your new hairstyle is great, and they're like, what are you saying about my old one? So I think people always find a way to be insulted and not take a compliment well, but I think you've taken that that well, and sounds like you're in positive spirits.
Yeah, definitely.
We're talking with Lorcan Fallon, your co-captain at University of Manchester, that you can return home to your own house after a day at BUCS. So is that an advantage for you? I mean, some people like the plushness of a hotel, so I don't know.
I mean, indoor BUCS, it was great going to Sheffield and being in the hotel, but going back home into your own bed, it's just better, and it's not too far as well. You can pop in and out when you like. Yeah.
So we're watching the first day of competition here at BUCS Outdoors. We have some field action that's just gone underway. So men's javelin A final and men's shot put as well. Just getting started. So we'll try and keep across everything that's going on. One more heat to go of the women's 400 metres. Athletes already in their blocks. .60.72 is the target time for non-automatic qualification position, in which there are 6, or of which there are 6. So 7 athletes here: Niamh Woodward of Leeds, Layla Zul, Amelia Hart, Camille Madden, Natalie Groves, Daisy Palmer, Darcy Ellis. So looks like Natalie Groves of Oxford out front here in the Navy. 56.09 at best. Behind her, Camille Madden of Loughborough. Now, once again, looking to have real strength in depth, and that will be ominous for the women's 4x4, in which they normally win gold. Layla Zul of Sterling in 3rd place. Again, really big gaps between these athletes. Zul just going to come through into 2nd place, and Madden tiring, but it's okay because there's a big gap behind. 55.69, the finishing time.
55.69, might be just inside the personal best of Camille Madden.
So, in the men's Javelin A final, first round, just to give you an update after that, going into the 2nd round now, but Ben East, former UK champion, leads with 72.10, very much the overwhelming favourite. Tom Holmes, 64.25 in 2nd, Zach Fern, 58.24 in 3rd place.
85, before going on to take the England under-23 title.
In the men's shot put, also coming to the end of the 1st round, we've got Zach Davis, 15.91, Dylan Claydon, 14.75, David Paulett, 14.25.
The first through is the men's javelin, Fernie, Loughborough, Thomas Hall, Loughborough.
So javelin moving quickly through the rounds. I think results on roster just a little bit behind, so look to be in real life, as it were, heading into, oh no, I'm looking at the shot put, in fact, in which the board is showing 4th round, but we've got one set of results coming through. So anyway, let's watch the live pictures. So Patrick Morgan of Cardiff Met here. $13.76. Well, to be honest, I think they were just playing around with the numbers, because it said 1 and then it said 3 and then it said 4 and then it went back to 1. So no idea what was going on. Maybe I should have gone to Specsavers. This is 5.94, David Paulett. Again, another event where we can see sometimes just centimetres separating the medalists can be quite agonising to watch. The sun really is beaming down here in Manchester. I mean, as someone who lives here, not something you often see, is it? We've seen plenty of it, though.
Yeah. I think this heat wave has come at the right time, but also not as well for our university students who are stuck in coursework season and exam season. Can't enjoy the weather.
It's a really good point, isn't it? It's like during the pandemic where it was like the hottest ever. We couldn't quite enjoy it. So this is Ewan Urquhart of Glasgow then.
7 athletes.
Red flag though, we're in the second round.
The first 2 qualifying automatically to the semis. In lane 2, representing.
So Urquhart, personal best of 13.87. But really this is about a big battle between Dylan Claydon and Zach Davis. Claydon and Davis both have the same personal best of 16.57. Claydon set it when winning the England Under-23 title, and Davis when winning BUCS Outdoors last year. And they're both 4-time BUCS medalists as well. So it's a really close head-to-head battle. So 12.62 the athlete's wearing here.
Jonathan Henny, and in lane 8, completing the line from Bristol University, Rory Chang. Heat 1 of the main 400 metres.
So second round effort then for Dylan Claydon. He's in second place at the moment, 14.75, just over a metre off his teammate, our leader, Zach Davis. So great rivalry between these athletes, and hoping to see them again in the discus as well. And Claydon, the BUCS discus champion last year, so he has 4 BUCS medals and 1 gold, and Davis has 4 BUCS medals and 3 golds. Have you ever had a go at shot put, Michelle?
Yes, actually, our Griffin Cup at Leeds, I decided to have a go at javelin and shot put. I find shot put really interesting, actually.
Did you have to be persuaded into it?
Yes, our men's captain is very persuasive in trying to get us to try new events, but yeah, we needed the points.
Dylan Claydon improving to 14.78 by 3 centimetres. So just seeing that attempt there, Stephen Simmons of Kent, he's currently in 9th place, 12.72. We will continue to show as much as we can of the shot put and javelin finals. We return to the track just for a moment. First heat of the men's 400. Well, I mentioned that Davis and Claydon both have 4 BUCS medals, and we've got another athlete with great BUCS pedigree here, Alex Cooper, multiple BUCS champion. He won the indoor title this year, an outdoor title last year, as well as in 2022 he won BUCS indoors. So looking for a 4th title then, alongside Kieran Bourne, Jamie Dumbarton, Thomas Sugden, Finn Whiteman, our forward roll somersault viral athlete from the relay indoors, Jonathan Henny and Rory Chang. But Alex Cooper very much in his own territory, in his own postcode. The other athletes are pretty much outside Greater Manchester as the Loughborough man comes through with the tash, with the African violet vest in 48.48 with cheers. Top 2 going through to the final.
I think it may well have been Finn Whiteman.
Semi-final, I should say.
So check the official result.
So 10 heats in the 400 metres. So really strong participation once again. Alex Cooper, though, dominant.
And we can confirm Finn Whiteman finishing in 2nd place.
Finn Whiteman was 2nd place there, so he is also through to the semi-finals. Right, so field finals underway. Let's cross back to the field. So 9.75. Alfie Williams of Loughborough here, 14.23 so far. Still Davis from Claydon from Paul at the top 3. So Davis and Paul in the same positions that they were at the Indoor Championships. First and third.
To the second heat.
That was Ebenezer Abara of Sheffield Hallam. He's in 10th place with 12.53.
In 4, representing Stirling University, Andrew Peters. In 5, from Manchester Met.
Jacob Matthews this is, of Birmingham. So Matthews, silver medalist last year, personal best of 16.17. He's gone out to 15.35 so far this year. Another who can double up in the discus as well, as many of these athletes can. Can he get himself into the top 3 though? Matthews down in 8th place, 13.70. Shot put, one of a few field events that does have the qualification through to final rather than the A and B final. Michelle, as a long jumper who has to qualify for the final, just wonder what you make of the A and B finals in some of the field events. So rather than qualification through to final, everyone gets 6 attempts in events like, for example, the Javelin that we've seen today. Just wondering what you think of that.
I don't know. I think some people might find it more complicated, more harder, or more difficult to navigate through. I have no opinion personally, but
fair enough. In your case, it's qualification for the long jump. As mentioned, that's coming up tomorrow morning. So soon going to the third round of the shot put. So Alex Cooper won the first of the men's 400-metre heats. In the second one, we've got Kaur, Wincup, Peters, Dias, Whitaker, Sando and Rogan Ray. So another contender for Manchester Met here is Nathaniel Dias. So BUCS finalist indoors and out in the past, 47.93 at best. Nathaniel Dias really pushing on here. Up the gears down this back straight, leaving the competition behind him.
On the inside.
Andrew Peters doing well in the green of Stirling as well. Nathaniel Dias just maybe taking his foot off the gas after stepping very hard on it before, and Peters of Stirling trying to come through on him. These two going through, Dias just having enough, just about. In any case, they're both through to the semi-finals. So it leaves us with 2 heats done, 8 to go. Michelle Caron from University of Manchester, female captain. Is that the official title?
Women's captain.
Women's captain, yes.
Interchangeable.
We'll go with that, given that is the proper title. What are you most looking forward to this weekend generally?
I think just the whole vibe of just athletics and just the support. I think also looking forward to our own athletes as well who are looking to go to the finals too. We've got Sam Ebenin in the semis tonight, and then we've got long jump tomorrow with our long jumpers. Monday we're looking to see jumpers in the final too, so yeah, I'm excited for that.
This is Jonah Radcliffe, one of your teammates of Manchester. No marks so far early on in the first round, so we're going into the second round now. Always quite hard to judge the angle where the cone markers are versus where the javelin's landed, but it is around 40 metres. But you're absolutely right, just the general atmosphere. What got you into athletics out of interest?
So I started in school. I've been doing it for about nearly a decade actually. But yeah, just always been sporty, always loved running, and I got into athletics.
Flynn Dodkin here. So he's in 7th place, 53.08, a season's best.
That puts him currently into the bronze medal position.
So, continuing to keep across javelin and shot put. We now move to round number 3.
First place, Zach Davies. Looking to take his second outdoor title.
Very shortly. But Ben East is our leader, 72.10. 64.25 next best. So really we're looking at Ben East and the javelin just to see how far he can throw. Similar situation to what we've seen with Becca Walton over the years in the javelin for Loughborough. So East, who's won the UK title here in the past, pushes all the way through the point. Javelin goes out so far, beyond 70 metres. He gets the white flag, so really great to get that in, as East is the big contender in this javelin. So wait for that measurement to come up in the second round. .70.62, no improvement, unfortunately. Third heat of the men's 400. Sun beaming down onto the track. Big shouts from the main stand. Dylan Andrews for Sussex, Henry Stewart for Warwick, Exeter's Elliot Marston, Evan Wilson, Harriet Watt, Matt Hogg, Gloucestershire, Aidan Karamira of Kent, and Winchester's Ryan Hawkins. So straining through the glare, it's the Harriet Watt and the fluorescent yellow on the front of Evan Wilson versus the moody maroon of Henry Stewart of Warwick. These two, oh so comfortable then, from Hogg of Gloucestershire, 50.26 on the clock.
Henry Stewart of Warwick is second, and Aidan Karamira of Kent takes third, 50.26 away time.
Michelle Carron, University of Manchester women's captain. So what happens behind the scenes then as a team? Do you have team meetings? Do you, I don't know, try and rouse each other into winning medals? How does it work?
I think it's just not putting a lot of pressure on our athletes. A lot of them are different abilities, and coming to BUCS, it's just very competitive, and you see a lot of good talent. But I think just letting them know that they're strong enough in their own ability and coming to just participate in itself is an achievement, I think, yeah.
Brilliant. Well, wish you all the best of luck, especially with tomorrow's early start. You know, not just 10 o'clock start jumping, but you have to calculate back from that, won't you? Actually arriving here, breakfast or whatever. So what time will you actually start your preparations?
Probably like 5 a.m. I have a really extensive morning routine, so yeah, I'll be here really early. But yeah.
Briefly describe that routine.
So wake up in the morning, first priority.
That's a good start, isn't it? Really. If you've done that, you've won.
Yeah, so I wake up in the morning, and first priority is my relationship with God. So I do my Bible study, which takes usually up to an hour, and then obviously showering, eating breakfast, and then actually getting here as well in good time. Call times are usually like 45 minutes before, so I'll be here like really early, but yeah.
Wish you all the best of luck for the early start then, and good to talk to you.
Thank you.
I was just about to say that the fourth heat of the men's 400 metres has got underway, but that would be wrong. So Yusuf Rabi will hopefully be in this. Hopefully too Aaron Barrett-Mowat of East London, Cole Flint of Worcester, Harry McPhee of Stirling. Good representation for Stirling, as we were saying earlier, with Angelica Operinde, their president. Birmingham's Mark Roberts, Joel Poynton of Coventry, Dario Akaga Di Pietro of Oxford Brookes, and Ben Chalk of York. Hopefully no one about to be chalked off from taking part in this heat. Well, not quite sure what the issue is, but really having to strain everyone watching. They're kind of covering their eyes or putting something on top of their forehead just so they can see through the beaming sunshine. Maybe it's so unusually hot here in Manchester that the starter's gun has actually melted, although that is unlikely. Anyone who's got a second layer on has been taking it off and putting it on about 5 times every half an hour as the weather predictably changes. So just waiting for this the race to settle then. Fourth heat out of 10 in the men's 400 metres. And the 100 semis, of course, and women's steeplechase. But we will keep you up to date with what's happening in the field as well, of course. So as things stand, top 3 in the shot put: Davis from Claydon from Brown. And then East from Holmes and Fern in the men's javelin. So back to the field in just a moment. So now we are underway. You can see one athlete there electing, as is possible, not to use the blocks. Heat 4 is finally now underway. So Sterling athlete Harry McPhee making up good ground in the green vest. You can see Mark Roberts is on his outside in the red. And already these two looking fantastic, and Sterling are having a good competition overall. We've seen Stuart Greenhalgh and Sophia Bidak look like medal contenders in the 100 and 800 respectively. Layla Zoul also was second in her 400 heat. So 49.74 for McPhee, with Roberts also going through. So the fourth round of the shot put will just resume in a moment. I think they're just obviously resetting the order, with Zach Davis leading with 16.39. So obviously we'll have the top 8 athletes in order from 8th to 1st very shortly when that fourth round does get underway. We've obviously got heats 5 to 10 of the men's 400 meters coming up as well. So, heat 5 of the men's 400 metres features Rory Clark of Nottingham. Cardiff Met's Jacob Lamble, the one to watch here, 48.42 at best. Ethan Curran of Birmingham, Rajan Miller, University West of England, Southampton's Jennings, Ledford of Durham, Aspinall of Newman University, and Hughes of Harper Adams in Shropshire. So, Jacob Lamble, as expected, going very strongly here. We've seen some massive jumps between first, second and third in some of these races. Top two going through to the semi-finals. It's going to be Lamble and Hughes of Harper Adams. Be really interested to hear, actually, what degree he's studying at the mainly agricultural university, as a former resident of Shropshire myself. But yes, Lamble expected to win that one. The time coming up is 48.89. So just over 4/10 off his personal best for the man who was fourth last year. Or fourth indoors, I should say. So, shot put resumes, fourth round then. And as we said, Zach Davis leading 16.39, Dylan Claydon 14.78, Alistair Brown 14.69. So, we've seen a few athletes obviously drop out. Reef Page actually retired at the end of the third round. Stephen Simmons, Ebenezer Ibarra and Oliver Adnett, 9th, 10th, 11th, they finished respectively. So no improvement for Ewan Urquhart or Patrick Morgan. Jacob Matthews improves to 14.21, remains in 6th place for now. This is Alfie Williams. So he's in 5th place, the third of the Loughborough athletes. Again, in these field events, they really are stacked, the Loughborough contingents. David Paulett of Cardiff Met, bronze medalist indoors. So his best mark of 14.59 came in the second round. 14.99 his personal best, so he's not too far away. Rotating through the circle there towards 14 metres, so I'm not sure that's going to be an improvement. But really, really critical now to watch the battle between the top contenders. We're about to see the athletes in the top three as things stand. So no measurement there for Paul. Alistair Brown, though, improved to 14.69. He's in third place. So 15.08 his personal best. Again, not too far away from it. Linear technique for Brown. Also just short of 14 metres. Heat 6 of the men's 400 metres. Corrigan, De Abreu, Lippmann, Saniajana, Abbott, Woodhead, Samuel Nash and Ali. So Christian Samuel Nash, a previous bronze medalist indoors, and a key member Brunel's relay quartet potentially. You can see there Ali of St Mary's in the blue and white distinct stripes. Perhaps their old kit now, because they've kind of been wearing a kit that isn't striped and been less distinct. So nice to see that making a return. Let's see how Samuel Nash does here. We're going to see big gaps again. certainly decent sized gaps. Ali just has to watch there, his foot on the inside line. May have been very close on the bend. This is a good heat though, just coming through there. There's the St Mary's student Ali on Samwell now. She was very close towards the line, just behind Abbott. 50.1 on the clock track side. So all the while, field finals continuing. Still east from Holmes from Fern, no improvement in the javelin from the first round. So Dylan Claydon has improved in the fourth round to 15.05. So he's cut the gap, but it still is a big gap of 1 metre 34 centimetres. Zach Davis, 16.39, remains the leader. Ewan Urquhart of Glasgow then, decathlete, 13.74, only needs 2 centimetres to improve positionally. Rotating his way through there. The look at his face was somewhat disappointed. But around that 14-metre mark, so whereas other athletes that wouldn't have been improvement, for him it may be. Just waiting for the numbers to come up.
So
of course, we're now into the fifth round. Everyone is having the penultimate go. 13.28, no improvement. What about Patrick Morgan then? He's actually gone out to 13.76 twice. Nice and agile with the rotation. Won't be too different to what he's done so far. Jacob Matthews will go next. Oh, it's 5 centimetres off for Morgan, so he has 3 throws within 5 centimetres of one another. Last year's silver medal, bronze medalist, I should say, Jacob Matthews. No, it was silver. Too much going on at the same time here, I think. 14.51 at this point. Needs 2 centimetres again to improve. And 14.69 to get on the podium. It's definitely possible. Well, you can see there, with the naked eye, it's ahead of 14, but it'll probably be something around that mark. 14.11, no improvement, 10 centimetres off, but still consistent. Back to the shot put final in a moment. Heat 7 of the men's 400 metres. So Phillips of St Mary's, Wade of Bristol, Fox of Hull, Sowell of Newcastle, Carrodus Liverpool, Nanker of Nottingham, Sinnott of Kent, Kumar, University of the West of England. So we're looking here at Manker on the right of your screen and Sinnott on the left. Coming through nicely here is Fox in the white vest, at least on the front. So Adam Fox, personal best 49.06, going nicely here. Thought Sinnott might be a little bit closer to him, but he's in a solid second place. And Sinnott really fighting, has left a lot in the second half. Finishes well in 49.18, the victory then for Fox from Sinnott. 3 heats remaining. Okay, so in the shot put, we're still in round 5. Alfie Williams going out to 14.22 and no measurement for Paul at 3rd consecutive time that's happened. So we have the people who in the medal positions having their penultimate effort. So getting towards the business end, a crucial stage. Alistair Brown here. Turf. Now in Manchester though, outdoors. So feet ready, but body not set to execute there. They'll just begin this one again. So needs to get that grip just right, build up the energy. Like a coiled spring unleashes, and that looks to be well over 14. So 14.69 for his third place. He's 10 centimetres ahead of Paulett, who hasn't improved since the second round, but could still do so with his last go, of course. .15.05 needed to overhaul Claydon. It would have to be 15.06 in fact, because Claydon would win on countback in terms of that silver medal fight. 14.36, no improvement. So Dylan Claydon, what can he do? As I say, they have the same personal best, Davis and Claydon, 16.57. This man set for his 5th BUCS medal against his teammate once again, who's watching on here. So Claydon, beyond 16 metres. Well, if he hasn't taken the lead, which he may not have done, at least he is able to give himself a boost going into the final round, that anything is possible. 15.99, again, just goes to show that it can appear that it may be over 16 metres, but in actuality, just short. 15.99. It means that Zach Davis leads by 40 centimetres. So Davis, 16.42 this year. He's only 3 centimetres off that, so he's done pretty much what you would expect. And that is a big effort. So he's trying to say to Claydon, anything that you can do, I can do as well. I can relieve the pressure. And you would back him to respond in any case. So 5th round measurement coming up. 16.38. Well, it backs up what he's done nicely. Doesn't extend his lead. Still, time running out for Claydon. One more set of efforts to come in the 6th round. So really exciting shot put final that we'll be back to very shortly. So 3 more heats to come of the men's 400 metres. Again, the noise raised as the athletes get underway. We've got Will Parkinson of Cardiff in this. He made the semi-finals of BUCS Indoors. That's his only competition this year. 48.66 at best. Regis Edwards, Duncan, Newell, Wheeler, Mutambudzi and Akintoken and Ogoledo also in this. Looks to be a good scrap. It's Wheeler of Cardiff Met in the maroon ahead of Parkinson of Cardiff. So good Welsh battle this. Akintoken of Exeter in 4th place. Duncan coming through nicely of East London. And Duncan should be in the top 2 here. It's very, very close still. Wheeler just behind Duncan, I think. 50.05 across the line. So Wheeler of East London and so Wheeler of Cardiff Met, Duncan of East London, I should say, look to be through there to the semis. Back we are with Alfie Williams now. Should be getting used to the look of these athletes, even though they're often fall upper athletes. You have to kind of check your papers, but very distinct mullet. No measurement there for Williams. Ewan Urquhart did improve to 13.89, up to 7th. No improvement for Matthews or Morgan though. So, Paula, one last chance to get on the podium once again, as he did indoors. Not going to be too far away, but that's not going to eclipse 14.69, I don't think. Put in a strong showing, Paula, 13.94. So we now know who the medalists will be. Not too many medals, of course, to decide this championship so far. Women's javelin, won by Sophie Hamilton. Drove just over 50 metres. Long jump. Men's javelin, of course, still going, but here is Alistair Brown. So now a big gap, now 1.30 metre between him and Dylan Claydon. And yes, even though that appears to be right close to 16, doesn't look to me as though that's going to be good enough. So one last chance then for the order to change. Dylan Claydon almost bouncing the shot off the ground. No, it's a somewhat springy surface, but that's not easy to do at the best of times. But Claydon, really full of energy. Final round. One last dance. Rotation through there. And over 16 metres. Oh, this could be close. Let's wait for this measurement here. No, the whistle has gone. And watch out to see what it is. 16.17. So Davis wins the battle of the two Loughborough male throwers. Claydon in the end. 22 centimetres he cuts the gap to, so real charge there. Just like the charge that we sometimes see in the closing stages of a 400 metres. So Zach Davis confirmed as the gold medalist. 16.73 personal best in the final round. So fantastic performance, and he has his 4th BUCS gold medal, improving on his personal best by 16 centimetres there. As we look here, heat number 9 is underway. Mitchell, Vicinci, Charlson, Mitchell, Shaw, Napton, Chohan, Cameron in this. Ellis Cameron on the outside, cruising through. Nice comfortable victory for Cameron from Shaw. 49.34. One more heat to go in a minute. With Ryan Cherian, Leandro Tanswell, Miyiwa Oladokan, Sebastian Muscroft, William Inglis, Mitch Jewett, Dev Thakkar, Isaac Odenglade, all coming up in the final heat of the men's 400. 100 semis are 15 minutes away.
But in fact, he was already sure that the BUCS gold medal, and he's gone out to 65 rounds. The first one less than 16 metres, 73. He's improved it on 16 metres, 57. 73, best player. Yeah, here last year. So he adds a second outdoor title to his 2 indoor titles. Now you'll do. That's a good start.
So Zach Davis getting the better of Loughborough teammate Dylan Claydon in the shot put. And it was just caught by one of the cameras. Obviously we had gone to the track then because the race was about to get underway. But look here, nice B-roll if you like. Nice little footage there of Zach Davis, 16.73. And actually quite a nice little sight that. Tell you what else is still going though, as we know, it's the Javelin, and there seems to be quite a break. It's been quite slow to progress, not quite sure why that is, as we see more of it. This was Davis's celebration. I'd love to see that. Yeah, don't forget, they came in with the same personal best, both with 4 BUCS medals. Davis now has 4 gold and 5 BUCS medals, and so Claydon now has 5 medals in total with that 1 gold from the discus last year. They'll go again in the discus, of course. We're into the 4th round here, and one improvement has been Stephen Bates, 55.24. He's improved by more than 2 metres, and he's in 5th place. Ahead of him, James Pratt in 4th, Zach Fern 3rd, Thomas Holmes in 2nd behind Ben East on 72.10. Full results on the Roster Athletics website and app. Final heat of the men's 400 metres before those 100 semis that we're looking forward to in 10 minutes' time. Chelian Tanswell, Oladokan Musgrave, English Stuart Thacker and Ogunlade. As expected, the Coventry man in lane 8 on the outside, 49.02. And expect right on the inside Chelian to come through, because they're the only 2 in the field that have run sub 50 in the last couple of years. Isaac Ogunlade would have come out with the sunglasses when the sun was out, and now it's gone in. Looks good though, every reason to keep them on, but being overtaken here by Cherian and by Inglis. So 50-20 on the clock there, and Inglis doing really well. That could well be a big personal best for the Cambridge student, 50-72 coming in. So, back to the javelin then, and yeah, again, getting towards the business end. This is the 4th round. So Benny's leading away 72-10. But reminder, of course, we had B finals and A finals, so that's why we had 16 athletes in each round, so that's why it's been progressing a little bit slowly. But I think there was a pause at one point, maybe a technical issue perhaps. Thomas Holmes, though, he is in 2nd place. 64.25, big gaps between our medalists. There's nearly 8 meters between him and Ben East out front, and then 4 meters 2 centimeters between Holmes and Pratt of Birmingham in 3rd, who just threw. And that was even with Pratt, yes, improving there, overtaking Zach Fern. Just realizing the significance of that measurement that's just come up. Fern 58.24, and big overtake there from Pratt, 60.23, up into the bronze medal position in the 4th round now. .62.51, so decent measurement, and keeps everyone behind. In any case, keeps his confidence up. Joe Thompson of Cardiff met then, he's in 16th place, hoping to improve on his 38.18. So that takes us, of course, into the 5th round. This is the key bit of field action still remaining. A couple of things to settle, of course, on the track this evening. I can say that now because it's 5:30, even though it's very suitably light. As we look at Ben Pitts of Sheffield Hallam, 46.15 for 13th place so far. Yes, we've still got the 100-metre semis and women's steeplechase heats on the track. So that will take us through until after 6:30 this evening.
Just back to lane 2, it's fantastic, the Cardiff students, second at the World Senior Championships last year.
Sam Walker of Bath next, so he's in 12th place on 47.33. To make into the top 10, which would be a suitable mark of achievement. 48.65 is needed, that position being held by Jonah Radcliffe of Manchester. As we say, full results, meets.rosterathletics.com or the roster app. Type in BUCS, you'll find it. BUCS Outdoor Athletics Championships 2025. Music goes silent. I think that's because we're close to the first semi-final, the women's 100. This should be really exciting. So here is Jonah Radcliffe, I mentioned, in 10th place. Well, here we are then. First semi-final. It contains the gold medal favourite, Aaliyah Sibbons, but it's Irvin, Tustin, Fowler, Thomas Wright, Sibbons, Poulsen, Long and Dake as the full lineup here. Top 2 going through to the final and 2-time qualifiers. So Sibbons, the winner of this title in 2022, up against a strong field here. Fowler going well in second place. Thomas Wright battling behind Sibbons. 11.65. Had to push to a quick time. It was all around the mid-12 mark, apart from Olivia Fowler right at the end, really impressing. One of the closest to her PBs in the final heat. I think just giving everything to try and qualify, really. Again, it's into a minus 2.0 metre per second headwind. So that is quite a decent time then, run by Aaliyah Sibbons, and should stamp her down as the favourite here. No Alison Bell, Leonie Ashme, Joyeze, Success Edewan to contend with, but great to see Sibbons here. 2 more semi-finals, of course, on the way. Let's have another look here. So Sibbons, head down at the start, now drives away. Thomas Wright working those arms really hard, and Fowler battling, head rocking from side to side. It was a good battle between them, and it's Fowler who will have to wait and see if her time is enough, and just waiting for that time indeed to come up. But Sibbons doing exactly what you would expect her to do. So men's 100 semis coming up at 6 o'clock in 20 minutes time. So Sibbons obviously comes in with a European under-23 pedigree as well. Remember watching her at those championships, and unfortunately she went out in the semi-final. Her mum and her sister, I think it was watching in the stand in Finland. But they took 4x100 metre gold with Amy Hunt involved, Cassian Pemberton and Alison Bell, and all of them, yes, could have opportunities, big opportunities at senior level. Obviously, Amy Hunt has already done that at the Olympic Games, but yes, Sibbons remains a rising star. 2023, a bit of a breakthrough season, and maybe she's trying to get back to her best, but she did run 11.34 last year. So more on that in a moment, because obviously we've got 2 semis to come. Let's think about Javelin for the moment, though. And that big mover has been James Pratt, 60.23. Season's best for him, 3rd place. And that improvement came in the 4th round. So this is Stephen Bates. He finds himself in 5th place. He needs 3 meters to improve, so tough going that. Second semi-final of the women's 100 meters coming up. Watch out for Jenna Dewu from lane 5. First ooze from the crowd. Great drama. We'll see what the officials say, if anything. So full lineup for this second semi-final with Kirsty Treglen of Cardiff Met and Cross City rivals, with a lowercase r perhaps Estelle Roots, because it's more of a friendly rivalry as we were hearing with Leeds as well. The Scottish uni supporting each other just to get the Scottish contingent going. Talking of which, Lucy Fraser in lane 3 for Glasgow, Scottish Students Champion. Of course, that was last month. She won the 60 and the 100 this year, indoors and out, respectively. 11.87 is her PB. 11.99 this year. Karen Mayindu, though, looks strong in the heats. There's a East London contingent that was behind me, rooting on, including Emmanuel Sasanya, who's also on media duties. There's a track and field talk page. Previous medalist at BUCS, helping out the UAL students. Smaller contingent than perhaps they have had during his time at university, but still very strong in the sprints. Jennifer Adu, we've been really impressed with Adu the last couple of years for London South Bank. Personal best 11.59. She was 4th indoors over 60, but did improve her PB from 7.53 to 7.38. So definitely a big contender, certainly for a medal. Christabel Amponsa also with a decent heat, a victory in fact earlier, although 12.60 rather modest time compared to some of the best across this competition. Annabelle Honey of Loughborough and Ashley Watson of Leeds Beckett. Second semi, the women's 100. Really good start there from Karen Mayindu of East London here. Coming down this home straight, Iduwu with work to do. Medinu from Iduwu. What a tasty finish to that race, 11.75. So, yes, Iduwu had work to do, but she grafted in the second half of that race. That was a really good semi-final. So Karen Mayindu, although in personal best she's a few hundredths of a second off Iduwu, she has improved Mayindu this year to 11.65. Let's have another look here. So Iduwu, the taller athlete, just closing, but not quite closing in time. Well, it's been a long day of action, hasn't it? Since 10 o'clock this morning, and nearly 8 hours in. But that's always the way, and the action comes thick and fast 99% of the time. There's been no change, as you've been able to see, in this final round so far. Few athletes passing, in fact. It's been a long old javelin competition, this. It's been going for 1.5 hours. Benny's still out front, and he has passed the remainder of the competition, knowing that he looks set for gold. Third semi-final of the women's 100. Evie Rennick, Isabella Wigley, Lois Garland, Kinga Kudzia, Sarah Malone, Amelia Gittins, Bronwyn Mooney, and Latonia Samuels. Quite a few who impressed earlier, including Sarah Malone, bit of work for her to do. Kinga Kudzia as well, probably just about leading this. Millie Gittins coming through very nicely though. Oh, that's close on the line. Good scrap there. Lois Garland involved right at the end. 11:92 on the clock. Garland and Gittins, Kudzia and Malone, I think, just behind them. Extremely close. Don't forget there are 2 non-automatic qualifying positions. Let's have another look. And just a reference point, 12:06 is needed at the moment to make it through. Not automatically. You've got Annabelle Honey and Olivia Fowler in those positions. Great to see Edge Hill make it through to the final. Let's have a look. Looks from that angle. Gittins. Could be, though, that all 4 make it. Right, Javelin. Well, things mostly sewn up. This is Sam Walker, final round, 47.93. He's in 11th or 12th place, actually, as I look at it. Sam Walker, 47.33 for 12th place. Men's 100 semis to follow very shortly. Well, the full results have come through then from the 100 metres semi-finals, it appears, and actually Kinga Kudja and Sarah Malone are outside 12.06, despite being pretty close behind in that semi-final, one in 11.99. So Sibbons, Mayindu, Aduwu, Gittins, Garland, Thomas, Wright, Honey and Fowler make it through to the 100-metre final tomorrow morning. So that means we move on to the men's 100-metre semi-finals, of which there will be 4. So Rory Voss, Luca Logue-Fonseca, Corey Nealon Richards, Shaunan Yogu, Ashley Avis, William Hawker, Freddie Steele, Lee Dollard. First semi-final of the men's 100 metres. Well, it looked like Rory Voss got a good start on the inside, but not suggesting anything there because it did look like just a good reaction. We'll see if we can get a replay. Shaunan Yogu, of course, the favourite here, especially in this semi-final. There's 4 semis, though. So just the winner going through. It's going to be very unlucky for someone, particularly if there's a DQ. Well, there was clear movement there from Will Hawker. I don't have the reaction times, but be very interesting to see what happens here. We do see typically a bit more lenience in these situations. Hawker obviously has the relay to come, but big opportunity for him individually. I'm sure he knew it. That's why he wanted a great start. He's usually a good starter. Don't know whether he's trying to ask if he can run under protest, but immediately he was, I think, don't know whether he was asking whether he could run under protest, or difficult to lip read really, but was clear early movement quite late in the starting phase. Let's have another look here. Well, it's pretty even at this point, of course, but watch lane 6. So, unfortunately, it looks like Hawker has been DQ'd. So, I don't know whether he's protesting something. Pretty clear there, but yeah, I don't know. He's obviously arguing his case in some form. One of the athletes behind me has just said that if he's ever in legal difficulty, then he'd like Will Hawker to be his lawyer. He's arguing his case. I'm not a professional lip reader. I don't know exactly what is being said, but look, and always like to try and be fair to the athletes, but it was clear early movement late in the starting phase. Let's concentrate on the javelin for a few moments, shall we? Thomas Holmes here. We know that Ben East has finished his competition, so Holmes, let's see what he can do. Really attacks that runway, just keeps hands inside the sector and goes out to 62.78 to end the competition. So 4 throws over 62 metres, 64.25, his best. Very clear silver medal this. And obviously they have given everyone 6 throws, so that's difficult sometimes for the athletes, such long gaps between each effort. Can't really keep up the momentum in the same way. Quite a few athletes passing at the end of the competition. And Ben East, one of those. East is the champion. Holmes silver, Pratt bronze. So unfortunately for Will Hawker, DQ'd. He's got the relay to come and every chance of a medal there. So Voss, who was impressive in his heat, just squeezed through to the semi-finals though. Still good showing for Sterling. Logue Fonseca, Neelan Richards, Anyogu, Avis, Steele and Dollard. Groans from the crowd as recall again. Anyogu is, what, a good 50 metres into the race. Maybe a little shy of that. Hopefully hasn't used up too much energy there. It can happen though, can happen, because the athletes have had to wait a long time and they're equally really keen to make the most of the opportunity. So let's have a look here. Hard to see there. So wait and see, there might not be anyone's infringement, of course. And the official showing a green card. And you can imagine, we're trying to get this race underway. 3rd time of asking. Let's hope it's a clean one. At last underway then, so watch out for Neelan Richards against Anyogu of Loughborough, battling hard, but Neelan Richards from Anyogu and Avis. Only the winner going through. Did Neelan Richards just hold on? 10.65 across the line. I'm not sure what happened there to Logue Fonseca of Birmingham. Just walked through. Brilliant run there, and yes, don't forget, we've only seen the heats in which the big contenders were all comfortable, including Sean Anyogu. So we're waiting to see if he could deliver the best when the competition ramped up. So Logue Fonseca initially with a good start. We'll have to keep an eye on him. Yes, did get injured there. Neelan Richards coming through, leading at this point from Anyogu, from Avis. And it's at this point, Anyogu really strong end to the race. Oh, it looks like he might just have got there, but it's crucial to make it through to the final, of course. So we'll wait for the result to come up confirmed. The athletes are out for the 2nd semi-final meanwhile, so this is the only action currently happening in the stadium. So second semi-final of the men's 100 metres. Jaden Arthur chasing Henry Christa of Newcastle here. Again, a four-way battle at the line, 10:56. So faster than we saw just a moment ago. The confirmed result coming through for Shonan Yogu, 10:64. Did get there in the end. And well, something interesting happening with the first semi-final result, because Logue Fonseca in Birmingham is showing as second, even though he was last, but it's actually been corrected just now as I speak. So Corey Needham Richards, second place, in a position to qualify at the moment. Ashley Avis third, 10:70. Freddie Steele fourth, 10:95. So Anyogu got that crucial dip across the line there. Henry Christa, fantastic there for Newcastle in that second semi-final.
And the lineup for this third semi-final is the main class, representing Manchester University, and the line is the one who are being two from College. We have been the world champion, Azuli, in lane 3, representing Several Happy, Martino Durant, Georgian Rinkamasana, lane 4 in lane 5, representing Loughborough 2024,
So still waiting for the confirmed result from the second semi-final of the men's 100 metres. In the meantime, we prepare for the third. Oh, it's just come through. Henry Christer, super impressive there. 10:56, fastest that we've seen so far indeed. One of those that entered both 100 and 200. I wonder whether that will be the case in reality. But yeah, PB of 10:49, so he's pretty close to it. Southern under-20 100 metre champion. So yeah, a rising name. Certainly once you get to 10:4 and 10:3, really impressive and knocking on the door at 10:3 of international opportunities. At the level he's at. Possibly 10:4, 10:5 more at under 20 level. Jaden Arthur and Olua Wallaby also in position to qualify as things stand. Third semi-final, Samuel Ebenon, Alex Azu, Joshan Ventakasamy, Harry Taylor, Jason Kalala, Joshua Hickson, George Lagajano, Suresh Black is DNS unfortunately for him, as is, oh no, just Suresh Black. Just that he was shown in lane 9, actually 4. Some weird things going on with the results, but this will be very close. Watch out for Harry Taylor from lane 5. So some big names in this semi-final. Venkatasamy, just the 3 rounds for him this time, but having to chase Harry Taylor. Taylor from Venkatasamy from Azu then, 10:51. So Harry Taylor very pleased with that. Came through strongly and again close to his personal best into a minus 0.3 headwind. .10:51. So clear in the end, that one. Harry Taylor, Joshan Venkatasamy, and actually third place maybe not so clean cut. And Azu did get it, but only by 4 thousandths of a second from Jason Kalala. In the end though, both with 10:76, and that's not fast enough in order to make it through to the final tomorrow morning. So 10:70 is the target time as things stand, going into one last semi-final. So in this fourth semi-final, we will see Jack Gibbs, 4x200 metre relay gold medalist indoors, of course. Nathan Gavahan, teammate of David Chapman, who was egging him on earlier when he was second in his heat. Lorenzo Paisan, 60 metre champion indoors, and European under-20 winner for Italy. Freddie Arkel, who of course had that disappointing 60 metre final indoors, and maybe he can make amends here. Tevon Innes, key part of Brunel's relay quartet. Let's see what he can do. Kai Crawford, under-23 Andalusian champion in southern Spain. Eniola Adedotin of Swansea. Matthew Cliff of Glasgow. Athletes called to their marks. Once again, the sun really is beaming down onto the track here. Fourth semi-final of the men's 100 metres. Well, Paisan should be strong here from lane 3. He's pushing on, but chased by Arkel and by Innes. Goodness me, that is close once again. A nail-biting finish to a 100-metre semi-final, as we said quite a few times. 10.75, again into a headwind, minus 1.0. But Innes looking to establish himself individually. Of course, Tyler Panton winning medal after medal. Kalala contending, and Brunel looking like potentially favourites for the relay, but that's all still to come. .10.75 trackside. I think we might only just have 2 from this semi-final going through, you know. In fact, we certainly will. 10.70 was needed, as I just look back to remind ourselves. But well, it's been a good day. We've still got the steeplechase heats remaining, of course, to finish the first day programme. Having a look here then, Paisan overhauls. And that means that the 60-metre champion does not make it through, I think. Well, actually, let's wait and see on the photo finish between Arkel and Paisan. And yes, that's quite something, because Arkel was going well in the 60 metres indoors, and then of course seemed to pull up injured in the final, similarly to Logue Fonseca here, his Birmingham teammate. And yes, Arkel making some amends, it seems, but has he qualified? Let's wait and see. So just the heats of the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase to come. So it'll be the top 6 going through to the final. And that'll be at 2:30 on Monday. So in this first heat we'll have Edith Yelling, Athena Therenos, Emma McLennan, Sian Duval, Emily Parker of Loughborough, potentially the favourite here, Abby Michalek of Birmingham, Neve Thompson of Cambridge, Elizabeth Stewart, Nottingham, Hannah Bolton of Bath. So Emily Parker winning the 3,000 metres indoors, and also this title last year here. So Parker's personal best, 6:35.65. Over the 3,000 chase more regularly run, she's run 10:28. So obviously once you break 10 minutes these days, tending to get international selections, or actually a little bit faster than that, kind of sub 9:50 potentially. And obviously once you get into 9:30, that is yeah, close to world-class level. And the likes of Lizzie Bird and Amy Pratt, the latter of course coming through this competition and breaking the championship record. Obviously doing well to break the British record continuously between them. And trying to get medals on the international stage. Obviously hard to do at a world and Olympic level, but yeah, doing so at European level. And Bird now going close to going sub 9 minutes. 9:04.35 is now the British record, and well, just a few years ago it had been 9:24, so some considerable margin taking off it. Incidentally, the British 2,000 metre record is still held by Amy Pratt, but she improved her time set here to 6:08.17, so going close to sub 6. So that was 3 years ago at Birmingham University's track, and Lizzie Bird has run 6:11. So compare that to Parker, who's run 6:35. It's still, because this event is less often run at this distance, it's still quite high on the UK all-time list. It's still in the top 20. And also you have to remember that women's steeplechase doesn't have as long a tradition. It wasn't an international fully fledged event at the World Championships until 2005 in Helsinki. You had the sort of Brits initially taking it on, like Hattie Archer and Barbara Parker, former British record holder. And yeah, in recent years I mentioned some of those names. Poppy Tankin, another winner of the British title when Lizzie Bird and Amy Pratt haven't been involved. Emily Moyes, a former winner of this particular title here at BUCS. So we'll have 12 athletes in the final, 6 from each going through. So we won't actually lose too many because we've got 17 going down into 12. So it's a chance to get 2 runs out. And to be honest, there won't be that many opportunities for these steeplechasers to actually get 2 rounds. So you've got Parker all alone and then a big group behind her from which the next 5 out of the top 6 that will go through to the final will probably come from. So Parker from McLennan, who's just leading this chasing group right now. Edith Yelling just about there in 4th place. Looks like the other Birmingham athlete, Abby Mikalek, also in the top 4. Loughborough and Birmingham tending to do well in this event. Parker winning from Amelia Wills and Martha Collins last year. So through the water jump, and that is often where this group is strung out. Starting to see 6 athletes clear now. Steady gap to Parker, not using up too much energy. She knows she's got this advantage now and trying to hold on to it. So coming up to the bell, we have Emily Parker of Loughborough, Shonda Bell, University of the West of England, Emma McLennan of Loughborough, Edith Yelling of Birmingham, Abby Mikalek, her teammate, and then also Neve Thompson of Cambridge. These are the athletes in the top 6, and it's looking pretty clear now. So Parker just being caught here, but I think she's being sensible at this stage in the race, still going over the high barriers nicely. Final water jump can sometimes catch 1 or 2 out. I do hope that's not a curse. Parker's been in control through the race. Mikalek, I think, just falling off this pack, but shouldn't matter too much. So here we go, final barrier. Parker and Yelling. Thompson's going to come through just about 3rd place ahead of McLennan, and Duval Mikalek behind. So 7:08.51, the winning time for Parker. So here we go then, final track action of the first day here, second heat of the women's 2,000 metre steeplechase with Lizzie Ingram of Bath, Anika Schwarzer-Chintapala, Eva Barnes of Birmingham, Sophie Lomas of Loughborough, Grace Ingalls, St Mary's, Ellen Weir of Birmingham, University of the West of England's Lois Dooley, and Jodie Baymond of York then. Really seemed to be the warmest part of the day coming into the evening. Lovely sunny Manchester evening, glorious here at Sport City. So interesting to see that entered on the start list, Amelia Wills and Rachel Clutterbuck seeded second and third, but not involved, unfortunately. So Lizzie Ingram of Bath becomes second ranked overall. She was fourth last year behind Parker, Wills and Collins. So every chance for her to improve. And incidentally, in 2023, she was seventh, and 2022, she only made the heat. So, yeah, it looks like she's going to have a great trajectory across her BUCS career. She's a senior athlete, but she's actually only ever done 2,000 metre steeplechase and not the 3K chase, which is quite unusual. She has a personal best of 6:52.80 over this distance. As for Anika Schwarzer-Chintapala, so she then becomes third ranked overall, I'll make it. She was 8th here last year. That was her BUCS track debut. So once again, every chance of improving. She was 20th in the top 20 then at BUCS Cross Country earlier this year. She has a personal best of 6:53.29. She has done the 3K chase and has a PB of 11:08.35. Also one of the few athletes to have done a 2K chase this year. 7:01.73 was the time. So Lewis Steely was one of those with a PB just outside 7 minutes, 7:08.18, but still she'll have a strong opportunity to qualify, you would have thought, from this. So this is the final heat then of the day. We start, don't forget, just to mark your card, for tomorrow, 10 o'clock, women's long jump qualification. And then, unbelievably, 100 metre final at 10:30 in the morning. So, not using too much energy at this stage. It looks like Lizzie Ingram here, just behind Barnes of Birmingham. So these two way out in the clear of the rest. There are 4 behind them, so things quite neat and even for the top 6 at the moment, and then just 2 other athletes who won't qualify in this are again adrift of them. Well, as Basil Rock was saying in the 800 metres, it's probably a bit too hot for this sort of race, and you wouldn't have thought that for this sort of evening timing of it. Still our front two, Barnes and Ingram, Birmingham and Bath. 2 to go now, 4 minutes 24 into the race. Third place, you've got Ellen Weir of Birmingham. Also in that chasing group, St Mary's Grace Ingalls and Sophie Lomas of Loughborough. I think it's also Anika Schwarzer Chintapala of Oxford. So as I say, looking fairly secure for the top 6. 600 metres to go now.
Is there any student or team manager, team captain here from Oxford University? Stone the stage. If there would, if there is, or anybody in that team, could you come please to the announcers box, Oxford University? Those look to be the 6 will progress to the final. And it's 17 to skip check for concluding today's program.
Final barrier. Barnes leading Ingram home, and these two really are jogging now. So Weir, Schwarzer, Chintapatla coming across the line in 3rd and 4th places there. So Birmingham will have those two safest through to the final. Oxford will have representation as well. Sophie Lomas of Loughborough there, Grace Ingalls of St Mary's as well. So that concludes today's action. As I say, we start again tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And yeah, in fact, of course, Birmingham should have 4 athletes in the final and Loughborough should have 3. So, hope you've enjoyed today's action. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.